Oh.
So just forget about Valhalla. We're going live anyways.
Well, fine, be that way.
I'm gonna buy Legos again because this was so fun.
No one told me this was a race.
It's not a race.
No. Oh yeah. Now, yeah.
You were really intently looking at something.
I dropped a piece and I can't find it.
It got interesting. Being interviewed and trying to do Lego at the same time, harder than it seems.
But I hadn't built Lego since I was a youngin', and I don't know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. Okay. No big deal.
It's a great guest to have on too. In the beginning, he was kind of like, as we all were in the beginning, how should we act and stuff like that. Now he's such a fun guy to be around.
I'm actually enjoying a little bit of wine while we do this because it felt inappropriate to not have libations.
I had a great freaking time. I chose a Lego set that was like, don't do the flowers, guys. Don't do the flowers.
And then he said something about like a tramp stamp or something, and the girls were like, "Hey, where is that? What's this all about? I'll show you mine if you show me yours." And I'm like, "Whoa, this is not that type of stream."
It just gets longer and longer. Welcome,
I love
everybody.
it. I love it so much. Hey, everybody. What's going on?
And we have with us Torin. Everyone, welcome Torin. Am I saying it right? Is it Torin? It's torin3, right?
Yep, torin3.
Okay.
I got the name because I'm in a historical society, and we picked persona names, and I went with Torin Ironbrow. And that was back in the early 90s, so that kind of became my online everything.
Outstanding.
Are you a LARPer?
I don't really call it LARP because it's not like there's no script or theme or scenario you're going with. It's just kind of a open environment.
Where's Flux? Where's Flux? She needs to hear this.
Dave's a LARPer.
No, I'm not a LARPer. I used to do Civil War reenacting, and I was called out for LARPing. That's not LARPing.
LARP, for those that don't know what we're talking about, is live action role play. It's when you dress up as a character and you perform battles or cast magic spells.
So not cosplay, or yes cosplay?
It's like cosplaying, except you're pretending to battle also.
Yeah, my personal definition of LARPing involves essentially a role-playing game on top of that, where there's magic or combat rules or stuff like that, like a tabletop RPG.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, welcome. What is everybody building today?
I'm not entirely sure.
Well, this is what Torin. He's so fancy. He set up an extra feet, and this is what he's building, which is that the Imperial Palace?
It's Himeji Castle, and I'm about a few seconds behind with the feed, but I'm opening it up now for the first time.
Nice. How many pieces is that?
2125. Like I've said, I've probably made a serious mistake, but
this is going to be our second 6-hour stream.
There are no mistakes in Lego.
If anybody's got the ability to, be nimble and build Lego at a decent speed, I believe it's going to be Torin.
I do too. I do believe that.
I watch his braid streams a lot.
Hello, Ben.
Quick with his fingers.
Hello, everybody. Look at that, how thick that book is.
There it is.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Well, I have my printed. Okay, I tried to do this last time with Rob, and I was missing a bunch of pieces, but I found them immediately, after the stream, sitting in this other Tupperware off to the side.
David,
so I'm going to go back to this.
He realized he was about to get smoked on that stream, and he was like, "We'll just hide this little bowl of pieces."
I was reconstructing this piece out of individual bricks, sir. I didn't know where this was.
Torin, can you address the bag crumpling sounds for a minute, please?
Yes. Let me mute that. I'm sorry.
All good, buddy. All good. Gets my spider tingly going. Yeah. Spider senses tingling.
All I'm going to do is this.
So I've got two smaller sets that I think I'm going to build. Okay, this one here, which is a cutie, little, I don't know, Easter springtime set, right? Mrs. Valhalla picked it out. She liked it. She wanted me to build it for her. And then I've got this set, which I think is pretty awesome.
Beautiful. Love it.
So we're going to build those too. Mrs. Valhalla is making out like a bandit tonight, y'all.
Yeah, she is. That's why she brought you dinner. And for those of you who are new and don't know what Wendy does, I don't do anything. I just sit here and make fun of the guys while they build Lego.
That's about it.
That is not true. Wendy H is the backbone of this entire operation.
So
David,
Torin, what?
I said I heard your
Yeah, Dave doesn't do anything. He's the least productive out of the three of us, for sure.
Yeah, probably.
I may have.
I'm done. I've retired from YouTube. So, for anyone who doesn't know torin3, his channel is linked in the description below. But I want to show you a clip of what's time lapse. So on his channel, he puts he live streams some of his. I'm going to call it artwork because I can't remember the freaking name. And I'm going to go to the Kumihimo. Anyways, it's a really cool braid. He's got a time lapse video that he does, or that he has done. I don't know if he's done them all. But this one is the one that I pulled up because I want to see if Wendy notices anything. But see the braiding, and he goes back to his computer screen. And Torin, you're gonna have to. I have so many questions about how this works, but it's so meditative to watch. Oh, there you go, Wendy. You notice?
Oh, go back, or can you?
She didn't notice. She
wasn't paying attention. I said, Wendy, I'm going to show you something, and she was like, "Oh, what?
You
Squirrel?
did, but
Where?"
that was like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, you got to watch.
You just saw it a second ago, but it was brief.
Was it Runkle? I saw Runkle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Runkle. Yeah.
Our buddy
What's
Runkle.
Runkle doing on your channel, Torin? He just popped in.
I've made braids for Runkle did pop in for that one. I've made braids for Nick Ricada, Ian Runkle, Rob that you had on last week, Jeff Legal Vices, and Danny on Direct.
Nice.
So I'm expecting mine in the mail.
Right.
I'm still about 4 out, and they take a couple of months minimum to make. And I'm currently doing one that's just kind of for myself.
That's that
really
cool sort of like organic looking design, right?
Yeah, the blue and white one.
Yeah. Is that your own design?
Yep. I designed it when I was at MarsCon in West Virginia while I was waiting for between the panels I wanted to go to.
Oh, okay.
Very cool. Before we get too into this, couple housekeeping matters to attend to. Dave's new and improved Lego channel is pinned in my chat. Y'all go over there, hit the subscribe, and actually do me a favor. Go view on his channel tonight. Let's get him this watch hour thing knocked out quick so he can get monetized.
How the roles have reversed. On.
Isn't it weird? It's good though.
I'm going to do that right now. Good idea.
Yes. So yeah, go over there. Mods. Do I have any mods here? Okay, I'll throw the link in chat, I guess.
Thanks, Valhalla. Good idea.
You have no
and
mods.
I have my MLS sweatshirt on tonight.
There's my little Lego guy. You know you're watching my Lego channel when you see this little guy in the
He's so cute.
Paste.
That's AI generated Lego law. But welcome
Is that
everybody.
you, Mr. Dave?
There it goes.
Oh, she's talking about Dave Umberger. Sorry. Did you see Dave changed to Dave Umberger is no longer just Dave.
He's Dave Hamburger.
Yeah.
Dave Burger. Dave Burger.
I had cheeseburgers last night and today for lunch. I'm a fatty.
I always think of the Pink Panther movie with Steve Martin trying to say hamburger.
I never watched it.
No?
No.
So he's French, and they're trying to get him to speak fluent English without any accent or something. And they're trying to get him to pronounce, I would like to have a hamburger. And he was like, umburger, burger. I don't know. That's what I think of.
Oops.
Top secret channel.
So, Torin, why did you start? Well, first of all,
There you
we know you did some, or you are doing or have done in the past, some LARPing. Or, no, not LARPing. What do we call it?
Historical recreationism.
There you go. Yeah. It's like reenacting, but for further behind, further back in history. Okay. So, how did you get into the keto?
Thank you, Cindy.
Keto.
Kumihimo.
Oh, it's Kumihimo.
It's in private chat, man. Like you
I
can
know.
just read it.
I know. All right. So, how'd you get into that?
Okay, it's actually part of the historical thing. I'm a member of a household that kind of focuses on the history of the Mongol Empire.
Oh,
and there's a big event just outside of Pittsburgh that takes place every year. They get about 10 to 12,000 attendees. And the first year I went there, I got to meet some people that were in the group that I'd never met in person because she lived in Texas. I was living in Idaho at the time. And so I'm there. It's kind of like a little overwhelming. So I'm sitting there relaxing in a chair. And she comes up, hands me like a disc about so big, cut out of the side of a 12-pack of Coca-Cola that had some notches in it, handed me some skeins of cotton embroidery floss and said, here, let me teach you something. I think you'll like it. That was about 25 years ago, and I've pretty much been doing it ever since.
That's crazy.
What happened to her?
Unfortunately, she passed away about a year and a half ago from pancreatic cancer.
Oh,
but,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, see, now I had to ruin it because I asked one too many questions.
One too many, Dave. Always one too many. For those that we should probably show them what it is exactly, this braiding thing, because without really seeing it, it's kind of hard to understand what he's doing.
So let me pull up. Let me go back to a different video. I'll go to one of his lives. And
I've been on torin stream before.
Yep.
Have you now?
I have. I don't recall when, but
like 3-4 months ago, I think.
A couple months back.
I'm gonna close down the Rumble because we don't need that. Okay.
Hey, 2.0. How you doing?
Hello. Okay, so this is the design you're working with currently, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And this is the computer program that he uses to keep track of where he's at.
Yes. And so he's got these. So this is what he's currently working on. I don't know when this video is particularly. I don't know if this is your most recent one or not, but
it's I switched to that camera setup in the last 2 streams, so it's one of the last 2 streams I did.
Okay. And then you can see him working through on his.
That's a good question. Half Irish. Is it like a loom?
Kind of. It's. I've heard it referred to as this style is braiding on the bias, as in the angle. And the reason it's not really a loom, which is for weaving as opposed to a braiding stand, is in weaving, your warp and your weft are always separate from each other. So
because we all know what that was.
I only know what that means because I sew. That's the only reason I know what that means.
Yeah, so I don't know what that word means, but okay.
When you're weaving, like this, this is the warp, this is the weft, and they're always separate. So you only have the going like right and left as one set of threads, and going up and down as the other set. But in braiding, they change places. So that's what I understand is the technical definition between the two.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And essentially, what you're doing here is you're creating an image by overlapping the threads in a specific way, and so on the opposite side it would be reversed, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's actually like 2 single color braids, one on top, one on the bottom, and you get the design by swapping them from top to bottom to change the color.
I imagine these things are pretty durable.
if I make them large enough, you could probably use them as a tow strap.
Yeah, it's something like a cargo web, right?
Yeah.
That's
There's
awesome.
Jeff had me count the actual individual silk threads in it, and it's about 1,200 for a braid this size.
Holy crap!
Oh.
It's such a cool form of art or braid or whatever you want to call it. It's neat beyond belief.
And if you guys watch this, just listen to the. I haven't turned any of the volume up, but let me actually slow it down because I just put it at 0.2 or double speed. But it's so meditative to listen.
It
to.
is.
So I just turn it on. It's just listening in the background. I don't know why.
This might be my new nighttime video.
7.
It's
8,
very
10, 11,
rhythmic and meditative. It's very cool to just have on in the background and check in with chat. It's very good.
13, 14.
The clacking of your weights on the ends of your strings, it does it.
I know. I just sit there and listen to it.
I have so many questions. BB does too about the actual.
And 17.
braid.
Well, that's why we're here, y'all.
I love this. How long does it take? How much do you spend on silk? And what?
And sheds 3, 4, and 8 are reversed. So 1 and 2 on the bottom.
So it's kind of you kind of walk your way through it, right, Torin? Or you kind of walk us through it.
Yep, I count out loud. I figured it would be nice if, like, down the road, somebody wanted to make the same thing. They could actually follow the videos and do it themselves.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it also helps keep me where I am in place, so I don't like lose track. I'll still lose track occasionally, but I've been doing it long enough. I can kind of catch myself as like, this does not look right.
I feel like I made a mistake.
If you guys want to see more, you need to go back, or you need to go over to Torin's channel and check it out. I just wanted to show you an idea of what he was doing over there.
That's awesome.
It's very cool.
I am going to put Torin's link in
A
chat.
lot of people were asking during that short right there, how expensive are the materials?
A skein of silk runs me about $25, and I order them directly from Japan. You could like buy spools of board. No, it's $25 for 2,500 meters.
Oh.
So like close to 3,000 yards. Actually, just a second, I'll grab one and show you.
Thanks, Torin.
There's Torin's link in chat, y'all. Go sub him up, check him out.
Isn't it in your description as well?
I think
Probably.
Yeah, I think Valhalla has your new link in his pin. Maybe in his.
I'm gonna turn off my background for a second here.
Yeah, me too, Evie. I'm the same way. I want the best of all the things. I'm a VIP gal.
I tried to, and then I ended up making fence out of old pallets. So that's
kind of cool, though.
All right, so it's a little bright here, but
God, it's gorgeous.
Oh wow,
is that real silk?
Heck
from
yeah,
Japan?
Yep.
That's so cool.
And one of those spools is a skein.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or a cone. There we go. A little better on the lighting there.
Jeez Louise. It looks luxurious.
And I get 12 of these for each color I'm going to use.
Wow.
For one braid?
Yep.
Wow.
But I can make like probably 15 braids per cone.
That's right.
Okay.
I have what I call a warping frame, where I put like 12 cones of each color on a rack, and I have a bunch of holes where they'll pass through, and I can pull them all together in a single thing, where there's like 12 of them in there, and then I wrap it around the weights.
Very cool. So there's each one of those strands is several strands in one?
Yeah, each of the when you see it on the Takadai, each of those lines has 12 individual silk threads in it, about the regular sewing weight.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
Hey, Volstrom.
Hey, Vol. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Volstrom. Is this your job or your pastime?
It's a pastime that I'm kind of trying to make into a job. It's something I really enjoy doing. I've been doing it for, like I said, about 25 years. And since I apparently probably have attention deficit of some kind, I tend to like pick something up, focus on it for a year or so, or 6 months, and then it like goes by the wayside. This is one of the things that have stayed. And one of the other things is the only other U.S. maker for a lot of this equipment is in his 80s, is currently having health issues. So I figured it would be nice if I could start making it for people who are interested in it, because I'd like to keep this art from fading out.
No, that's very cool.
I love that.
So the only guy in like the U.S. that's making this.
I I've made several Takadais, probably I think about 8 now.
Oh, that's neat.
And I'm trying to turn it into a side business. I registered an LLC for this, and I'm going to try and start having equipment for sale online pretty soon. But I figure the current manufacturers, and the company's called Brader's Hand. They're out of Washington State. They're really nice people, but like I said, they're getting older, and admittedly, I'm 55. So, but I figured it'd be something that'd be nice to kind of transition to a retirement income.
That would be cool.
Great idea. Heck yeah. Excited Utterance asks, do you get a bad back from doing this?
No, actually, I don't. It's the chair I'm in is I don't really lean back against it, so I'm kind of sitting upright, and I've tried to work for good ergonomics.
Good.
So,
you know what I've noticed about these older sets?
What's
they
that?
don't tell you what parts you're going to use. I literally go from.
Oh yeah.
So here's step 7. So here's step 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you got to turn to step 8. What's different? And so you have to figure out what's different and
that
then
one
add
works
it.
for me.
So you're like going back and forth, and it's like, one of these is like when you have to compare the pictures, like what's different between this picture and this picture.
Like the bar game with the little the television set on the bar where you pick the difference in the pictures.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's what this is. And then I was looking there, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't have that piece. I gotta have that. This is old school Lego.
That is old school Lego. That was the stuff we were building when we were kids.
Yep. So, Torin, you play with Lego often?
Exciting.
actually, this is I think the first time in probably over 30 years.
Really?
Yep.
You are not
You're
our
gonna
first
love it.
guest to say that. I love that.
It's definitely. Go ahead.
I was having a little bit of a heart attack moment when I opened up the first bag, and it's like I'm not seeing the pieces I need in here, and then I realized there were actually 2 bags labeled number 1.
Well, at least you
There's
have
the
the
small
bags
bag.
labeled 1, because this set doesn't come with that either.
It did at one point.
No, I don't think it ever did. Not until maybe a couple of years ago when I said I'm going to get a couple of Star Wars Legos, and I opened them up and I'm like, oh, the bags are numbered now. That was the first time. They never used to come numbered. It was just
Maybe you're
individual
right.
bags. You opened them all up.
Wasn't there usually a way to kind of identify it though? Like you could generally pick the right bag. No.
No, I don't remember it being that way ever.
I don't think I understand Cindy Lewoot's question.
Where
Where
did
did
you
you
get
get
your
your
David?
David at the Goodwill? I'm not sure what she means.
Where did I get my David?
Your
Maybe
set?
she means your set. I think
No,
it's
I
his
think-
set from his childhood, isn't it?
Yeah. This is my set from my childhood, and I found most of the instructions, and then I was able to download a parts list off of a cool little Lego fan site, and then I made sure I had all the pieces, and I thought I did last week until I realized I was missing this bucket.
Well, technically,
And
yeah.
and so it's got all the parts list. And now I'm rebuilding it. But I have most of the pieces here originally from my childhood. They're all dirty and covered in dirt.
You didn't have to buy too many, right? You had almost all of them.
Yeah, so I was missing this little specialty stair set. It's like a set of stairs. This I couldn't find. And then some train wheels. That's the only thing I really ordered.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Torin has led a what I would deem a fairly interesting life as well. He's had some really unique job sets. Is that a fair way of phrasing it?
Probably.
Okay.
Do tell.
Well, so you don't do this for a career. What do you do?
Currently, I am a CNC machinist and programmer at a company that makes a lot of plastic parts.
Okay.
We
like
do things
Lego
like
block.
no,
You can't tell us, or he'll have to us.
actually, these are probably, as I understand it, a lot more precise than we would likely be making. A lot of stuff we do is like ducting for like PVC ducting. We also do like sorting discs for like, bottling plants where they got this big spinning disc that all these bottles run across. The material I'm actually making this on top of is a sheet of phenolic resin. It's a cut off that was going to get tossed in the recycle bin.
Nice.
Well, not recycle bin. We can't really recycle it, but it's the type of material that they make like chemically resistant.
Did you borrow it without permission?
Nope. I actually make sure I clear that everything I take out of there, they know and they're happy with.
Smart way of doing it.
Yep. I do not want to lose a job because I tipped somebody off by doing something that they didn't want me to do.
Right.
Smart cookie.
Especially if it's a good job.
Yep.
Sounds like one of those good union jobs.
It's not a union job, but they did poach me away from my previous employer, which was a metal machining shop, where I was not getting along as well with the people there, and my career pretty much stalled there. I was, hired there as an off-the-street hire, was learning how to do stuff. Their IT guy needed help, so I was doing like IT for several years. Then the recession hit, so they had me go back to doing the machining stuff. And then the IT guy died, and I kind of took over in a lurch. Then after a few years, they hired on somebody else as a consultant. And then they asked if I was okay if he came on permanently. The only thing they didn't tell me they were going to hire him on as my boss, and until like 6 months after that happened. And he was like a really bad micromanager. I mean, every 15 minutes he'd be asking about something, and the way my brain works, that kind of derails me. So I was going slower and slower.
That's what Dave does to me all the time. He's always asking me all these minutia questions. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, I finally asked if he could, please just, let me email him every time that I've got to an update point, so he would be able to know. He wouldn't have to ask, and I could build it into my procedures. And he said, sure. And I noticed that for every email I was sending him, I was getting about 3 back. And it's like, at that point, it's like, okay, I'm going to go back to just the machining. And after that, it was like, okay, obviously my career here is pretty much done. So when the other company said, hey, you've taught yourself how to do this programming, your current employer is not wanting you to do it. If you come for us, we'll let you do that. And it's like, and we'll give you an extra $4 an hour. Ooh. So it's like, yeah, I think I can do that.
Heck yes.
So
prior to that, were you a constable? Is that what I understand?
Actually, I am currently a constable.
Currently are a constable.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, constables are an elected position. They serve for 6 years. We kind of do like what the sheriffs do for the common pleas courts. We're essentially, they consider us independent contractors, but we're all pretty much fee for service for what we do. Our rates are set in statute. And so for like the courts I work out of are called magisterial district courts. They're like small claims courts. Also, all landlord-tenant actions originate there. So I do a lot of service for that type of stuff. I also do evictions. And like if somebody loses a judgment and they don't pay it, when somebody requests an order of execution to execute on the judgment, I'll do like a levy and then a constable sale for that, kind of like a sheriff's sale.
Okay.
And there's other stuff.
I have to pull this up. Jung says, and you have great curls.
You really do.
Jealous of your hair.
Thank you.
But so constable acts like essentially like a sheriff or court officer.
Yeah. We only get paid fee for service. There's no salary. There's no stipend. and we have to pay for all of our equipment. We used to get our training covered by a fee on the dockets that we handled, but the last time they set the fee was like 40 years ago. So currently they've run out of money, and new constables have to pay for their initial training, but the annual updates like the CLE classes are free to the constable.
So are you so do you have like arrest authority or anything like that?
I can arrest for on-view felonies and breaches of the peace, and if I have a warrant. And regular citizens can do for on-view felonies only. So I do have a little bit more arrest authority than a regular person. But
that's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that, I guess.
Don't go to Pennsylvania. He's going to arrest you.
Right?
Not unless I see you committing a crime. And depending on where you are in Pennsylvania, a lot of the prisons don't want to deal with arrests by constables unless you have a warrant in hand. Depending on where you are in the state, the police either are okay with you or really don't like you, just kind of as a general concept.
So you got those are your options. They don't like you, or they're just like, all right, whatever.
Well, like constables can do prisoner transports. And in my county, because there was an idiot constable about 40 years ago, the county decided, nope, we're not going to use constables for any prisoner transports. But the next county over decided they were going to use constables for all their prisoner transports and say that that they'd save a couple $1 million a year doing that over having other law enforcement officers do the transports.
That's why they don't like you.
American politics at work, y'all. That's what that is.
So this is super important because, the chat asked, what color are my lips today? I put on this, I don't know, it looks like a fuchsia or something like purpley fuchsia color. I'm trying to see if it says what color it is. Sephora, Flash, Mob, Crayon, I don't know what color. And then it was too dark, so I mellowed it out with this color, whatever this is.
So I heard you said earlier that you had made your art, because I'm not going to remember the name of it.
Kumi Hemo.
Kumi Hemo for Jeff from Legal Vices, from Rob Law and Lumber, Runkle. How did you get involved in LawTube, or not that you are, but how did you get involved with those guys?
I consider myself LawTube adjacent.
Same.
But so originally I was kind of interested in the Rittenhouse trial. And so I started following Nick's streams, and then I started watching his night shows. And that's actually
those are dangerous places, by the
way. Yeah. I kind of this is actually kind of how I started streaming. Even though my channel is like 15 years old, I didn't like live stream until just over a year ago. But I was listening to Nick give advice for somebody getting started. He said the hardest part in streaming is getting your first 100 subs. And I went and looked at my channel, and I had like 260 at that point. It just kind of gradually creeped up over time. I had a couple of videos on there. I had a pneumatic power hammer I built, and I did some video of that. And I also did like a little bit of soldering at one point using a close-up webcam microscope. And
that'd be cool, I bet.
Yep. As a matter of fact, that's the soldering stuff is actually where I still get a lot of people coming to my channel from. But he said if you can do that, then you are.
If it's a how-to solder, then I might have seen those already.
Yeah.
I saw.
But so if I'd already done the hardest part, I figured, hey, it's something that I could do, and the braiding stuff is something where I essentially always have content available, where I'm not having to like do tons of research or spend a whole lot of time coming up with new stuff every single time, which I know leads to a lot of burnout with a lot of new streamers. So I figured I could go ahead and start with that, and it's actually seems to have worked out pretty good. But after that, once I got started, figured I would get started. I got a hold of Nick through his locals and said, "Hey, I'd like to make a braid for you. Can I do that?" And he said, "Like, I have no idea what that is, but sure, why not?" So let me get that more under the camera. I'm almost done with the base. So yeah, I've been. Let's see.
David, do you want to switch my face with Torrance face so that when I pull up chats, people can see our actual guest? Thank you.
You could do that too.
Oh, I sure can. But I like asking you because I'm a helpless girl. Solomon Anderson asks, Torrin, what did you think of Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson?
I have not watched it at all, but I've heard enough of the YouTubers talking about it that it does sound like it's a pretty sad miscarriage of justice. And so I'm hoping that they'll be able to do something with that to either rehear the case or find some relief there, because if the courts are not willing to do things properly when people are guilty, they're definitely not going to do things properly when people are innocent.
Right.
You're not wrong.
Nope. And you can watch, if you want to rewatch it. It's streaming on my channel, my other channel, not my Lego channel, every morning, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. And then Solomon and I are doing a little bit of a breakdown video called Barely Interesting every night at 10 p.m. Eastern. So you can get caught up that way. A little bit, unless you get snippets.
Which, by the way, I'm going to be hopefully appearing on soon, I think, right? Yes.
You better be.
I think.
Tuesday?
I think that's what we decided.
Yeah, you got to ask Solomon because he's running the show. I'm just here for the eye candy, you know.
Okay. Well, as you should be, right?
Right.
I have a story, says, unbeknownst to Nick, in some far-flung corner of the world, that braid means Torrin and Nick are married. Congratulations.
That's good.
I think Lady Rackets would be very disappointed with that. Speaking of which, she's an absolutely wonderful person. I had a chance to meet her when he came to the Philadelphia show that he did with I'm lousy with names, but
so much.
The Dick Show guy.
Dick Masterson.
Dick Masterson, that's right.
The Dick Show.
I like Dick shows. I'm just saying.
All right, so it's got a let's see. I have nameplate options here. Let's see. Get those in
Japanese or English of the
Himeji
Castle. I like it.
Oh, Japanese.
Japanese, definitely.
I would have gone English.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a conversation starter if it's in Japanese. Then people, then they'll look at it and they'll be like, "Oh, what does that say?" And you can have a whole conversation about it.
Junk
you need conversation starters in your house, there, Valhalla.
Oh, see, I go the opposite way.
Yeah,
I want
Valhalla,
people to
you
talk
would
to
need
me as
company
little
to
as
have a
possible.
conversation.
Exactly.
Valhalla doesn't want people in his house.
Y'all just leave me alone.
Torrin, since you enjoy Asian culture, what are your thoughts on BTS?
On BTS, I'm not familiar with that.
Korean.
The
I don't know.
K-pop.
Oh,
it's K-pop. It's K-pop. You just say you love them, and she'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't actually listen.
Don't forget, she loved your curly hair, so be nice.
Thank you. I don't actually listen to a lot of K-pop or J-pop, but it doesn't bother me. I'll pretty much listen to anything except country western music, and I tend to go in like jags of different types of music. My latest kind of guilty pleasure music is the Russian group Little Big. They've got a concert coming up here in May that I'm going to in Philadelphia.
You mean to tell me
I've heard of that group?
You would rather listen to K-pop than country music?
Yep.
Look at Valhalla.
Are we talking? Are we talking like Willie Nelson country? We talking 90s country or current country that you don't like?
I haven't listened to country in the last 10 years or so, unless accidentally. So I couldn't say about current, but anything up to 2010s, it wasn't really anything that I would listen to. It wasn't necessarily I'd go and turn it off because I couldn't stand it, but
See, like I played some '90s country the other day for my wife because she said she didn't like it, and it was like flashback. But I knew all the lyrics. I knew all. I could just sing right along with every song. '90s country is great. Modern country, you might as well just listen to Taylor Swift.
Ooh, burn. Ouch. I don't know if I've told you about this. So Steve Gosney, one time I was trying to sell him on this new country music artist, Morgan Wallen, right? Morgan Wallen's he's from Tennessee. He plays out in Nashville. He hangs out in Nashville. The other night, he threw a chair off the roof at a cop.
Oh, I saw that on TV.
Oh, I saw that.
And it hit close to one of the cops.
he almost squashed a cop. So he went to jail the other day.
Maroon.
Seems like a good guy.
I was like, oh my god.
Apparently he's got a little libation problem. Speaking of libation,
it made me happy.
We have a question for our esteemed panel. 20th Century Fox wants to know, what are y'all's libations? I will not let this coconut tequila influence me to chat too much.
Ooh.
Let it influence you, girl.
Right?
Girl.
Little Yangling.
Nice. God and I'm drinking iced tea as per my usual teetotaling self.
Since there's no label on it, I got a Soda Stream a couple days ago, and I'm trying to gradually transition from diet caffeinated sodas to flavored seltzers.
How do you like the Soda Stream?
It's been working out pretty good so far. Their Mountain Dew syrup is branded Mountain Dew, so it's reasonably close. The water, our tap water, is a little minerally, so I might wind up using like a filter pitcher for it, but it's acceptable.
Wait, what are you talking about? Soda Stream?
Soda Stream. You make your own pop.
You don't know.
Oh, okay. I do.
We were going to do a thing. I showed Valhalla a couple times. Some like illegal builds. Whether or not it's an illegal builder. But look at Valhalla. I wanted to show you this. So this right here, this build, this is two different right angle pieces.
Yep.
And then you put them on here, and so they're actually like spanning a space. I think this is an illegal build, yet this is part of an official set from the 90s.
Because they don't connect?
They don't connect. There's no support under here. Now I'm supposed to put a 4-piece across, but I think this is technically an illegal build within an official Lego set.
I
That's
think
all I wanted to show you.
We should contact them and ask them about that.
I don't think we should do that. We don't want to draw attention to Lego of our use of their products and our racy jokes, I think.
I think they would love us, and I think they will sponsor us.
Apparently, they told the cops to stop using their Lego heads in mugshots. So,
Torin, did you see that?
The cops not wanting them to. Oh, no Dollywood for Torin. Sorry. Yep.
Oh, Torin, you're missing out. Yo, come on.
Yeah, I'm having trouble traveling as of late. Other than the thing I go to in like late July, early August in Western Pennsylvania. That takes me. My wife and I work at the event staff, so we're there for like 3 weeks, and that burns up pretty much all of my time. So if I have to do something else, it's unpaid time off, which is kind of rough for me at the moment.
Well, back to the Popo using the Lego images. Did you see that story?
No, I did not.
So
I'll have to look into that.
There's a police department, and so California passed a law that said the police are not allowed to publicize photographs, either in any way, shape, or form, of suspects or defendants in a non-violent crime. So they started publishing their photographs, but using Lego heads over top of their faces. And there was like Legos crying and stuff like that. And so Lego sent them a letter that said, "Could you please stop using our Lego heads to cover your criminals?" I think they did, but I thought it was funny. It was great. They should have kept doing it.
It's absolutely hilarious. I wish I could find one.
Oh yeah, Torin can arrest David for his illegal actions.
I'll
give you a warrant. Since you need a warrant, I'll give you one.
It's part of the directions. It's not illegal if it's authorized.
Authorized.
But I feel like today's world, under today's Lego building rules, the set wouldn't even been approved with that sort of chicanery in it.
Lego building rules.
Speaking of me being a constable, the story of how I became one is actually, I think, kind of amusing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's every 6 years, and I first got elected 8 years ago.
This is a good story, actually. This is good.
So I was at the polling place, and I noticed that the position for constable had nobody listed on the ballot. And a friend of mine had written himself in for a position like about 5 years earlier, and I had heard enough about constables. I knew what the minimums were, which is essentially you guard the polls on election day. And I knew I could do that, so I figured, hey, what the heck? And I wrote my name in, and I won with 100% of the vote. All
That's so awesome.
American politics, hard at work, right there. Oh, that makes me happy.
I wrote my name in for. Did I write it in for prosecutor or governor? Can't remember what I did. I wrote my name in though one time.
All the things.
And I just so I could get like a count, like my name was on there as a write-in candidate, and I got like officially 1 vote. So that's all. Thankfully, I didn't win. That would have been horrible.
I think I'm going to start writing Dave's name for all elected positions that I don't care about. David Helm.
Yeah.
The friend of mine
I'm going to write Lego God or Law God or something.
There you go.
Torin, is that your real first name? If not, what does it mean?
No, it's not my real first name. My real first name is Todd, and my the reason I picked the name is I ran across it for the historical stuff. It's a variant spelling of Thorin or son of Thor, and so I went with that. And admittedly, I was like 22 or 20 at the time, somewhere around there. So
I'm good with son of Thor. That's very cool.
That's hot. That's hot.
When I was doing Civil War reenacting, we had a roster of the company that I was portraying, and so we would like pick a name of someone who really served on there. And I'm not going to say what my name is because I want to see what everyone can guess in the chat. But by the end of the stream, I'll tell you what my name was. You guys will love it.
Can we get any hints?
Okay. Pie Company.
Pie Company.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your hint.
Okay.
But no, it was. I like picking out those names, and I picked out the interesting one. So Torin, is it a proper name or is it a surname or?
It would be a first name or a use name. The full name I go by in the medieval group is Torin Ironbrow. And that's what I've got on my Twitter. The username is at Torin1066, but it's got the name of Torin Ironbrow.
Oh, okay. I see John Hooker in the chat.
John Hooker.
Did I miss John?
No.
No, it was a guess for his name on the in his LARPing. In his LARPing.
Not LARPing.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, some people in the chat were saying it's not LARPing. What David does is not LARPing.
It's LARPing, y'all.
What Torin does
Are you
is
sure
not
he's
LARPing.
not a furry? I think David might be a furry.
Whoa.
No, LARPing. What?
What?
Okay.
Furry.
Here we go. Wendy, you're not supposed to talk about that. You promised.
Sorry, I forgot we were live. My bad.
You know what? I don't hate it, man. Do your thing.
Right? Hi, the White Rabbit.
Hi, White Rabbit. How you doing?
We love everyone. Go subscribe to the White Rabbit.
Please. She's awesome.
Please.
Yeah, Valhalla, what are you rebuilding tonight? That's a good question.
This is a brand new set. I've never built this one before.
Yeah.
We are building at the moment this guy.
Valhalla. Sorry.
A little flower pot.
Little flower
It's
pot.
so cute.
It's a good one. It's a good one. And then I've got another set that I'll probably build after that because it's a small set.
That's really pretty.
Rose bouquet.
Really cute. Love, love, love.
So Mrs. Valhalla is getting all kinds of Lego crafts built for her this evening, it appears.
What it's been a while since you built her a Lego. So I think that's great.
It has been, actually.
It really has.
I've been selfish building lately.
Well, a man's got to do what a man's got to do. And sometimes a man needs a helmet.
Man always needs a helmet. Always.
Gotta be safe.
So, Torin, do you still do the reenacting? I'm gonna call it reenacting because I forget what you call it.
Close. It's close enough. I don't get to as many events as I'd like to since COVID hit, but like I said, I'm on the event staff for that big one in August that has like about 10,000 people there. So I at least attend one major event a year.
10,000 people.
That's crazy. Hi, expert.
That's
He is
awesome.
not rebuilding.
What's up, expert? How you doing, buddy?
So, what do you portray? What kind of person? Like, are you a shopkeeper, or what do you portray?
The way I originally started out, the philosophy behind it is try not to look like an explosion in a time machine. So my clothes tend to mostly be Norse, European time frame, like 1100s to 1300s, and I also do kind of a Mongolian dress as well. I just try not to combine them both at the same time.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
A lot of people don't realize the Mongols were in
video.
Europe at that time frame.
Yep, they invaded all the way to Poland in the 1300s.
Holy crap! They made it all the way to Poland.
Yeah. Nobody realizes this, that they made it all the way in there. They were threatening Rome, or not the 1300s, but they were threatening the Eastern Roman Empire, which was Byzantia or whatever.
Yeah, they also hit like the edge of Persia. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Oh yeah,
I know that the Mongols like altered the human genome, right? Like they something like 3% of the world's population has Genghis Khan in it. Something crazy like that.
Is that true?
Yeah. Like a huge chunk of Asia and Eurasia has Genghis Khan's blood traces in it.
Maybe that's the Asian in me.
Maybe. Maybe.
David claims all the good parts or all the strong male parts of all the nationalities. It's like, yes, I'm a Viking. I'm Genghis Khan.
Pretty sure I'm related to Alexander the Great somewhere in there.
Right. I love how nobody's ever like, I was a peasant. I had the bubonic plague.
My 1% Middle Eastern is the Jesus in me. That's for sure.
Yeah, when I was really young, I tended to hang around with a kind of a fringe crowd in Idaho, and there was a lot of the New Agey stuff, and of course everybody's like a reincarnation of like Cleopatra or Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
The point at which is like, okay, I can't take this seriously anymore. When somebody told me I was the reincarnation of Merlin, it's like, okay, so I'm the reincarnation of a fictional character.
Wouldn't you just be the carnation then?
Yeah, right. Good one, Valhalla.
I imagine you like in a South Park episode of the, with the goth kids, that sort of thing. They're just making stuff up because it sounds cool.
Oh. Yeah. D. Robertson, or who was it?
Where in Idaho, please?
I grew up in Boise. My parents still live there. I try and get back there if I can, like about every other year. I was born in Boise, lived in Billings, Montana for a few years when I was a kid. We moved back to Boise, then lived in California for a few years, and then back to Idaho again. And then about 24 years ago, I moved out here to try and do a blacksmithing apprenticeship that never worked out. But a couple of years after I came out here, I met my wife. Incidentally enough, I was teaching her how to braid, and we kind of started dating after that. And we've been married for about, this August, it'll be 20 years for us.
Aww.
She saw how good you were with your hands, and she was like, oh, I'm marrying this dude immediately.
Heck, she's like, she has long hair. She's not dumb.
Since you're interested in the Asian culture and all that stuff, or at least to some extent, have you seen the Japanese garden in Idaho Falls?
I have not. I will have to check that out. Again, I haven't been in Idaho Falls for like, close to 25 years, but I did get there semi-regularly. So
I have stayed overnight there twice, both by, well, one the first time was just like, oh, let's just stop. But the first time was an accident. We had like a vehicle breakdown. And then I went out to Butte, Montana in December of 2020 just to, go someplace that wasn't under lockdown. And then we decided to stop over in Idaho Falls as well. I just like that garden, that's like all that was there that I really saw, but it was very cool. Like you're on this busy street, like cars rushing by, and it's like a divided highway sort of thing, and there's crossroads, and then you step down into this Japanese garden, and all the sound goes away.
Where's
it's
it
just
at?
calm and peaceful. It's at Idaho Falls, Idaho. It's really weird. Like you step down into it.
You are in for a surprise in Idaho Falls.
In for a surprise.
It's beautiful.
I like it.
Yeah, we have a vacation home in Tamarack, and I spend a lot of time in Boise, and most of all my work stuff, if you will, is in Nampa. So I spend
you have
quite
a time
time
there in Des Moines as well.
No,
making sure.
I don't know that. We don't own timeshares.
Timeshares are.
Oh, I can't.
It's not a good investment. So no, my stepdad actually, who's a super, like he's a real estate mogul. Somebody, Andre Agassi, photograph, bought into this development in Tamarack, Idaho, which was supposed to be the next Vail or the next, those famous ski resort places, right? And my stepdad's like, yeah, I don't go for those scams. I'm not into it or whatever. And then my stepsister, I think, bought something there, and he's like, he fell in love with it, so he bought something there, and the development did go kaput, but we still kept the house, so we go there. We spend a lot of time there.
Are these the pictures of it?
Yeah, these are the Japanese gardens.
Yeah, the Japanese gardens in Idaho Falls. Yes, Wendy, it really was a vehicle breakdown. The truck started, we were hauling a camper trailer, and the truck started spraying oil like all along the side of the camper trailer. We're like, something's not right. So we got a new truck out of Idaho Falls.
I do not. No. I do not rent timeshares.
Speaking of Idaho Falls, between there and Montana, right at the edge of the Yellowstone Park, there's a small town called West Yellowstone. It's really fun to drive through there in like June, and it looks nice. Pretty much everything is green except at the edge of all the little houses along there. There's like snowdrifts that are still like almost up to the roof of those houses.
Very cool. So you're in Pennsylvania now, you said?
Yep, been here for about 24 years.
Okay. I like Pennsylvania. You north, south? You near?
I'm far eastern. I'm about half an hour between Philadelphia and Allentown.
Oh, okay. I went to Philadelphia the first time a couple years ago. Actually a year ago now.
On purpose?
Yeah, I go to
Philly
Philly on purpose.
Some historical
Probably
thing. Yeah. His LARPing. David was LARPing.
Went and saw the Liberty Bell. Saw Franklin's where Franklin's home was.
Did you lick
Ran
it?
up the steps. Ran up the steps to the Rocky thing.
Yeah.
Did you lick the Liberty Bell?
No, you can't get that close to it.
I think you're supposed to lick it.
I think they frown on that now.
I would lick it. I would lick it for sure.
Went to the first Senate House where George Washington stood and all the founders for the first Congress.
That would be pretty cool, I guess. I'll give you that. Fine.
David, I feel like you would, or maybe we talked about this before. I think you would love Colonial Fredericksburg.
I don't think I've ever been to Fredericksburg.
Oh my God.
I've been to Gettysburg.
No, Colonial Williamsburg, they are all in character. The whole town, it's the original colonies, and everyone's in character, and they have literally all the crafts that they did and all of the careers or whatever, build, like the blacksmith is right here and the baker's here, and they don't use electricity. It's amazing. And your favorite part, which I know you would love, Jefferson is there having a talk with people, and these nerds sit in the audience and try to argue with him, and he doesn't break. Your people.
Your people.
Try to argue with him. Yeah,
I don't argue with him. I would gladly shake his hand and agree with every
I
word
know.
that he has.
I think you would love it.
Torrin, are you allowed to break character when you're in your
Yeah,
elements?
Yeah, there's it's not a show put on for the public. That's another thing. Is it's pretty much an environment for the participants.
Wow.
The event I go to, you have to essentially either be a member or pay to get in, and it's not as a show done for the public. There's some YouTube videos about the event. It's called Penzic War. I'm
going to be honest. It sounds a lot like LARPing, man. Sounds an awful lot like LARPing.
Oh, it's not LARPing,
Yes,
Valhalla.
it truly is. Yeah, they have real teepees. They have real, it's so cool there, Colonial Williamsburg. I think David would love it there.
For the record, I would totally go LARPing one time. I would totally do it.
Yeah, but what kind of LARPing? You want like a broadsword and a kilt? Or...
He wants.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I want to see that. I want video of that.
Torrin, can we make this happen in a location where I can film it?
Do it.
Well, if you can make it up here, I mean, I'm
okay.
Probably.
Dave, he's got the plane tickets already bought. He's on his way. Tank's filled up. Filled up.
All right, we got to make our way up to Philly, or not Philly, but near Philly. Then we can make this a whole excursion because Valhalla can lick the Liberty Bell. He can get dressed into a kilt and play with the broadsword.
I think I remember somebody got arrested for licking the Liberty Bell a couple of years back.
They got arrested for hitting it with a hammer.
Don't do that.
Were they trying to see if it was really broken?
The guy was mentally disturbed. Apparently, if I remember, he was actually from Idaho. But
his name was Torrin, aka Torrin.
He had beautiful curly hair.
Torrin, are you into plants?
Not really. I've planted a couple of hickory trees in my backyard because I want to harvest the hickory nuts. So I only have another 5 to 7 years before I can get that. But that's
just around the corner.
Yep. Well, as they say,
I don't even know where I'll be that long from now.
They say the absolute best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time to plant it is now.
That's good. I like that, actually.
I'll go plant one. D. Robertson says MLS might like the Mountain Man days that they have in Rexburg, Idaho.
I like all that stuff. And
I
try to experience, all of it. It doesn't even have to have a particular time period. Like I'll go to Europe and tour castles, and
that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's very cool.
I got it.
There's this there's this rundown castle over in southern Sweden. Not rundown, but it's unoccupied really, and this is where the king's brother and nephews and stuff would just party. They'd bring their ladies back to and all this stuff. And it's just ruins now, and it's sitting on this lake, and there's a truck stop next, across from it now, and you go and you can have your coffee and donuts and eat your candy and shit and look over at this castle. Yeah, it's just they're scattered everywhere there.
That's wild.
It's kind of cool. But you walk over and it's got this historical markers about what it is and everything.
A lot of people just popped in. Can we please show what we're building, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Torrin, I guess I'm going first. All right. So I am building a Wild West set from the 90s. This is actually my childhood set. This is how much I've got so far going on it. So that's what I got going on.
Love
that's
it.
Cool. I used to have something along those lines.
I'm doing Himji Castle. It's a medieval Japanese castle.
It's a super awesome castle. And so far, my bad, go ahead.
Sorry.
So far, that's what he's got.
Yep. It's a little out of focus, sorry. And it'll take a couple seconds, but I'm on the second bag of bricks out of 16 bags.
Excellent. Amazing.
I've never seen that set
What's
before.
your prop, babe?
Cool. I am working on the water can flower pot first.
So cute.
Torrin shows up with 4,000 piece set. I was like, yeah, mine's got 20.
Listen, y'all. It's we're getting
Oops,
there.
sorry.
It's getting pretty close.
Wow! Oh my God, it's so cute.
It's pretty cute.
Oh, I'm obsessed.
It's pretty cute.
Valhalla's gonna start taking apart a couple more helmets. Be like, I still got more to build.
Take apart my big castle. I do have another set, but the pickings were slim, y'all. I went to 3 different places looking for Lego.
Yeah, you have to.
The problem is when you start buying so many of them. That's why I had the idea of rebuilding some of these old ones, because I have the old book. I thought I had most of the pieces, and I did.
Yeah.
I wish I had
There's
some
so
of the
many.
old sets from when I was a kid.
Torin Jung says she has a recommendation. Look up an asparagus fern. It's not a fern. It looks like a bonsai. I have 2. Think you'd love it.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Well, I'm going to check that out for myself too, because I need to do some landscaping out front.
My wife does a lot of gardening, so if it's usually
Nice.
plant related, I talk to her about it.
She might like that.
Yep.
Oh,
We also
they're
have
not-
7 cats, so we have to have most of the plants outside.
good.
Tug Raiders sent themselves. They weren't given a link. Well, we're so happy you're here. Hi, Deborah. I like you, Tug Raiders.
Tug tried to raid? Or did you guys just come over? Either way, thank you for being here.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
Thank
popped
you
in.
very
That's why
much.
they were- Yeah, thank you. We
awesome.
appreciate you so much.
Oh yeah, Megan and Tug were streaming there, weren't they?
They were.
Tug just. Hi, Shenny. Yeah, she said Tug just finished. Great. Well, thanks
Outstanding.
for coming over.
Welcome aboard, y'all.
As you can see, we have our amazing guest Torin here.
Who's link?
Wait, I'm going to say the word.
Link is in the description on both of our descriptions.
Kumihimo.
This
That's
stuff.
what
This is what he does.
And it's in
Which
chat
is
right now.
It's amazing artwork. It's amazing braiding. And I'm going to speed this up just a touch. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. And he wanted to try to do one of these braids during the Lego stream. We said, no, you need to build Lego.
Gotta build Lego. Lego. Somebody asked me if they could paint the other day, and I was like, hey, we can do that stream anytime you want.
But not on Lego.
But not on Lego. Not on Lego.
Yeah.
We're sticklers, y'all.
Really
we
cool.
actually really like it when our guests build Lego. We appreciate that.
But this is silk, right? It's silk braiding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gorgeous.
Okay,
so
so
cool.
what's the tensile strength of these belts when you're done with them? Even though it's
I would have to calculate it out, but I'm pretty
It's
sure
gotta
you
be
could
strong
hold
as
several.
hell.
You got to hold several people with it because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a lot of silk, and silk is very, very strong. It's not
That's
quite spider web strength, but it's pretty close.
Oh yeah, you could definitely probably pull a car out of a ditch with that stuff. Maybe 2 strands of
I
it.
think so. You know, I live near the country and we have a lot of we do a lot of 4-wheeling where I live. You could pull yourself out of that jam.
I recommend maybe not trying to if you got a better option, but in a bunch.
I was going to
In
say,
a
it seems like
bunch.
a really bad use of that.
It
nice
would be a
elegant
really
braid.
expensive use of that tool.
all
right?
this beautiful silk that's been
know, right?
hours and hours.
But I am
created.
bougie, so I could see myself using that. Get out of the jam.
Yeah, with Rob on last week, he was talking about how I asked if he wanted it as a belt, and he says he can't wear it, and it's like it's perfectly fine. to wear it as a
Entirely
belt.
too fancy.
I would definitely wear it as a belt.
You would. I could see that.
So there is this opposing counsel that I saw once, and he we were at the Court of Appeals, so we were doing oral arguments, and he was my opposition. But he had this pair of shoes that I kind of dug. I liked the style of them, so I looked them. I asked them what they were. We're sitting waiting for the Court of Appeals. So I'm pulling it up on Amazon. I'm looking at them, and they had this one which was a black shoe with a white sole and a red stripe that went around and red laces. And I was like, I'm getting that, damn it! And I ordered those, and I wore those things every day to court for like the next year until I wore a hole through them. That's my style. I like things that stand out a touch.
I couldn't imagine you being slightly flashy. Couldn't imagine it at all.
They were the coolest freaking shoes. And
Did they go with
I had
your
to get
pink
myself a
tie
pair.
though?
They went with everything.
Nice.
And it didn't matter. They went with everything. No, I do like the pink tie. I have a bright yellow tie. Anything that stands out. So
I like your yellow and pink ties. Those are my favorite.
yeah, I have a Jody Arias tie.
Oh Lord, of course you do. Torin, we have a lot of people in chat that are saying, Christine, Deborah, they're all saying they sub to your channel. So
Thank you very much. It is much appreciated.
And I will say this too: if you watch his streams, he does these live, right? I've got it a little bit sped up. He'll show you the diagram, the computer model that he's working off of, but you kind of sit with it in the background, and it's just very meditative. And it's a great way to just relax and watch the stream. You can chit chat a bit in chat if you want, and it's very meditative.
Torin does a great job too of the way he handles chat. I admire it. Works well for your art form, right? So you can do a layer or two of braids, do a step or two, and then check back in with chat and make sure that everything's good. And it's very meditative. It really is. It just kind of puts me at ease. I love it.
That's really cool.
The other day I was in there, I was chatting, and I said sorry because this was originally scheduled for 20th, and we had to move it up. And so I chatted, and then he doesn't get to it right away. So then I'm just sort of like I'm doing something else, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, Torin's responding."
Yeah, because I have to look at what I'm doing, and I figure the best way I can do it is I'll do a move, then I'll catch up with chat. That way I'm not like rushing or I'm misreading what people say. And I do try and emphasize that I'm trying to be an educational channel, so I'm more than happy to answer questions regardless of how many times I've answered them before.
We love that.
So, yeah, I've run across too many people who have tried to learn something, and then somebody gets frustrated or yells at them, or it's like, you're not doing it right. Well, I'm just starting out, and if you don't have the patience for people are not going to want to learn what you want to teach them. So
awesome.
But that's kind of my philosophy behind that.
Torin, Paul Carpenter asked if that's a homemade loom for the silk, or can you just buy it?
Yes and yes. I built my own about 20 years ago, I think, and I have made like another 6 or 7 to sell in the last 2 years. Wow. And I'm hoping to have several made this summer. I've got at least 2 of them that I've committed to build, and I want to have several others and kind of set up a production line in my shop to do that. I'm getting things organized for that, so it's not like stressful or a lot of oh no, it's down to the deadline and I'm rushing to catch up. I'm trying to get it to be a nice, consistent production line.
Well, this is a good segue to John's next question, and I'm curious too. Do you sell your work?
Yes, and the braids themselves would retail for about $3,000 for the amount of time and materials that go into them. But I also want to sell the equipment so people can do it themselves, and I can teach them how to do it.
I love that.
That's so cool.
That's beautiful. I love that so much.
How many hours does a typical braid take you?
60 to 80.
And we're talking how many feet of braid?
Between like 5 and 7 feet.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very cool.
So, I mean, I can do them shorter. It's just I figure that since I'm doing designs for people, I want to have enough that they can like show it on their channel if they'd like, or in the case of Danny, she actually will wear hers as a belt. Jeff
Danny.
hangs his in his background.
I have a question. I have a couple of knitted ties, and it would be really cool to have one of those as a tie. I wonder how long it'd have to be.
Ooh, yeah.
I'd wear that.
Where do we find your work to purchase, Torin?
I have just set up an LLC so I can like collect sales tax and like that. I'm going to set up a website to be able to do it. It's not in place yet. I'm hoping to have it in the next couple of months, but it will be Kitsune Kumihimo. And let me go ahead and type that into private chat.
Because that was a word.
It's 2 words. A kitsune is a Japanese fox spirit that can have anywhere between like 3 and 9 tails.
Oh, yeah. I know what those are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jung talks about those all the time.
I almost got one tattooed on me, actually. Almost.
You can tattoo it on Torin.
Torin doesn't want that. I promise.
No, I'm not a tattoo person. Sorry.
I'm not a tattoo artist, so it works out fine.
Ooh, a headband. I like that idea.
All right. did the proper spelling, and I have registered the domain, so I will not have to worry about it being sniped out from under me. So when I get a chance, that's the domain name I'm going to be using. Kitsune Kumihimo.
I'm putting it in the chat for y'all. Hold on just a sec.
Shoot. I was putting it in a banner and then I messed up.
Well, if I ever get to make the braid list, goat.
Awesome.
Jasper the goat. Jasper the goat. All over it.
Possibly, but like I said, I've got
That's cool.
The ones I've said that I'm actually going to make. I'm going to do one for Aussie Overlord, Uncivil Law. Uncivil is next, then Aussie Overlord, and I'm probably going to. The next one after that is probably going to be potentially Criminal. And I also said I want to do one for Robert Barnes, but I'm going to have to either a lot of research or have a chance to actually talk to him, and that's probably not going to happen anytime in the near future.
Well, never say never, my man.
Yeah.
It's amazing what this YouTube thing will do.
I don't know if that link, that was maybe not a great link. I don't know what I did. It has StreamYard in the link, so I don't think that's his site. I don't know what I did wrong. Sorry, kids.
Delete that. Delete that.
Yo, delete that.
Delete that.
Did I just put the?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did bad.
All right. Look, I want Torin to be my teacher, not you. You're mean.
Where did it go?
I deleted
I already
it.
Okay.
you know, even if 20 people click on that link, they can't get in until I let them in.
You're not wrong, dear. It's
I'm
not a terrible mistake to make.
We have 5 people in the background right now.
Well, they're just gonna have to wait.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I'm glad I looked up when I did. That's for sure.
What did Jojo asks? What did Ricada think after he figured out what you were making for him?
He was very impressed with it, though. I think his wife likes it a lot more than he does. But he did do a thank you and showed it on stream. And Lady Rackets definitely was very happy that I'd made it when I got a chance to talk to her in Philly.
Lady Rackets is
Rob
an
really
absolute
enjoyed showing
sweetheart.
us his piece that you made for him last week in the Lego stream.
Yeah, I did watch.
He
I did
bragged
watch
about
last week's stream.
You come on up, Levy. You come on. Just kidding.
I've streamed with Levy before.
Really?
I have.
Lucky.
And Just
that
Dawn.
guy. He's
I've also met them both in person before. How you like that?
Oh, I
apples?
bet. Oh, are they gonna go? Are they gonna be at Dollywood?
Hopefully. Last I heard is they're trying. They've got a big trip coming up this summer in Europe, so they weren't sure if they're going to make it. But hopefully, hopefully.
My mother-in-law is coming in from Sweden, and she's expecting to see Dollywood.
She's coming in from Sweden. That never even clicked. Your
That didn't
mother-in-law.
click when my wife from Sweden's mother is coming.
Yeah,
to Dollywood.
That didn't click at all, man. I'm an idiot. Awesome. I
I
can't
said
wait to
she's
meet
more
her.
excited to
That's
meet
so
Baker
exciting.
than anything else.
Yamaha's naked backstage dancing. Oh, you think I can't see you?
Yeah, we can see you, Yamaha. We can see you.
He thinks because he has that really cool voice that we can't see. We can only hear him, but we can see you.
Oh.
Well, I'm
Uh-oh.
currently on move 29 out of 299.
You're on step 29 of 299.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
That is on schedule to be a 10-hour stream, my man.
Well, I think I'm actually picking up speed as I'm going along.
I'm just going.
We might we might have
We
to
might have to do a two days.
We might have to
Part two.
revisit our finishing all the projects on one stream philosophy we've had so far.
Hi, Nick.
I am hurrying my
Nick.
absolute best.
Nick.
You're
No,
good,
you're
buddy.
fine.
You're
It's
good.
not a race. It's not a race. And I will say that if you bit off more than you can chew, I did that once too. When we streamed,
you
what is
did.
it? Episode 3, I think. Was it 2 or 3? I can't
It was
remember.
the one when you were in Sweden. I don't know if it was 3 or 4. Because the
I can't
first
remember.
two,
But
well, maybe
I
it was
bought-
2.
I bought
I think it was
I
2.
bought
I
the
think it was.
Super Mario Brother mystery or question mark box thing, and that was an absolute fail. I could not finish that one in one stream.
No,
I was
he
nowhere
struggling.
near being done, and it was like 5 hours in. the sun was rising.
It's like 5 a.m. in Sweden.
Torin, George Cunningham wants to know what you're making.
I am making Himji Castle, which is a medieval Japanese castle.
It's so cool.
It's a 2,125 piece kit.
It's gorgeous.
So what do you prefer, Idaho or Pennsylvania?
I like them both. One of the I'm assuming we're okay swearing, right?
Oh yeah.
One of the interesting differences, despite the fact they're pretty close to the same latitude, is that the humidity difference. My wife, who is a Pennsylvania native, has gone out with me to Idaho a few times, but it's usually been in like the winter where weather is a bit drier, but not too bad. And she, a couple years ago, we went out there in late July, early August. And while it gets occasionally up to about 100 here, the humidity is also really high. When we got out there, it was like 108. We land at the airport, which is air conditioned. We get out, we get to the rental car, and we're not even out of the parking lot. And my wife says, "Oh my God, my contacts are fucking popping out of my eyes."
It's so dry. It's so terribly dry.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I
So
like
she
this.
likes
Salty
Idaho.
Dog says Torin is a serious guest. I love that.
Thank you.
He's legit.
Yeah.
He's legit.
And if you guys are late for the late arrivals, he's also a constable, which I find awesome and fascinating at the same time. And okay, so you write your so you walk in, you randomly write your name down as a write-in candidate for constable. You win with 100% of the votes. Now what? Like what happened?
All right. So okay, sorry. I just was looking at what I'm doing here. Okay. So that's a weird part of the castle. Anyway, so I got elected, and I talked to my, I read up a little bit more on what was involved when I realized that I had actually really won, and I got the election certificate. I explained to my wife what was involved, asked if she was okay if I do that.
Oops.
And she goes, "Yeah, it's okay. You can do it. I'm happy to support you in this for what you need." And it's like late at night, we're talking. And at the end of it, I say, "And it comes with a badge." And she says, "What? Are you 5?"
That's the best part, I feel like.
I would have been excited about the badge.
Me too.
Yeah,
I had been excited for you.
I would have been
myself,
on all the social media posting my badge.
But she said afterwards that she was just tired. But it's a cute story, and so I get a hold of the county government to figure out what I have to do to register with the county, and figure out what I have to do to get certified. Because you could be elected constable, and if you're not certified, the courts won't work with you. And the only thing that you can do at that point is to essentially guard the court or guard the polls on election day, which incidentally is a misdemeanor if you do not do that. So yeah, I got to be at the polls.
You could actually be charged with a crime for not doing a job that you wrote your name in.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Will you have to arrest yourself?
That's like the dumb, like you see those shows like dumbest way to get arrested,
right?
Yeah.
Because you
wrote my name in.
I don't want to see you on that show, Torin. Although I do keep bail money for myself, so I have some in my safe. If you ever need it.
Speaking of which, for Dollywood, have double bail money, okay? In case we
Got it, babe. You got it. I got you. I got you.
But
just give Mrs. Valhalla your phone so she can text me if
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so anyway, after that, apparently to be certified to work with the courts, you have to go through 80 hours of constable training, and if you're going to carry a firearm, it's 40 hours of firearms training. And at the time I got elected, both of those were free. Though if you failed the class and you had to take it again, you would have to pay for it. So I went through that. It was an interesting class. They had it on the weekends. And after that, I found my where my local magisterial district court was, though a constable can work anywhere in Pennsylvania as long as the local court's willing to work with them. Found the local judge, introduced myself, and I'd say probably about 4 or 5 months after I did that, they started having, or actually it was more like 3 months, they started having a little bit of work for me. I joined the one of the 3 state constable associations and got an idea what was going on, got a little bit of help when I first started out, and I've been doing it since then. It's about between like 3 and 5 hours a week on average. Ooh, that's nice.
It's coming along. It's coming along.
Very cool.
Little barrel fell down. There you go. It's getting there.
Oh,
It's getting there.
so cute.
I'm having childhood memories.
I love the barrel. I love that. It's really cute.
So wait, this actually is a set that you've built before, huh?
Yeah. This
Yeah,
is
it's 10.
when I was like 12.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is where I'm at still.
Nice. Love it.
I saw the pyramid IRL today. Actually, my stepson has the pyramid, and that is a cool build. I got to build that.
I saw that one the other day, and I thought about it.
Tia Nina, Dave. She says Dave is building his dream treehouse. There actually is a Lego treehouse now that I'm going to get.
You have.
I saw that the other day. That one.
Yeah, it's a lot of pieces, though.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that much.
Wendy Marino. By the way, Wendy, I haven't seen you in the last several Lego streams. It's good to have you back. We met Wendy on Steph the Ultra Nerd. She came to us from Steph.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. Of course, I remember because she has my name. We have the same name.
Steph's
she wants to know where you all store your Lego builds. Good question.
Oh,
most.
I was just having.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just having this conversation with my wife because I'm kind of running out of room for them. There's many that are still in the treehouse. There's some that are on the shelf in the dining room, just randomly. I took as many as I could, the Star Wars ships, and hung them on the wall to free up space in other spots. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm just shoving them into drawers. Don't know where to put them.
I actually the other day started taking them apart and putting them in my bins. Some of the older, or not older, but some of the Star Wars ones that I,
running out of room. That was the problem.
It's a real problem, man. It's a real problem. I obviously have a lot in my background in my studio setup or whatever, right?
Dave, did you see Salty Dog's question?
I do still have my boat channel, although I haven't done much with it. I have a panel that I just finished doing an epoxy pour on, and I'm going to install it tomorrow, actually, film that, and then I'll have my video finished for that. And if you guys remember over the summer on some of Broken Baker's streams, I was out working on it. I was planning it down and stuff. So that'll all be up there.
Nice.
Very cool.
Let's see. Yeah.
Dave has fully built Lego swept under his carpet, Justin says.
Yes, I
He
do.
might. I don't know. I feel like Dave's too organized for that. That would probably drive him crazy.
Do you see the shelf behind him and the rest of that workspace? I get it. His tools are all nice and neat, but that's.
You mean? Oh, yeah. Okay. Here. Okay. So let's explain
is the
this.
Shelf nice and neat. No. It's
so this.
Oh, that's
first of all,
nice.
Okay, that's all the camping stuff, and there's bins over there. It looks like a mess because
it does.
There's a giant bin that needs to go back up there. There's a tent up there.
Oh, okay.
We had a squirrel living in all of this over the winter, and so it's all been torn out. And I'm cleaning it, and I'm throwing shit out, and I was just throwing stuff back up there temporarily. But yes, generally that's not the nicest looking shelf anymore.
Yeah, you're right, Valhalla. Yeah, you just made my whole
Damn it.
thing.
Here we go. Okay. Is that better?
Slightly. A little better. That'll work.
A little more. Yeah, a little.
This is all organized back here.
You're welcome, Salty Dog.
I thought you were going to blame it on your son. Be like, this is my son's part of the garage.
Oh yeah, take your Lego to the office, David. That's a good idea.
I could.
The turtles are active, Valhalla. They look happy.
So Torin, where are you putting your Lego when you're done?
I'm not sure. It's probably going to be up here next to all my streaming stuff because I figure it's going to be a good prop or accessory for the type of stuff I want to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I know Steph put hers in the background of her studio.
Yeah. She sure did.
Everyone but Rob has put theirs, I think, somewhere in their like background.
Oh,
Well,
Rob
we'll
said he's giving his to his kid or something. Or
Oh yeah,
not his kid, but
no,
his
his
nephew?
wife. His nephew. You're right, his nephew.
He doesn't have a kid.
See how well
Why do I have a short
David
of some
listens.
weirdo shoving a newt in my face ball? Y'all go
I
check
caught a
out
newt
Valhalla
today.
shorts. They're really cute.
I thought y'all might want to appreciate the newt.
I loved it.
I am missing a piece, and I've got 4 extra pieces so far.
Well,
that's very typical. Yeah, very typical.
Fortunately, the piece that's missing doesn't look like it's going to be a structural one, but this is currently where I'm at.
Cool.
That's very cool.
You can see, oops, sorry, wrong side. You can see the missing piece right there. It's supposed to be green.
Wait. Oh, I was doing a solo.
Oh, sorry. Yep, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see the missing piece. Yeah. Just put a brown one in. You'll be fine.
I don't think he has any extra pieces.
Well, since you have Torin's green screen, Jung wants to know, what does Torin do with the green screen behind him?
Normally what I do is I hide the absolute mess this room I'm in is with the
Like
secondary
David.
camera.
Yeah.
So
most people have shame about their messes. I just throw it on display.
Yeah, show it for the internet.
David has no shame.
It's more to make sure that Mrs. Torin is not unhappy with me about that.
Good
so
idea.
I'm going to mute real quick while I open the next bag.
Of course, yeah. Susan York asks, has anyone seen the Deep Space Nine build? It's to scale and intentionally lit with LEDs. Internally lit. 750,000 pieces to build. Wow.
That's
no, I've not heard of it.
insane. I haven't heard of that either. But it sounds cool. I'd
My
use it as
train wheels are not going to work.
Salty Dog says, keep a receipt. It'll be a write-off for your LLC.
Absolutely. I can write it off 2 ways. 1, because it's advertising for being on this stream, and 2, it's for accessory decoration for the channel in general.
Oh yeah.
That's not true, Justin. He's not embarrassed. You know, he said the nicest thing on his stream last night.
He did. He absolutely did.
I got a little
Rob
from Lawn Lumber. He said he thanked me. I sent him a super chat and he thanked me for it. And he said that I think he said something like it was one of the best streams he's ever been a part of. Like he really,
if I recall correctly, he said
Please.
It was the most fun he's had on the internet, as I believe what he said.
That's even sweeter.
Right?
Yeah. He said he really enjoyed our the way we, he enjoyed being interviewed and not having to do all the talking, but yet he could, like
he was speaking quite highly of it.
I know.
Made me feel
because
happy.
it's worth speaking highly of, right?
Aw, Dave.
Yeah.
I found the lost piece.
There you go.
See, it's always in the bag. That's
Oh.
the thing I wanted to say is never throw out the bags until the set is completely done. And even then, give it another once over. Because I have thrown out bags and then gone through the garbage looking for the bags because I know that freaking piece is in there. Sure enough, it was.
And he's not bitter at all.
Just look at my little horse carrying a safe.
Oh my God, he's
gun
so
coat.
cute. Why do people make horses work so hard? I think that's mean.
Well, they can handle it, Wendy. That's why.
But have we asked
Except
them?
my horse,
No.
apparently. My horse has soggy frogs or something. I don't know. He doesn't like it when I get on him. My wife, I blame the frogs. My wife
That's
blames
rude.
my weight.
Maybe lay off the pasta tonight, buddy.
I would be so offended if my horse got mad when I got up on it.
Chad
be
is
like,
one of
"Get
the
this crap
things.
be off of me, please."
Chad is one of the things I'm kind of worried about if my channel actually does wind up getting large enough, because of the way I do it, I wouldn't be able to keep up with. So I'm trying to cultivate people that are nice and calm who are willing to be mods. So far, the only mod I've got is Gwendolyn SS.
She's good though.
Yeah.
Oh, she's been here tonight. She's been in chat.
Wait,
Yeah, I haven't.
Valhalla's not a mod?
Nope.
I don't think so.
What?
Yeah.
Well, he said calm people.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I'm a little sad, but I'm not offended.
No, I'm also not a mod anywhere.
Do you want to
Valhalla,
be?
you should have an auction or have a contest, and the winner gets a built one. Find at the bottom. Ooh, I like that idea, dude. You are
Maybe.
so smart. Not maybe, yes.
It would be hard to ship, I think.
Ship what?
It's $5
Lego.
to ship. It's $5.
How are you going to get it there in one piece, Wendy? How's it not going to
Oh, you don't get it in one piece. By the way, when I gift you the Lego build that I did of your suite, your room, your
You still haven't
studio,
given it to him?
it's all getting broken down. You have to figure out how to put it together.
That's so mean.
There's no directions.
It does seem a little mean, but I'll take it. I'll take it. With my free Legos.
I figured you could spend a Lego stream figuring it out.
Yeah. It'll be good. 3, 4. There we go.
Yes, your mods are super important in my not so humble opinion, because I'm David and Valhalla's mod.
The mods can be super beneficial. That's for sure.
They sure can.
Yeah.
You just got to be really careful. They can also cause problems, but
They can also cause problems.
But I mean, it's a human interaction, so things happen.
100%.
I blame Jung for all of it. I wouldn't have any mods. I wouldn't have a Discord. I wouldn't have anything but for Jung.
Right?
Damn it, Jung. Glue it together. Oh, then I'd have to take it apart and then rebuild it and glue it all together. It'd be horrible. Oh, it'd be horrible. I might be able to do it, but it'd be horrible.
Hey, everybody over in my chat. I'm just taking a look.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, this is probably a great time to remind people that if you are unaware, Dave's channel is pinned in my description. He's got a brand new fancy pants Legos channel, Lego Law.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you get over there, give him a sub on that channel. And
if you want to see me fail at building Legos on the Lego stream, if you want to see all kinds of fun Lego clips and things like that, you can see it all on Lego Law. That's what's pinned at the top of the chat.
That's pretty good, David.
We're excited for that new channel. David Nelson says Valhalla could build MLS's workshop and just dump a pile for his shelves.
That's pretty good.
By the way, people, I highly recommend USPS, just the normal post office, flat rate shipping. They have boxes, and the boxes are free. And they'll even, if you print the what's it called, the label at home for yourself, like it doesn't have to be on a fancy paper. Just print it on a piece of paper and tape it. They'll pick it up at your house. You don't even have to go to the post office. I'm a huge fan of using them.
So, Torin, what is the craziest story you have from being a constable? I'm more fascinated. I'm still so fascinated about this whole constable.
The constable thing is pretty neat, I gotta say.
I've been fortunate that I haven't had anything that was like super serious where I was like concerned about safety or anything like that. But I guess you'd say the craziest story is I was doing an eviction, and the lady was trying to get the money or whatnot. The property management company was willing to do that, and I was trying to express to this lady within the limits that I had how she would be able to do that and what she would need to do that. And I don't know if why this happened, but she had like a 8-year-old daughter or whatever there. And as this was going on, where I'm trying to calmly explain what she needs to do, and the lady is yelling at me being stressed. Obviously, it's a stressful situation. I try not to make it any worse than it absolutely has to be.
Sure.
But the daughter grabs her mom's leg, and looks up at me and yells, "Don't you take my mommy!" And it's like, that isn't even on the table. And that was a big gut punch.
I'm sure.
What do you think her mom told her?
Or
what do you think that child has seen?
Well, that's the thing, right? When
she's saying, "Don't take my mom."
The cop shows up, and the child's reaction is that her mom's going to get taken away. Yeah, that's a sad situation.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I mean, I didn't really respond to it. I didn't know if there was anything I could respond. I just kept trying to give the lady the information she needed, and she was able to make arrangements for being able to stay there. It's a complex that I deal with regularly. And apparently, while I was on vacation, like 6 months later, they did actually wind up getting evicted. But evictions are the most stressful and most dangerous thing for a constable. Every constable that's actually died in the line of doing their duties has been doing an eviction at the time.
I can imagine that could get a little dicey. Good night, buddy. We just got rated by the cutest thing on the planet, yo.
Sorry about that. He asked to show
tonight. Oh, he always has to say
he loves Lego. People are asking, does he like Lego? He loves Lego.
So the would you, in the future, do we have potential live body cam streaming to your channel or anything, doing your constable work?
Probably not. The state of Pennsylvania did pass a law about allowing body cams for law enforcement officers. It does not include constables. There are some county DAs here that do not consider constables are allowed to do it. And in those counties, it's essentially dangerous for a constable to wear a body cam. And the other thing.
Why would it be dangerous? I don't get that.
Because the DA will, if they get in any trouble, and which has happened where constables will get arrested, the DA will charge them for violating that statute. And they've issued essentially opinion letters saying that constables are not allowed to do that. If they record somebody, they can be in violation of the wiretapping statutes.
Are you guys a two-party consent state?
Yes.
Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, why would that be illegal? I was having a
that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it does.
And the other thing is since constables have no agency other than themselves, if we're having body cams that would need to be used for evidence, we really aren't set up to be able to store the video in a way that would be for a chain of evidence that would be more reliable for court use than just standard person recording. So while I did get a body cam at one time, until there's a better solution to come up with, I'm probably not going to have a body cam per se. I do have a dash cam in my car, and I try and park where the camera covers when I'm approaching a house or whatnot.
How do you have a camera in your car in a two-party state? Doesn't that
because it's audio? It's the audio that's the issue.
Got it. Okay.
But isn't it? I mean, if you're in public, you don't have an expectation of privacy, right?
In a two-party state, you do, right? You have. Go ahead.
Yeah, two-party state, as my understanding is that there has to be no expectation of privacy for it to not apply. So if you're recording a police officer in the commission of their duties, there's no expectation of privacy.
That makes more sense.
I'm a constable who I would come up to somebody's house and talk to them, and they would have an expectation of privacy in their house.
Sure.
So
that makes sense.
It's one of the things where I try to make sure that I am not at the cutting edge of the law.
Right.
While that is the part where things are interesting and happening, I don't really need for my life to be interesting in that way.
No. Sounds like something else I heard lately. Can you all excuse me for just a second while I go take a bio break?
My dear.
Right,
Young has a question. Torin enjoy Japanese food. Does he have a restaurant or recipe recommendation?
I do like Japanese food. I like sushi. I also like other Japanese foods. There are a couple of restaurants near us that have very decent sushi and hibachi type stuff, and we like going to them when we can afford it. Recently, my wife and I discovered a Korean barbecue place not too far away from us, and that's where I'm taking my wife for our anniversary when it comes up in. Actually, I'm taking her for her birthday as well as her anniversary. Her birthday is in about a week and a half.
That's awesome.
Nice. Okay, so this is my finished set.
It's really cute. Good job, David.
Be back here. Oh, and now I'm knocking this guy down. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, he's rolling out with the cannon anyways. There we go.
Very, very cute.
Gold Mine Wild West set with the, of course, the government authorities shutting down a prosperous gold mine for no good reason other than the government wants to steal the gold for themselves. But yeah.
Sounds familiar in my state. Back to Korea.
Oh, yeah, California.
Well, all the gold mines, where like the gold rush was.
Yes, the 49ers, the great 49ers.
That's right. When I was a kid, all of our field trips were surrounded around the settlers and the gold mining, and Sutter's Fort is right by my house. And we used to like go up, I think it's like Jackson or something. So one of those, offshoot towns off some weird highway that you go and you actually mine for gold. And yeah, it was fun.
Nice.
Elephant says, hi, Torin. Hey, Torin.
Hey, Elephant. Nice to see you. I see you in chat regularly.
Yeah, she's a regular.
Yeah, I really like me too.
You like Sydney, you said?
Sashimi.
Oh, sashimi.
Oh, me too. I could live on it.
People say sushi when they tend to mean sashimi for the raw fish. Sushi just means with rice. Sashimi is the raw fish.
Yes. Love it.
Well, I prefer sushi then, because I always get like a California roll or something. All cooked.
Yeah,
crab,
I like both.
Or lobster or net lobster.
You're making me hungry now.
I know. I'm kind of hungry too now, damn it.
Speaking of sushi rolls, I do consider the Philly roll to be an abomination. You shouldn't combine cream cheese with fish.
I agree. Okay, I mean, I'll eat it if, there's nothing else. But
So what are your thoughts on the Philly steak and cheese?
I'm not really a big cheesesteak fan. My wife is very insistent that a cheesesteak is steak and cheese. Out in Pittsburgh, they put on peppers, and she considers that not to be a Philly cheesesteak, even though she runs into a lot of people that say they like a Philly cheesesteak with peppers. And I think she calls it a Weber, but I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate. But that is her opinion as a native of this area.
Speaking of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's a cool town to visit for like a day and a half. I'm going to say there's like not a ton of stuff to do there, but there are some really cool things to see in Pittsburgh if you guys ever get a chance to go there. But when I was in Philly, I had to get, steak and cheese sandwich, of course. And I was like, okay. So I've had it. That was good. I wasn't like thoroughly impressed by it. Maybe I went to the wrong place, but I went to a bar next to the museum after we ran the Rocky Steps. So I'm assuming that was a good place to go. I don't know. Where do you normally go to get those things?
I really haven't been into Pittsburgh proper much.
No. Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia. I also tend to avoid Philly when I can.
Okay.
I mean, the only times I've been in Philly in like the last couple of years was to go to when Nick Rekieta came out.
Okay.
Otherwise, the closest we tend to get is if we're going to the airport to fly out of. But I'm from the north, or actually central east part of, or currently in central east or southeast part of Philly. I'm about half hour north of Philadelphia.
Oh,
thanks for the question, Harlan. When I'm in Philly, I eat the town of Tasty Cakes. Did I just say something inappropriate?
No, Tasty Cake is a brand of stuff like Hostess. They make cakes like that. They make pies.
Twinkies.
Not Twinkies, but they do make a lot of stuff similar to that. They do donuts, Entenmann, or not Entenmann's, like crimpets, butterscotch crimpets, which are kind of like zigzag Twinkies with butterscotch icing on top. They're good, but they're bad for my waistline, so I tend to stay away from them.
My
But
mouth water. This sounds really good.
There's a gas station chain. It's out there somewhere that we had to stop by on recommendation of like one of my wife's friends. That like you have to go by and you have to get this some sort of dessert at this gas station. I can't. Is this part of the whole? Is it Sheets? Yes. What are those things?
There's like the eastern end of the state has Wawas and the western end of the state has Sheets. There's a little bit of overlap.
Sheets.
They're both kind of like a gas station convenience store with a built-in mini deli. So you can get like subs and
but they have that dessert that they're like famous for. I can't remember what it is. It's like some sort of like a donut or something, or like some sort of cake thing. I don't know. It wasn't very good, but I had to get it. You know, I was told I had to get it.
Okay. I don't know what it is.
He spent $200 on tasty cakes last time he was there.
Yeah, we have a friend of ours that lives in Michigan that we get tasty cakes for her. We also and ship them out. We also do Lebanon bologna. So
I'm looking it up now because I pulled up.
Apparently, there's no preservatives in it. That's great.
Okay.
All right.
They don't have a menu at Sheets. I need a menu. Wait, what is this thing called?
And Royal Farms, I don't know that.
It's another gas station store type place. There's also Turkey Hill, which also is a brand of ice cream.
See, now I feel like I need to call my wife and ask her because I need to know the name of this thing.
Sarah Green is in Michigan. Hi, Sarah.
Hi,
David
Sarah.
lives in Michigan.
Do you have
Michigan
a
is
swamp creature
awesome.
avatar? Awesome. Is that one of the swamp things?
Oh.
that
It's an
Megan
alligator.
and Tug have been doing lately?
Yeah, it looks like an alligator with sunglasses on. That's awesome.
It's from a movie. It's
Garbage Pail Kids.
no,
One of the best, worst movies ever in the world.
no, Monsters Inc. Isn't she on? Isn't she? No, I'm thinking of somebody else.
I don't
No,
think
you're
so.
thinking.
It kind of looks like her though, a little bit.
Right?
I'll give
You know
that.
what I mean, right?
Well, just because she's wearing your type of glasses, Wendy, doesn't mean
I know,
she's
right?
the monster.
You know what? Somebody asked at the beginning of the stream if I was okay because I looked really tired, and I think it's because they're used to seeing me with my glasses on. My
That's
eyes,
exactly
my
what it is.
eyes.
Could be.
Could be. Also,
Bye,
when I wear
Lefty.
contacts, my eyes, it makes my eyes feel heavy. It's really weird. Like my eyes feel tired even if I'm not tired. Bye, Lefty.
Bye, Lefty.
So have
No,
you ever
we-
gone up to take a picture like outside the Dunder Mifflin Scranton, PA headquarters?
Gwendolyn grew up in Michigan.
Nope.
Nice.
I tend to avoid Scranton as well.
I don't blame you there.
Is that the Electric City?
Mostly coal powered.
Well, I figure anything that I can avoid that's Biden related is probably a good idea for me.
All right,
Not
I got to call
wrong.
my wife and get the name of these things. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
call her. Mustang
Get them
McCracken.
with her.
I'm gonna see Bucky's for the first time when I go to Dollywood. I'm excited.
I've not been to a Bucky's. Can you believe that?
I don't think that they have those in California.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably. Not a whole lot of giant truck stops in California, is there?
Actually, I-5 has a lot of truck stops on it. We do
I-
have like legit truck stops,
I can
but
see
not
that.
like Bucky's. They're like, I don't know what they're called. Yeah.
Pilots, Flying J's,
Yes.
etc.
Yes, pilots. Yeah.
The real question, I think, Torin, is what kind of cheese goes on a Philly?
Oh yeah.
It's supposed to be Cheese Whiz.
Damn right. Damn
What?
right. Cheese Whiz.
No.
Nobody knows this, but everybody needs to. It's true.
Yep.
The original Philly steak sandwich came with Cheese Whiz. Wendy's making all the ick faces.
I just got real ugly real fast.
It's good.
I mean, Cheese Whiz goes on Ritz crackers, not on a sandwich.
I
You mean
don't,
Cheese Whiz, the stuff in the can?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
They come in jars too.
Really?
Yeah.
No. I never.
Well, I'm definitely speeding up. I'm just finishing up move 40.
Well, we are here for you.
Outstanding. Bucky's in Houston, 50 types of beef
Oh, I
jerky,
didn't know
beef
Bucky's is all the way out close. Yeah.
All right, I need to do a sub-assembly, but here's my current status.
Oh yeah, you've come on.
Nice.
Great.
It's getting there. It's moving along.
Yes, it is.
It took a bit to get the base going, and now you're going.
Yep. And most of these bags have larger pieces and fewer in them, so I'm hoping that things will speed up.
Jung has a BTS song recommendation for Torin.
Okay.
And Pen Man, Just One Day, Paradise Serendipity, Play for Your Wife.
Okay.
All right.
Don't do it. It's a trick.
She's gonna get. You're gonna Google it once, and then your entire feed on any social media or anything is going to be BTS.
Always.
You tricked me into that once.
As an IT person, I do know how to use clean browsers and avoid things related to my normal online account.
So his computer does not get shut down.
And also, I have indeed, as an IT person, been in a room with one other person, discussed something that I have not ever looked up online and have not discussed in years, and within half an hour, it was showing up on my Facebook feed in the ads.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know this either. Lebanon sausage, is it cured smoked sausage? I'm not
Yes,
gonna
it
say
is.
that.
It is absolutely delicious.
I love sausage. You can save your fancy meat for me. You can keep your filet mignon. I want hot dogs. I want sausage. I want bologna. I want the gross stuff, like the stuff that's not good for you.
It says Lebanon bologna, but it does not taste like standard bologna. It is a very different flavor, and it is very good. It's a smoked flavor. If you have a chance between regular Lebanon bologna and sweet Lebanon bologna, go with the regular.
Never heard of it.
Bye, Paula.
Okay, this is what this thing is. It's called a gob or something like that. It's at Sheets. Yeah, it's called gobs. Gobbs or Z rather. And it's this like cream cookie thing, and we had to get it because that's what you get in Pennsylvania at Sheets. There it is. That's what it is.
Okay, it's kind of like a moon pie.
Yeah, kind of like a moon pie.
Oh, is that marshmallow in there? Did you already tell us what was in it?
No, it's like a cream filling. It's not marshmallow.
Oh, like what's inside of a ho-ho or a ding-dong or something?
Yeah, similar, but they have different flavors, all kinds of flavors. But that's what we had to have.
I'd take it.
No preservatives, I guess.
How does Lefty said he spent $200 on those things?
Yeah.
No preservatives in it.
It's like a whole thing. Yeah, they're expensive. They're not cheap.
So maybe he didn't get his money is worth. Think Valhalla and everything. $200 worth of ho-hos would be. You would have to.
He said that it lasted him like 3 months or something. He said, right?
Oh, he did.
No, they're not okay. So they're like $4 each, right?
I'll be right back.
We got those and a couple of coffees, and we're like $20. What is this? But we got some coffee along with it. I'm gonna mute you just in case he's gonna like take a pee or something. But $200 is a lot to spend on these things. Yeah, that's what they are.
That's not the brand that he was talking about, though, is it?
No,
that's the
I
one your
don't think
wife
so.
wants you to get.
Yeah, this is the one that my wife's friend said that we had to get.
Oh, I love coconut unbronzed Laura. Lamingtons. Try Lamingtons if you like.
Take care, Kay Marshall. She's taken off. She said very
Have a good night. Thanks for being here, y'all.
Good night, dear.
We appreciate y'all.
I only eat Amish made whoopie pies. I'm not okay. That's a thing. That's not like a euphemism or a joke.
It sounds like a euphemism. I'll tell you.
I don't know.
I was reading that. I was like, okay.
I mean, they probably do make them.
Yeah, you do you, Ellie. You do you.
Jung had some questions for Torrance. I'll wait till he gets back. She wanted to make sure he knew that the song recommendations were curated just for him. So
sponge cake. That cookie, this thing, by the way, is like a sponge cake. It's not like a cookie. It's just It was like it just threw me off. It had a weird texture. It's like a cake, not a cookie.
Yeah, Mustang. This isn't Baker's channel. We don't get all cream pied here, but I mean, you know.
We are tonight, by God.
Yeah, you know it.
Everybody's getting a cream pie.
And you get a cream pie, and you get a cream pie.
Whoopie pies are delicious. I don't know what a whoopie pie is. Oh, look at this.
Oh, what do we got? What do we have here?
Oh, dang, he's got some.
I'm overdue to send the.
Oh,
there we go.
well, that looks like bologna to me.
It looks like salami.
Looks like salami.
Oh, salami, yeah. Oh, my mouth.
What are these? Tasty cakes? There you go.
Oh my God.
Okay. See, now I gotta go get some food.
Y'all, I'm hungry. Stop. That looks to die for.
Butterscotch icing.
This is a man who likes his treats.
Actually, these are for our friend in Michigan. We just have to send it out, and I just haven't gotten around to preparing the ice pack.
I haven't given you my address yet, so
yeah, I know, right?
Sorry, my other friend in Michigan. But yeah, we send that as care packages because we bring them out with us when we come because it's like an Eastern Pennsylvania thing. She can kind of occasionally get it in Western Pennsylvania, but not very often. And so we have that ready to ship out. And I figured this would be a great time to grab it and show you what I was talking about.
Outstanding.
Nice.
And you are safe on the audio because my microphone is next to my camera. And
okay.
The earpiece I've got is only receiving. It doesn't pick up anything.
Oh, smart.
Well, just in case, you never know.
Yeah, it's better safe than sorry.
Who was it that went to the bathroom with the mic on?
Bronca did it once.
Was it Bronca? That's what I thought.
I know Bronca's done it once. I know that.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Okay, so Torin,
I get nervous and I leave my microphone stationary.
One time I left without muting or whatever, and he's like, "I'm going to turn that off in case you have to go to the bathroom." And I'm like, "I'm a girl. We don't go to the bathroom." Jung Forever says, "Torin, you know," and I'm going to say it incorrectly. And Penman. That's Japanese.
Okay.
So, and then she says, "Hey, these song recommendations were thought out and specific to Torin after hearing him talk so far."
Okay, thank you.
So thoughtful, Jung.
Good job, Jung. We love you.
Good job, baby. You got it. You got it. When you got to go, you got to go, Justin says.
She's like a human database for BTS.
Yeah,
you could be like,
that did that.
you could say 3 words and she'll be like, "Oh, there's this song, this song, this song."
Mm-hmm. Jung could write her own. If she wasn't so afraid of musicals, she could write her own BTS musical. She does not like musicals.
She'd go watch that musical for sure. I guarantee
right?
it. Okay, so your belts. Because I keep forgetting the name again.
You can just say braids.
Your braids. All right, your braids. There we go. You say that those take. You said 60 hours.
Yeah, that's from like pulling it from individual threads to finishing it off. So it's about 40 hours of actual on the frame braiding.
Now, do you have to stretch it afterwards, or when you're done braiding it, is it done? Is it ready to go?
It's done. The weights are like 100 grams each, and there's one per thread. So I've got like probably about like 10 to 15 pounds of overall weights on the frame, holding it under tension all the time I'm braiding it. And I beat the threads in, so it's a nice firm texture. And when I release it, I sew the end up so it doesn't unravel, and like wrap thread around it to give it a nice finish. And it's good to go from there. It'll even out a little bit over time, but I try and get the tension decent ahead of time.
Okay, very cool.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay,
sure. Now, the one you're currently working on, that's an original design, or is that something you came up with?
It's an original design. I mean, I'm using it. The layers are a 1-1 twill pattern, which basically means they're over under per thread. As opposed to like a 2-2 where it goes over 2 and then under 2 in the weave. But that pattern is, for all pickup braids. The technique is called pickup braiding. that gives you the 2 colors, and the interchange gives you your pattern. But yeah, I did the design for how it would go, and the software I use for it plots out the moves for me. If I didn't have the software, what I'd have to do is I'd have to look at a chart and the line of each individual on the V, and where each color is different, and then look up essentially a library for that specific move, and then write that down in a row. And it's tedious, but not overly complex. So the software doing it is great. There's a lady in France that came up with this particular one, and
thank God for her. Huh?
Yeah, her business is Artisan Art, and the other company that has one that's not easily used online, like a web thing, is called Takadraft, and you can do that as like a standalone, and that's through the Braiders Hand Company in Washington.
Cool.
That's that software. So it's specifically for the type of braiding that you do.
Yep.
Okay.
And she's also done similar ones for other similar types of braiding. And there's a bunch of people that have done it for the round disc style for people.
What's the round disc style? Like
it's called a Marodai. If you look through my channel and search for Marodai, I have probably 3 or 4 different braids that are Marodai braids, and they're awesome. They show you how to do that as well. If you look through my playlist, there's a couple of the earlier playlists are that type.
And that's just a different loom setup, for lack of a better
term? I don't really have a way to easily drag it onto camera, but I've got a couple as well of those style that I use. And they're usually like a wood disc, about 12 inches across with a hole in the center. And they also use the weights and a counterweight to hold stuff under tension.
Yeah, that thing.
Let's see.
He's pulling it up.
Okay. Yep, that's a Marodai.
Okay.
So this is the same style of braid, or is this completely different?
It's the same general art form. It's just a different type of stand, but it's still, you're braiding where you're warping your weft or trading places. You're using the weights to hold it, and they tend to run from. You can do it as few as 4, but that's just a simple braid. A lot of people learn with 8 or 16, but you can go up to about 32. Some up to about 40, but you really need a little wider disc than that to do them easily. But
that just looks so random. I'm assuming I don't have the volume up. I'm assuming you're counting something.
I'm not. Sometimes I count, but that's more of an easier to understand pattern. So I just have to kind of repeat it. It's usually kind of like a progression as you're going through it. This one is an odd number of threads, so I'm doing like over and cross and around is the mnemonic I use for that.
Here is to get the.
It's still just so meditative as well to watch.
Braiding.
Yep.
The planking of the weights does it for me.
Actually, I own the molds for those weights, and I get a run of done injection molding every so often.
Really?
Sorry, I get my brain to kick start here. And the funny thing is when I bought the molds from somebody else, and when I started trying to sell them 15 years ago, I had a bunch of pushback, people telling me that, oh no, the sound of the plastic compared to the sound of the wood clacking is just so modern and clashing. And it's like, it kind of runs to the back of my head every time I hear people say, that sounds really nice when you're doing that.
That's funny.
So, but, yeah, it is a really meditative art. Before I started doing the streaming, I would do this and listen to an audiobook or listen to the radio. And when I'm camping, it's at like a medieval event. I can sit by the fire and do this and listen to the conversation and provide some ambiance for the background.
Looks like I'm going to have to raise the bag up again.
How's that going with the Lego build? Just sitting back and having a conversation.
Sorry, I get back to this.
No, you're fine. I was just wondering.
I'm doing a substructure.
Oh, nice. Most people find it difficult to build Lego and chit chat at the same time. I find it easier and easier each time I do it, but it's still tedious.
Yep. I've been finding that doing the streaming with the braids as I go along gets easier over time. So I figure I just need to keep practicing. And that's also one of the reasons why I figured it might be a good idea to start trying to, have people on as guests or guests on other streams, is kind of build up that mental skill set of being able to do that.
I like it, man.
Don't forget the Verners. Verners. Verners is very Michigan. Verners is awesome, by the way.
What the hell is Verners?
It's a ginger ale, and if you have an upset tummy, you take your ginger ale and you drink your Verners. It's very good. It was invented by a dentist, if I remember the story right, during World War I. He put a bunch of stuff in a barrel and then went away to war and came back, and Verners was created.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
You're setting me up for failure right now, aren't you?
All right. So since we have some time, I'm going to start on this project, which I don't feel is any sort of cultural appropriation at all. This is my Lego build. This is another Lego build from the 90s.
That set looks awesome.
Yeah, this set is very cool.
That's very cool.
I found the TP. Here we go. So I got the TP cloth. This is back when Lego actually had material
That's so cool.
that they would give you. So I have the TP cloth, and so I'm going to make this.
Some of the flags on my big castle back there are cloth.
Really?
Some of the flags up top.
All right, I got to find the base. I got to start with that. Cultural appropriation Lego. No, cultural celebration Lego. That's what it is.
Hi, Jennifer.
I guess you missed pop on.
Hey, Jen. Watching the braiding. Love doing that.
Oh, shit.
For Lego looking. My brain was ready for Lego looking. Yeah. So we're still building Lego, but that braiding is amazing. And you guys got to all go check it out. Torin's site, and watch his live streams. It's like hypnotizing and meditative. It's very nice and relaxing.
It really is. It really, really is.
Burns 1860. Oh, maybe it was a Civil War then. I knew it was a war. He disappeared for a war and came back.
Horrible. There's a $4.99 super chat from Daniel Patrick. FYI, Mike Redbar just aired a report on you with misconduct allegations. Showed sick DM screenshots. Hope it's just a hit piece. Please address ASAP. I have no idea who Mike Redbar is. I promise you there's no DM screenshots that are going to get me in any kind of trouble. And thanks for the $5.
What sort of misconduct did you get into, Valhalla?
Well, there's probably some kind of misconduct allegation out there somewhere, I'm sure.
I saw that.
Torin, what are you up to?
You ain't catching me slipping.
Of his grading being too perfect.
None of y'all are catching me slipping, I promise you.
Yeah, we don't know. Was that the question, Ellie? Ellie is reminding me that there was some questions while I was gone that got missed. Let me make sure I got them all. Sorry, kids. My beautiful mommy is visiting, and I never get to see her. And so I had to go say hi.
She refuses to hang out with her mother and instead builds Lego.
I'd much rather build Lego, or not build, but watch. Just kidding, Mom. I'm just kidding. I love you.
All right, is this enough pieces?
You know you felt bad about that one as soon as the words came out of your mouth.
Not so bad. I'm just kidding. Somebody keeps saying, oh, okay, we already talked about that. Address the Red Bar allegations. Again, Daniel, we don't know who that is.
I don't know who Red Bar is.
But thank you for the super chat. All super chats are welcome. We appreciate them. We appreciate everybody in chat.
Sure do.
All right. So I don't have a light color. I only have dark brown. So I'm going to have to see if this original piece is supposed to be like.
It looks like it's the same size.
It is the same size, but it's supposed to be like a tan color. So I'm gonna
Oh,
see if I can
yeah.
find it in another bin.
All right.
I'm gonna go.
We'll just shut down the stream and wait for you.
Right? We'll wait
David.
for you, Dave.
Jeez
Exactly.
Louise.
No worries.
Rude much. Torn streams are so soothing.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very
Like
much.
ASMR people are saying.
I still joke occasionally about I'm not going to be licking a microphone. Honest.
I can't
Okay.
get into
Thank
the
you,
ASMR
Scott's Cat.
stuff.
We don't know who that. I mean,
Shit.
Daniel, we have a really super chill and awesome chat in here, and you are welcome to join us. We do not censor people, but it would be really cool if we could keep things at a, lovely level that we like to have around here. But thank you. Good night, Ben. Sweet dreams.
Ben Hostler. Good night, buddy.
Ben's the David lookalike.
Is he?
Yeah.
Does he look like me?
Yeah. I showed you guys the photo.
Oh. Is that your friend?
Yes, he's my friend. We've gone on like 4 days.
Oh, he's in the chat. Well, hello, sir.
I know, right? He just
I had to come back to that real quick.
You got to come back now, Ben.
Yeah, definitely.
Running a little too fast and had
Okay,
to
Stray and
pull a few
Ellie,
pieces off.
however you guys want to handle that, we can.
I got it. I took care of it.
All right, thanks, babe.
Yep.
Damn it, Val. Ellie says, "Damn it, Val."
We'll just let him sit in timeout for 24 hours.
Okay, thank you.
That's what we'll do there.
It says 86,000 seconds.
It's roughly 24
We have
hours,
no
I
idea, John, honestly. Hi, Wendy Marino with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. We appreciate
Thank you,
so
Wendy.
much.
I'm trying to think
Okay.
of where this piece would be.
3 pieces left over from this bag. Setting them to the side.
There are
Always.
always a few odds and end pieces left. over.
Always.
Yeah.
Every time.
So this is the sub-assembly I just finished.
Nice.
Very
See,
cool.
he's such an engineer. This is the sub-assembly. This is
Right.
the base. We have
He's
another
always so
sub-assembly coming up.
technical.
Remember what I do for a day job.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh.
It's
Oh,
funny.
that's so cool.
Oh,
You know what?
that's
It's
so
funny that
cool.
you're an engineer. Wait, what?
Because while
Her
what she
kid
knows
was
about
the
you before
first
child
Lego
mentor
lead.
for that Founders League.
That's really
These tons of
cool.
latest cases. That's awesome.
Oh,
That's
nice.
super cool. Like a STEM kind of deal.
Oh,
Whoops.
hey, if y'all have questions, can you resubmit them, please? I'm sorry if I missed them. It helps if you put a question mark. Oh, okay. Who is your who is your date 4 guy in here? His name is Ben, and I think he left already, you guys.
Damn it, Ben.
Let me text him and see if he can come back.
Oh, Elephant has a question that I asked earlier, but it would be great for you to repeat it because there weren't as many people in here earlier. But how did you get into braiding?
A friend of mine who I knew online through the medieval stuff I was in, but had not met in person, at an event that I showed up at that she was at. She came over and completely out of the blue, and I knew nothing about this before, handed me a disc cut out from the side of a 12-pack of Coca-Cola and some DMC braiding floss, or DMC embroidery floss, and handed it to me and said, "Here, let me teach you this. I think you'll enjoy it." And I kind of took off from there as an obsession and been going with it ever since.
It's a really neat skill or talent or craft or whatever you want to call it. It's really.
Yes, all of those things. Well,
I'm a thesaurus today.
Elephant asks, Torn, what got you started on braiding and making things?
I just asked that. That was the question I just asked. I asked it for. I saw the question and then I asked.
Sorry, I'm a jerk. Did you ask the knitting question too?
Oh, not knitting.
Have you ever tried looking at crochet or knitting diagrams?
No, I have not. Not that I'm aware of. And I just realized this is not fitting together the way it's supposed to. So give me a second here to figure out what's going on. But
that was my thing with that big build. I got like halfway through like a major component and I realized I screwed up like 30 moves prior.
Well, fortunately I can flip back into Okay, I think I see what happened here. Yep. I had a minor screw up.
I love how all my mods are like chomping at the bit, ready to go.
Yeah, this line here and over here is offset. This should be over one, and then this down one. So it's not a major problem. I just need to fix it real quick.
Relatively easy fix.
Yeah,
You got this, Torin. You got this, buddy. You got this.
All right, I found my base piece.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Now I got the base piece and the TP fabric. We're gonna go from there. See what else I can find.
Make it happen, Captain.
And if you guys want to know what I'm like sifting through, like there's bins, and this is what I'm sifting through to find all of my pieces.
If your mom is watching this, she just had a flashback and a panic attack all at the same time. She's like, "Oh my God, they're everywhere."
I know. At least they're like, as I had to put a tablecloth down,
Oh,
cool. Organized.
Good
Oh,
job,
nice.
Torin. Fixed it.
Started.
I think Gwendolyn asked. I think Gwendolyn answered one of the questions. Let me go back to the question. I really like this question. How easy is it to cover up mistakes?
you have to. They don't really cover up. There's some minor mistakes you can make that are not that big, and don't mess up your overall pattern, and you can ignore those if they're very, very tiny. But anything major, you got to go back and redo it. Otherwise, it looks horrible. And only because it's like an obvious pattern. If it's something where it was like kind of just geometric or whatever that may not be visible, I might do that. But yeah, most of the time I'll unbraid and I try and look at them. Braided friendship bracelets. Those are from Hemo.
Yeah.
I made a lot of those for my friends. Valhalla's going to get one. Man.
All right. I just finished move 55, so I am...
Okay, here's Ben. Ben's back. He said, "Hi,
Ben.
Pope."
How you doing, buddy? We heard a lot about you in the last couple minutes. You behave
I told
yourself,
them that
sir.
we've been on some dates, Ben.
You behave yourself.
You guys see,
He's very-
Wendy got all excited. You cut off Torin. He was telling you what movie was that.
We what? What did we do wrong?
Worst interviewers ever.
I'm sorry, Torin.
My bad, buddy. My bad. Ben
So,
had to
Torin,
be
you were
addressed.
saying
He had
you
to
were
be
saying,
addressed. He's muted right now.
No. You guys, he's like, fine, I'm just turning off my mic.
Muted him.
You guys don't want me to talk? That's fine. I got you. Jerks.
I'm just trying to be nice to Valhalla and not have too much rattling in the background.
I see. Ben, make sure you treat her right. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes, sir. We love our Wendy. And I know where to hide the
Strings
bodies.
was 15. I remember making those. We made those a lot. That was a huge thing to make.
Those friendship
You
bracelets.
you take like a safety pin, and you like safety pin the ends on your knee, like in your jeans, and then you could pull it down, and then you could do all the braiding right there.
We just used a piece of tape. I just taped it to the desk.
I just safety. Well, you could get more leverage if you safety pinned it to your blue jeans.
Are we arguing about the
Yes.
proper way to create friendship bracelets?
Yes, exactly.
You guys are so GHEY.
Oh yeah.
100%.
As gay as it gets.
Mm-hmm. Tape.
We're gonna have a bracelet off in when we see each other.
I grew up poor, Ellie. That's not a
Yeah,
surprise to anybody.
Hi,
Sounds ghetto.
Mimsy.
Yeah. I think.
Mimsy's here.
Hi,
Party
Mimsy.
started.
Yay!
Stray still makes them.
Straight. Why haven't I received one?
Well, you're clearly not
Stray,
a
I
friend.
want one.
Apparently.
You're not close enough to the inner circle to get a friendship bracelet, Dave.
I guess. I thought I was special to you, Straight.
Poor Ben. He's like, look, I wanted to go to bed. You all asked me to come back, and you don't talk.
All
right, so
we just pick on for a minute and
Boobar is asking, what is the largest piece that you have made, Torin?
I think I made about 11 feet of a laurel leaf pattern in red and black silk for a friend of mine. She was receiving a high award in the SCA called the Order of the Laurel, and I did that out of silk. I did it kind of in plain sight, but didn't let her know it was for her because it was before she got the award, and that was a really nice one to do. That took me about half an hour per inch to make that braid, and like I said, it was about 11 feet long.
Wow. What are you able to, like, how wide can you make them?
It depends on how many strands I have and how thick the fibers are. The fibers kind of make everything grow up uniformly, but if I use more, increase the strand count, that'll make it wider. And a combination of two can be pretty impressive. I know a guy that uses his Takadai to braid scarves using like knitting yarn. And I have seen patterns that use up to 288 tama. And most I've done so far has been about 100 tama because the stand I've got needs to be modified to hold more if I do more than that.
And what does that make it? A wider braid?
Yeah. Because the more you do, the wider it is. Right. You can kind of stack it high. You can stack it higher and do like 3 and 4 layer braids, but then you have to add extra rails on the side.
Well, hang on. There was a chat about, Jennifer. Yeah. You can send me an email, and I will get you the address to send them to. Yeah. And then, if you want to get one to Valhalla, you've gotta hire this donkey farmer because he gets on and rides it up the hills in Tennessee. But you can send me a couple of them, and I'll get it to him in May.
Maybe the Whitakers can take it and deliver it to him.
The Whitakers.
And speaking of that, if the person who was here last week with Rob that sent me the email is listening now, I apologize. I was a little distracted. I'm going to reply to your email right now. Oh, I can't believe I did that.
Would you... Letting everybody down, Dave.
Torin, do you braid flat braids or mostly just round?
I do flat braids. Yeah, I can grab this.
The circle thing is going to produce the round braids, right? Whereas your loom or what, I can't remember what it's called, but the stand that you generally use when you stream, that'll create a flat braid.
This is the round one here, and it's producing a flat braid.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is so cool. Oh,
that's awesome.
I like that. Wow.
And these are the individual weights. They're made out of injection molded acrylic.
Acrylic? I meant to ask that earlier when we were talking about it.
I was like, those must be made out of injected molded.
Very smooth.
Like a dolphin. Oh, expert.
Is he back?
He does.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Dave wants a tie to wear to court.
I do.
I haven't really considered doing anything that wide as of yet, but I have considered maybe trying to do a wide enough one to make a guitar strap.
David, can you tell everyone your email or post it, please?
Oh, it's Michigan Law Now. I'll put it at Gmail. I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks, Jennifer, you're the best. John, are you in my brain? Get out of my brain tonight. Can you braid hair, Torin? This is an honest question.
I have done hair braiding. I'm not that great at it. Plus, I like to joke that people really don't want to stick their hair up through the wood donut thing.
That's funny. I love it.
That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty
All right,
good.
there we go. I put it in the chat.
Good night, Wendy.
Good night, Wendy. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming back. We missed you, girl. Come back again.
Southeast Tennessee transplant, huh?
Bolo ties.
You know what? Okay.
I bet
my
Dave
grandfather would polish stones, and I have so many bolo ties. I'm gonna wear a bolo tie on stream for you guys one day.
You should.
I could probably relatively easy make a bolo tie with a round braid on a mara die. It's much faster to make them on a mara die.
Yes. Is that like the same sort of idea behind like the sock weaving machine, or is it completely different? And am I just saying because it's a circle, it's the same?
The sock weaving machine?
They are a circle thing, and my understanding is that's more of a knitting procedure than a braiding.
Okay. Yeah, you never seen the sock knitting machine?
Maybe.
Valhalla? Well, you know, socks are made in a circle so that they can slip on your legs.
Yeah, generally.
It's like braids them in a circle. It's really cool.
That is kind of neat. I think
Half Irish says, "Can Torn braid Valhalla's beard?"
My beard?
That would be a great stream.
We don't want the beard braided, y'all. We don't want the beard braided.
Yeah, the rest of it's braided. Why not the beard?
Mrs. It's not braided.
Oh, he's saying goodnight to Wendy.
It has been braided before, though.
Does Mrs. Valhalla lay in bed at night and braid your beard?
Mrs. Valhalla has braided my dreads before. I've done like 2 plaits down the side.
Nice.
I've done that. Mrs. Valhalla's mom has even done that for me once.
Ooh, Fubar says, Torin, I have made braids. You should make dog collars, leads to sell.
That'd be pretty
Those
good.
would be some very expensive dog
Yeah,
leads.
they would.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a market for that, especially
Wendy'd
in my
buy it.
state.
Yeah. Wendy'd buy it.
I'd buy it.
Oh,
buy it for
dog
my pet
collars.
donkey I'm gonna
Yeah,
have.
that would easily sell
Thanks,
well.
Mimsy.
Go to some farmers markets and people, rich white women would be buying that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Or the gay community, I would imagine. Be
There's
probably
a
into it.
gourmet
people.
dog
Rich
food
white
shop
women, rich Mexicans, rich gays. They're all
in the town where my office is, in Plymouth, which is right next door to Northville, which is where Hogue Law is. But so there's a gourmet dog food, dog treat, all natural, organic ingredients. It's a bakery. It's a dog bakery. They bake everything there, and one treat is like $15. I'm not spending $15 on one treat for my dog.
Nah.
Ooh, that
It's
red
been in
skin.
business for years though, so it's doing good.
I'm not hating, but I
What's
can't
everybody
afford it.
making? We've had some people come in. We had the Thank You Winning Reality Raiders came in.
Hey, Winning.
Hey,
How you doing,
Winning.
buddy?
I am making this cultural celebration Lego from the 1990s.
Cultural celebration Lego.
Yes, that's what it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Whoops, sorry guys. Here you go.
There we go. I built this little guy, little watering can with some flowers and butterflies on it. Cute little spring deal there. Mrs. Valhalla gets that one. And now I'm building roses.
Nice.
Bouquet of
Beautiful.
roses.
Beautiful.
How many frogs per rose?
No frogs so far. I've got 4 roses done. I'm working on the next 4.
And our special guest star, Torin.
I'm doing a Japanese medieval castle, and this is how far I've come on it.
Gorgeous.
Awesome.
Gorgeous.
So,
If I
Torin,
see
you have
that
a
one-
lot. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to actually ask our guest a question.
Yeah, that's a
No,
good
you-
idea. That's why I said you should go ahead. That's why I stopped talking.
You have a lot of braiding stuff on your channel. What is
Yeah.
sort of like your plan for the future of the channel? Is it more braiding stuff, or are you going to branch out? What are you thinking about?
I'm hoping once I get my garage set up a bit more, I'm also going to be doing shop streams where I'm making braiding equipment, I'm doing 3D printing, and I'm doing CNC machining on it as well. I want it to be kind of like an educational art channel surrounding braiding equipment, and other type of stuff. My theory here is that I'm 55. I'm probably about around 10 years away from retirement, and unfortunately, I have not been all that great with income over the course of my life. So I'd like to have maybe a retirement income that I could transition into with like making stuff, and with hopefully a decent success on the channel where I might get a little bit of retirement income that way in addition to everything
That's
else.
awesome. I bet you're going to do well.
Yeah, who hasn't been completely frugal with their money, right? So originally YouTube was the idea of retirement for me, but I have a better idea now, since YouTube seems to be pain in my ass. But
a fickle beast.
Yes.
As Megan says it, YouTube is asshole.
YouTube is asshole.
YouTube is my friend. YouTube is nothing wrong.
Torin, do
See,
you have any
the problem is I stopped saying that. Like
That's
like
the
3
problem.
months ago, I stopped saying that.
Yeah, you did.
We have 7 cats.
Whoa, he has
most-
pets.
You have
Yes,
more cats than I do.
We've had the crazy cat lady starter kit. We had a feral cat in our neighborhood backyard had kittens, and so we caught them and either kept them as pets or were able to rehome them with other people. But she had 4 litters of kittens, a total of 19 in about 2 years, until we were finally able to get her trapped and fixed.
Okay.
And we had to set up a remote controlled car to trigger the trap, because she would go into have a heart trap, eat the food, and get back out. And even when I kind of sprung up behind around the corner to startle her to trip the trap, she got out and didn't do it. So we were able to finally get her fixed. And I think she probably passed away this last year because we don't see her coming around anymore. But we would have food for her. She'd keep the squirrel population down, and she looked to be a lot healthier after that was done.
Nice.
Oh, I'm sure.
I love the crazy cat lady starter kit reference.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's awesome. So,
That's how I ended up with
progress, Gwendolyn says.
so many cats as well. We got one barn cat, brought it home. By the time we could get it fixed, she had a litter of kittens. Like, oh, okay, that's awesome. So now we have 6.
I am on step 4 so
Nice.
far of
In
my
my
Indian
town,
celebration Lego build.
Cool. Our animal control, our animal shelter will, if you report you see feral cats somewhere, they'll come and trap them and fix them and then put them back where they were. And then if they have
Well,
babies,
let's hope they were feral. Not like
well, if
someone's
not,
house
somebody
cat.
got a free spay or neuter of their cat.
Their award-winning, prize-winning cat that
exactly.
went for $600 per knockup.
Purebred Himalayan breeder cat.
Well, and then they take, if they have
Welcome to
kittens,
California.
they'll take those and adopt those out.
Yeah, I have all of
Yeah.
my cats, or my current 2 cats came from random strays that got knocked up, and that's where I got my cats from.
Justin, what kind of cat do you have? He said she's a rare breed, wasn't cheap. Well, hopefully no one accidentally neuters your cat
No kidding.
or spays her, since it sounds like a girl.
I'd be mad.
One piece, and I don't want to dump this bag out, but then I got to put it all back in.
And I just
It'd be hard on
finished
that blue
move 61.
What was that, Torn? Sorry, I cut you off.
61 of 200 and what?
99.
Woohoo!
300. 69, 60, what? Oh my God.
61
61 of 300 moves.
of 299, sir.
And I was rounding up to make it easier for myself.
Hi, Nick. Dev.
Heel
AZ.
versus baby face.
I don't know what that means.
As okay. I know who Az is, but
I don't know what that is.
Heels versus baby face.
He's on Friday Night Tights. He's a streamer out of England.
Nice.
He talks about modern media, gaming, movies, and science fiction, Doctor Who, stuff like that. He's on a lot also with Nerdrotic. He one of his shows that he does is The Real BBC.
The real BBC?
Yeah.
Because the BBC is just fake propaganda.
You're not wrong.
Oh.
It's almost as bad as CNN.
Mm-hmm.
Valhalla, how far are you from Winchester, Kentucky?
No idea. I have no idea where Winchester, Kentucky is.
Well, you got to Google it, sir.
I think I'm about an hour away from Kentucky's border, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure where.
Oh, he has Batwoman stuff. Mustin McCracken says.
Batwoman?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. He reviewed the Batwoman TV show and really highlighted the dumpster fire that was.
They're all.
Didn't they cancel it before it even started?
No, they actually ran the show,
nice.
and it had like absolutely terrible ratings to begin with, and just went downhill from there.
I like that policy, Fubar. I'm just saying.
Seems consistent with anything that's DC related. It's just a disaster.
Right.
The only thing that was halfway decent was the Snyder Cut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, that's the thing is with having to sift through this. This is old school Lego build. You got to like count the pieces. You got to make sure it fits, and you still have to match up like which one is different. Like what's different between this image and this image, this image and this image? What's different? Don't miss it because it'll screw up your build 20 moves from now.
Valhalla, did you see Half Irish's comment to you? I don't know what that means.
I did see that. I did see that Chrissy Mayer had her baby.
Woohoo!
Congratulations, Chrissy, and
Congratulations.
husband, man. I don't know, but yeah, I was hoping that she was going to get stuck until May, being pregnant that long, but it didn't work. I was hoping she was going to have to carry it for another 2 weeks or so. But congratulations, Chrissy. Good job.
Were you hoping such a thing?
Yeah. I was hoping that she was going to be pregnant for like an astronomical long time, like 10.5 months or something ridiculous. That's what I was hoping for.
Generally, it's not even 9 months.
Yeah. Well, people think you're
It's
pregnant
10.
for 9 months. It's actually 10.
It's
actually,
10.
yeah. It's 10.
The first week or so, they can't really tell. So they're just like, something like that.
I have not pre-sorted any of these pieces. This is 100% of me fumbling around trying to find the pieces for this build. I don't even know if I have them all. But so far, so good.
Rare
Able to make it
Aussie's
work.
got, oh, that's cool, David. Rare Aussie's got a really cool. I've been a custom fishing rod builder for over 40 years. If you see some of the custom wraps, it is very similar to braids. It's taken me up to 36 hours just to do a name with a single strand of cotton. That's really cool.
I can believe that.
That's crazy.
The lady who kind of created the Western resurgence for Kumihimo in like the 80s is named Mikito Tada. She is a professor at the Kyoto Institute of Technology, and she designed a carbon fiber braiding machine using Kumihimo techniques, and they make structural carbon fiber braids with it for like golf clubs, and you can kind of like modularly put it together to come up with, if you want like square, L, H, different types of shapes like that.
That's cool. I've seen some of that carbon fiber stuff in the sailing industry, where they're doing a lot of braiding. And there's a particular type of synthetic carbon. It's not carbon fiber. There's a synthetic line that you use on the boat that's braided really weird. And I'm wondering if it's the same sort of type of braid, because once it's braided, you don't need to stretch it at all. It's already stretched. And that's the beauty of it, especially using sailing line, is that the braiding process stretches it to the point. And that's I was wondering if it was something similar to this, because you said that you stretch it as you go. You don't need to stretch it when you're done.
Yeah. Do not know, but that would be interesting to look into.
I'm not sure what Pam's talking about, Val, but she's wondering there's a lady that has some baby goats she may need to get rid of. Aww.
Valhalla's the collector of random goats.
You're the second person in literally 24 hours, I think, that's asked me about taking a goat now. And the unfortunate reality is that I am a goat farm, right? So I might be able to take goats, but it would have to be kind of the right goat. And most of the time, if I'm going to like rescue a goat, it's just going to get sold right away, right? That's the realistic part of being a goat farmer.
Yeah, they're not going to be coming. They're not going to be able to come to your farm and visit.
Well, it's not a
goat.
sanctuary; it's a farm, right?
Exactly. It's not.
They're livestock, not pets.
Exactly. So it's got to be useful, and it's got to fit my needs as well.
David, do you have some of that kind of the one from the boat that you could hold up?
No, I don't.
The sailing
it's
rope?
Super expensive. And I'm going to be getting some, but I don't have any right now. I've been just researching different lines for the boat. and that one came up, and I can't remember the name of it, the brand name off the top of my head.
Yes.
But I'm going to send Torin a link as soon as I do figure it out.
Okay. Speaking of which, I am gonna, after the stream's done, I'll go through and I'm gonna try and read through the chat log just so I can catch up with everything. I'm also gonna kind of make a community post where people who had questions that I didn't see or didn't answer or want more detail, that they can ask them there, and I'll do my best to
You are
answer them.
so sweet. Thank you for doing
Please
that.
don't do that, because you're going to set an expectation that we're not going to be able to meet.
Hey, there's lawtism and there's braidtism. I'm a braidtist.
I love it. I'm on your side, Torin. You do.
I love
Although,
it.
I mean, and by the way, chat, if I've missed a question, please repost it. I mean, we don't get offended. I mean, post it until you get your question answered. It's all good here. We appreciate you asking
I
questions.
would say we'll go through the super chats at the end of the stream, but I'm not getting any right now.
That's because you can't.
I know.
Because you're not monetized yet.
Everyone needs to go over to my channel and give me some watch hours. I've got subs. Well, actually, no, I
Absolutely.
need more subs too.
You've got enough to get super chats, though. You've got 500 already, right?
No, not on this channel.
Not on
my
this
Lego
one.
channel.
Oh.
You need was it 1,000 watch hours before you can get it at the
super chats?
Yeah,
I need 3,000 watch hours.
3,000 watch hours. That's right.
Yeah.
I actually had enough subs that when I was trying to get monetized, I didn't realize that I needed to give like a physical location until when I was able to do it. They said, okay, well, you didn't do it in time for the expanded program. And by the time they actually opened up for the expanded program, I'd already gotten enough watch hours and subs to.
So it didn't matter anyway.
Yeah. It was a little frustrating because I think I qualified for one like a week before the other.
Well, YouTube is asshole, as we said.
Yep.
Julia, my username, is Wendy H. Wendy space H. And Jennifer asked, what is everybody's names? She doesn't see everyone's name up here.
Oh, that's because you have the super chat up.
Yeah.
Or the chat up. Take the chat up. There you
Sorry.
go.
There's our name.
Hi, I'm MLS.
I am Valhalla Awaits.
I'm torin3 or Torin, and I've been referred to as the Bob Ross of braiding.
That's
good.
That's
a
good.
good one.
That's really good. We need to make a chia pet of you.
It's like Bob Ross like. His streams are Bob Ross like. You're happy to be a part of it. You're just relaxed. It's a wonderful Saturday morning.
Thank you for the super chat, Ellie.
Sitting and watching them.
Thank you so much.
When do you
Ellie.
stream, Torin?
Yeah, when do you normally stream?
I try and normally do a Tuesday night and a Thursday night stream for at least an hour, preferably 2 hours. And I try and do a weekend stream that's 2 hours or more. I haven't done as much lately because I've been not doing well. I managed like 3 weeks back to trip and face plant full length and bruise my ribs. But I am feeling a lot better, and I'm trying to get some more exercise, lose weight, that type of stuff. So I'm hoping to get back on a regular streaming schedule.
Look at that horse. It's all painted horse.
That's really cute.
Oh, that's awesome.
I love that horse. He's cute. Oh, yes, that's right. David does have a Cash App. It's $MLS Law Show. You can donate there if you'd like to donate to MLS. And all donations are never expected, but highly appreciated. We love you all so much. And don't forget to make some donations to Valhalla when you have a chance. We appreciate that too. And please go subscribe to Torin's channel. He's our new friend, and we're so grateful to have him.
Great.
I'm going to grift the heck out of this. Let me tell you something.
I love it.
Look, we need some money, y'all. Just saying. Anyway,
We need some money, y'all.
Please, seriously, go subscribe to Torin, and it's really important. I'm sure you're all YouTube, like way more good at YouTube than me. But if you don't click those notifications, like when you subscribe, it usually defaults to a personal status instead of all for notifications. Go up to
understand what the hell that is.
It's so weird. I don't understand
so
either.
stupid.
There's nowhere to personalize your feed. I don't get it. Anyway,
It drives me nuts.
just click all. That way you'll get notified when Torin is going to come up. And while you're subscribing, please subscribe to David's 2 new channels, Lego Law and also God of Law.
MLS God of Law.
MLS God of Law.
He's also humble, y'all.
Look, there's a difference between being cocky and being confident. David's confident.
That's funny.
Wendy's got it. She knows what's up.
She's doing it. She's doing the damn thing.
We've got to get our numbers back up. So David's previous channel is going to be
somebody. By the way, if you guys don't know me, I love the trolls.
Oh yeah.
Somebody responded to my post about the Jody area stream earlier. Is that you got it wrong? It's Michigan Law Devil or something like that. That's
a pretty good one.
I always like
those
comments because I'm like,
I want to kind of adopt that one.
I like it. I think you should. Are we people? SF, it's not the first person that's asked. I didn't know if you wanted to address it. People want to know what happened to your channel.
Well, I guess. I mean, I'll just mention it real quick. There's another channel out there with the Hales that felt that I was copywriting their material. I was not. At the most, I edited some of their stuff. One video, I took a clip from theirs and edited it. I believe it's under fair use. But the other two, out of the three, were clearly not their content, and they had no copyright claim to it. But they made copyright claims anyways. YouTube has a 3 strikes and you're out policy, and I got my 3rd strikes, and it was taken. The channel will go down tomorrow or the 15th, I guess. I don't know what time. But yeah, and I can't post anything live to it. I can't upload any videos to it or anything like that. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
Good time.
It is what it is. It's a good thing I retired from YouTube before it happened, though.
It sure is. Mimsy, thank you for the $5 super sticker. You're such a
Thank you so
sweetheart.
much, Mimsy.
I see someone saying Zach. Is Zach here? Oh, there's Zach.
Yeah,
Hi,
Zach somewhere. I guess he's over here.
He's saying hi to all the girls, of course.
Of course he is.
Oh,
Ted
MLS have to be in parentheses. I know 20th Century Fox. Everyone's been commenting. I will fix that.
It's really stupid trying to tag you in the description and stuff. You got to like get it perfect before it pops up.
Did anyone think that it was intentional?
Why would you intentionally make your name hard to search?
I don't know. No, I'll take it off. No, the channel is just God of Law. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
It's just God of Law. All right, I'll fix it right now.
Ted Skovranek. I hope I said that right.
You want to pull that up? There you go. Oh,
why
thanks,
goats?
Ted. I'm sorry, I didn't see that earlier, Ted. Sorry.
I got you. Thank you for the $2. Why goats? Do you mean why I farm goats? Like why did I choose goats to try to?
We chose him,
breed?
Ted.
They kind of did, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have an answer. I just always thought they were cool animals, and so I got into them. And
do you still think they're cool animals?
Turns out they're a giant pain in the ass. Is what they are. They are pretty cool, though. Mrs. Valhalla actually posted a video today, I think.
Oh, she did. I didn't see it yet.
She might have. I don't know if she posted it. Now that I say that out loud, I know she recorded one.
Maybe our amazing mods can post Valkyrie's link in there so we can get some more subs to our channel too.
Heck yeah.
Heck yes. Zach,
Valhalla's great.
thanks for the $1.99. Zach, what does this button
Zach.
do? Zach,
Appreciate
you know
buddy.
what that button do. Come on now. Zach knows how to push the buttons.
And I just finished off this bag.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, very cool.
Hell yeah. Starting to look like something now.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Moving
So
right
what do you want
along.
it to? What do you guys want it to be? Just MLS God of Law, or just God of Law, or what's the issue?
You got to keep the MLS. Just get rid of the apostrophes.
Okay.
That's the problem.
No parentheses. I don't like,
Parentheses, not apostrophes.
yeah, I
You
don't
know
like
what
the
I meant.
parentheses. Yeah.
All right. It has been fixed for you all. See, I listened to the chat.
Well, I think we should just go back to MLS because then I can all my merch is still relevant.
It's
I mean, I
still
even
MLS.
have the sweatpants to match. Come on now.
See, even I took myself off screen. Even my avatar is still MLS.
Yeah, I do like that.
That's good. So could you not make it the
Thank you,
same name?
Bud.
I didn't want to. I wanted to take full advantage to do the Lego stream and to do the Lego channel.
I think it's a great idea. And his content was backed up and it's recoverable and it's all going to be on the new channels. And thank you, SF, and thank you for all the amazing support. We've had a lot of people supporting, and it's very much appreciated. And we're not here to divide. We're here to bring people together. And I think the Lego stream is a perfect example of that. We've had amazing guest stars, and we have this amazing Torin on tonight, and I'm so excited to meet him. Valhalla and David have been sending me all the videos and the links and get readies, and
I know I've been like when Torin is live, I send a link out to Wendy. I'm like, he's live, go watch him.
Yeah, I do. I love it.
We show up. We show up in force.
Yeah, we do. You know what, Torin? You'll find that too. People from our streams will show up for you, and they will become dedicated to your channel, and it's really fun to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will say that it's kind of weird because I've had kind of a semi-crippling social anxiety, and it's taken me a very long time to realize that people like listening to me, and they like how my voice sounds, and they like watching what I do. And while I still haven't internalized that, I have internalized the fact that it is a fact, and I'm trying to go forward with that. So, but it's always awe-inspiring when things like that happen.
Well,
have you figured out why yet? Because I still don't know why anyone wants to listen to me.
I don't know either, but I'll keep doing it as long as I keep watching it.
I think that's a great idea.
You at least got an advantage. You've got a beautiful art form that you're sharing with the world. I've got nothing. I've got goats.
You have
goats are good, but you know
have everything, and the turtles and the cats, and you have.
He doesn't even show the goats that often. That's all I'm saying.
I posted a short today.
Yeah, how many Indians liked it?
Excuse me, that's offensive. You can't use that word. They prefer Native Americans.
No, I meant Indians from India.
Mostly.
Oh, that's right. Valhalla's stream went viral in India. His shorts.
Oh, it was one of my first videos I ever posted. It got like 89,000 views in India. So I had my demographics were way off for a long time.
Okay, we've got a lot of super chats here. Hold on.
Whoa.
Zach, Valhalla sucks pizzles. Thank you for the
Nobody cares about your birthday, Zach. Nobody.
And Zach for $4.99 super chat. David may be humble, but I'm 10 times more humble than him. Zach, you're so cute.
That's great.
Good.
Thank you, Zach, for the super chat. And Ted's, or is that Valhalla say that in the last
Skowronek?
Oddly, Canadians can say my last name. Americans can't. Oh, you got me.
Skowronek. I said it right, sort of. Damn, all the help law too.
Skowronek.
You want me to say it?
Yeah, you say it. No, David can't say it.
He can't say names.
Corin, can you say it?
Skowronek.
Skowronek.
So much better.
Skowronek. Okay.
Skowronek.
Damn, all the help you lost you gave. Oh yeah, right. I know, Ted. Right. It's okay. We're moving on. Moving on.
Jung wants to offer you advice on streaming, Torin.
Okay.
So if you have any questions for Jung about streaming
K-pop,
yeah, about streaming, YouTube, making videos, etc., he is here to answer all of your questions.
I love it.
Jung knows all the things.
Jung's awesome.
Jung is awesome. But guys, if you don't know Jung, she runs my Discord. So if you guys have any issues with my Discord, you got to take it up with her.
It's all her fault.
Everything. She's
everything
amazing.
Everything that you disagree with that we've said on this stream, Jung told us to say it.
Exactly.
And you know what's cool about, I think, for Torin, like how you were saying that you suffer from some social anxiety. I think doing the videos the way you do them, like, I don't know, for me, if I had that problem, I think I would like doing them the way you do them. You know what I mean? Like, don't change anything if there's nothing that needs to be changed. I like how you can't always interact with chat, but from what people are saying in the chat tonight, you still engage. And I think that it's perfect the way it is.
He does good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I may not get it at the moment, but I will definitely get it.
I like fumbling through life a lot better. It's more entertaining that way.
Well, people can relate to that better than something that's always perfect because it's not real.
There was a great quote. By the way, I've been not to like overshadow. I don't like necessarily talking about potential future guests while we have a guest on, but there's a guy, Rory Sutherland, who's British, and I've been tracking him down for a couple of months now to see if I'd be interested in coming on. But he had a great quote. Today I shared it around with some people, Valhalla and Wendy and stuff. But he said that most people are just concerned with not like blowing up the whole thing. How did he say it? God,
it was something along the
good.
lines of you make your decisions based on the worst possible outcome being the least catastrophic to your life.
Yes, that was it. He's like, why have the whole thing implode when the other option is just maybe I'm not perfect. Focus on not being, or God, he said it so much better than I'm trying to articulate it. Anyways, that was the idea. Was you don't have to be perfect so long as the outcome is not catastrophic. There you go. Jeez.
David Half Irish says, what should we do with our memberships? Wait a bit.
Well, the memberships, I don't know what's going to happen with them.
Well, I think they just automatically get canceled.
Yeah.
At the end of the month, they'll just
I think that happened on Riqueda's, but then when his channel came back, they reinstated. So
yeah. So just hang out and tell people to sub and watch my videos, and then we'll get memberships on one of the new videos.
There's a chance that it could end up being fine anyway, right?
Well, there's a chance it could come back too. And even when Gosney's memberships got taken away, and then reinstated like a week later, everyone got their memberships back.
Yeah.
So.
Marmar says, torin3, you're an interesting person. You make beautiful braids and you have funny stories. You are also intelligent. I enjoy listening to you.
Thank you. Marmar is a regular on my channel. She does a wonderful needle felting art herself. She makes like scenes and animals and dioramas with it, and it's absolutely wonderful. You can find a lot of her stuff on the Discord that used to be Rob's, that is now independent and law tubing related in general.
Nice.
That's not Rob's Discord anymore? I didn't know that.
It was never really his Discord. Somebody had set it up, and he was working with it. But I think if I understood for what he said the other night, it just was too much for him, and he just kind of had to step back from it. He didn't have any problem with it. It just he needed to not be officially part of his stuff.
Got it.
That's like my Discord. Technically, isn't mine. It's Jung's. It's a fan Discord, if anything. I just participated in it.
Good night, Fubar.
Good night, Fubar. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate you.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Rob got kicked out of his own Discord. That's it. I ran a fan Facebook
Junk's
group.
tried to kick us out of our Discord too.
I run a fan Facebook group for a YouTuber and stuff a number of years ago, and then I created a private one for only fans, and didn't allow the creator, so we can just talk about stuff. So it happens.
That's funny.
Well, I've jumped ahead to move 74, so I am picking up.
All right.
You're good, man. You're good.
That's really cool. Gwendolyn says most of the people in Torn's chat also craft, and they do it while he's braiding. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Who's building Legos with us?
Yeah.
Who is building with us tonight? We usually got a few of you out there that are building. Who's
Yes,
building
we
with
do.
us?
Who's building? Jill says OnlyFans. That's not true.
Who's building
So,
and what are you building?
Yeah. Torin, besides streaming and braiding, what else are you doing for fun?
Let's see. I've been enjoying doing 3D printing. I've been other hobbies I've had. I don't really do it anymore, but I've done blacksmithing. I like to do some woodworking. One of the things I need to start doing more of that I really like doing is cloisonné enameling, which is essentially fusing colored glass onto fine silver or gold. Fabergé egg is a form of enameling, but that's way beyond my skill level. I have done a little bit of enameling with gold wire, but that was like a custom order.
Do you have a big shop for all this stuff, or you just sort of like set up and tear down?
Kind of set up and tear down for a lot of stuff. My roommate is the one who taught me cloisonne enameling, and I'm setting up the kiln in the garage so that she can do some commissions that she's been needing to do for a while now. My shop garage is extremely packed, and I'm trying to get it set up to where I can be kind of modular, like move the table saw in and out, move the drill press in and out. That's one of the things I recently did is I made like a rolling base for my drill press, so I can move it out, use it, and then put it back out of the way so I can actually get around. I've got a 2-car garage, but it's pretty packed in there. I've got a CNC router. I sold off the power hammer. I have a MIG welding setup. I have a TIG welding setup. I've got a bench grinder. I've got a 20 horsepower compressor with a 200-gallon tank that does not work, and I'm afraid to put back together.
For those that aren't sure why, that has a potential to go boom.
I was going to say that's a rational fear.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can put the head back together and get it to work, but I'm afraid the inside of the tank has been open to air long enough that there might be enough rust. And plus, it's like, a 50, 60-year-old compressor to begin with.
You can go to Harbor Freight and get like a 150-pound compressor for like $100, $120. Go get that one.
Up north at our cottage, we have a compressor that's made out of a 1940s airplane fuel tank, and just like a pump sitting on a wooden horse. I don't know why. My dad made it years ago out of like spare parts that my grandfather had, and for some reason we still use it, even though you have to manually, you have to turn the switch on and then manually pull the pulley, spin the pulley so that it starts, and it takes forever to fill, and I'm afraid the thing's going to blow up one day.
Probably.
I would love to actually pay a service tech to come and either fix it or evaluate it and let me know if it's safe or not. But I can't get anybody who's willing to come out and actually do anything just because it's such an old thing.
Yeah, they probably have no idea.
Well, it's a Quincy compressor, so I'm sure they've run across it, and if they're well maintained, they're good for quite a while. It's just it's frustrating, but I've sold the power hammer. I still have the variable frequency drive to run the motors, and that's rated for like 100 amps at 220 volts, and it's a nice piece of equipment. I haven't been able to use it in 10 to 12 years.
The one you said that you were trying to get everything in your shop movable. Everything in my shop is on wheels except for the fireplace behind me, and it's the best thing ever. Like the table that I'm on, I can drop it down on the floor and it's nice and heavy and stable, but I can roll it right out of the way. It's so nice to be able to do that.
What's wrong, Valhalla?
Nothing. This room's starting to get hot though.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna need to
freezing.
get a fan or something in here.
Yeah.
I got two. I had to turn the heat off.
Somebody asked if Torin does glass blowing. Have you tried that?
I have done glass blowing once. My niece married somebody who is a silversmith and glass blower, and as part of their engagement thing, when my wife and I were visiting in Idaho, my parents and my siblings and I were able to go to a glass blowing class that they did, and we still have the pieces from that, and it was a wonderful experience. I'd like to try it again, but I don't have the equipment, but there are places near me, and if I have the time and the money, I will probably try and do something more in the future. The other thing that was fun is my wife is considered doing sugar blowing, which is like glass blowing with molten sugar.
Yeah.
And she's got the kit for that, but she hasn't actually done it, but she's now had enough experience that when she has a chance to try it, she can theoretically do it.
They do that with super fancy cooking and whatnot. They'll put little sugar or glass sugar pieces on it.
Yep. But
I love watching glass blowing. Is amazing. If you start glass blowing on your channel, I'll be on every stream watching. I would stop. We were in Logan, Ohio, and on our way back, we happened to see a sign for glass blowing. I was like, oh, I got to stop. And we stopped and I watched these guys glass blowing for like an hour and a half or so until my wife was finally like, all right, we can get back on the road now.
Time to go now.
The medieval event I go to in like late July and August, there's usually a vendor there that has their glass blowing set up in place, and I can watch it there, and that's fun too.
That's
what about pottery? You ever do some pottery?
I have done pottery. I haven't done it in quite a while, but I did do it enough that I could like reliably make things look like I wanted them to look.
You're just all kinds of like crafty.
I want to get a pottery wheel so bad. I can't justify the cost of the kiln, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the kilns.
Otherwise,
Can't you take your stuff to somewhere to get it?
Build a kiln.
There you go.
Build it outside out of brick, like a pizza oven.
One thing you can do is you can find there's like small kilns that are not that expensive that can get hot enough. And if you get like a digital pyrometer that uses like a Type K thermocouple, because that's what I use for my enameling. And you could at least make one small piece at a time until you can like justify getting the larger one.
It's just. I don't know. I'll figure it out one day. Otherwise, I'm just going to have a bunch of like raw clay laying around, and I'm going to make it into something. It's going to sit there and collect dust, and then I'm going to eventually throw it out and then make something else. Because if I don't have a kiln or a way to like really do it, can I do it in the oven? Like, how hot does it have to get?
I think it needs to be really
something like about 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit. One thing
not going to work.
No.
One thing I would say is that if there's a pottery supply place near you. When I was in Idaho, there was a pottery store that they had their own kilns, and you could like rent time in them.
That's cool.
They would fire your pieces for you,
or space.
And you got to drive it into town and la la la.
Wait,
Marmar
talking
says,
about okay.
Torin, you should tell the story about showing your badge to the teen in the car next to you. And before you tell that story, Marmar, I'm so sorry. They posted that question like right when the stream started, and I'm sorry. So do tell.
No worries on that. Okay, so let's see. Let me get this in place. There we go. Do a quick status where I'm at.
Very nice. Looking good. Looking good.
Very cool.
All right, so let me see if I can. Okay, so I'm still doing stuff and not delaying you, wonderful folks.
There's no such thing as a delay on these streams, by the way.
You're good.
We're here. You're the guest star. You're in control here.
Okay, so I was working at the previous job that I had, and I had had to go somewhere for a class, and I was on my way back to work, and I was driving on kind of like a divided road where there were 2 lanes on each side and a couple of like crossover points where you could turn. I'm going along. I'm doing the road's rated for 55, and I'm doing that. Whoops, I misread that one. Sorry. So there's a car waited at like the middle area trying to turn on the direction I'm going. There's a couple of cars ahead of me, and I look in my rearview mirror. There's nobody behind me. So I figured, okay, I will pass them, and no big deal. There's nobody behind me. So they pull out behind me, and it's maybe about half a mile to the next light. So we pull up there. The car pulls up into the lane beside me, and they roll down their window. And it's like a couple of like late teens, early 20s, like, old enough to drive, but probably not quite in college yet. And they start yelling at me about how I'm disrespecting them. And I wasn't really listening, so I can't say exactly what it was, but I figured they didn't like the fact I didn't slow down to let them pull out in front of me. Not a big deal. I figured the light will turn and I'll go and it'll be over with. Except one of them like throws their soda cup and hits the side of my car.
No.
So I'm sitting there. I'm wearing a button-down shirt, I look, kind of semi-formal, but not, like super dressed up or super grungy. And I'm thinking, okay, these kids are working themselves up to try and, be, either really assert their dominance or some
heroes in their
unreasonable
own
thing.
mind.
Right. Billy Badass.
So I'm sitting there. I'm not even looking them. I pull my badge out of my pocket, hold it up to the window like this. The light turns green. I put it down. I drive off, and they're sitting at the light for like 5 seconds, and then they pull forward, pull behind me. They're going at a reasonable speed, and then they turn off at the next possible turn off they can do.
Like, oh shit, bro.
The amusing thing is that constables are actually specifically prohibited from being able to enforce the vehicle code in Pennsylvania. So there was absolutely nothing I could do. And I wasn't trying to abuse my authority. What was going through my mind is, well, if I show them a badge, if they do beat me up, because I was going to work where there was I couldn't carry anything with me. I figured at least then they could tack on, assault on a law enforcement officer.
Something, right?
There you go. That's funny. Do you ever keep your badge, your driver's license with your badge? So when a police officer pulls you over and you've got to pull out your license, your badge is just happily,
I specifically do not do that. I will not show my badge if I get pulled over. Because, like I said, you
better believe my disabled veteran card is in the exact same spot as my driver's license, and they get handed
for some
that
reason,
piece exactly.
My driver's license is always behind my bar card. I don't know how it happens. Hang on, let me get my bar card out of the way.
It's that, and then a business card for an attorney, and my insurance card, all in the same little thing in my wallet.
Remember, though, that I'm in part of the state where the reaction I get from the police officers may be extremely variable. It might actually make my situation a lot worse. So I figure if I get pulled over for anything traffic related or whatnot, it's just not worth risking it. And so,
do you ever do you know who I am?
Nope. I'm not going to be doing any of that.
That's not a good plan.
So how long have you been constable, by the way?
8 years.
8 years.
Just
a fluke on an election day. Now for 8 years, you've been constable. That's awesome.
Yep. Actually, I'm considering running for high constable the next time it comes around.
Oh, we'll write you in.
It doesn't really make...
You don't live in Pennsylvania.
It doesn't really have any difference in authority in the statutes, but it's a position that apparently nobody's been elected for in like 50 years. There was another constable who was able to work it with his election board to where he could get on the ballot. You have to be on the ballot for your own personal, because high constable is for an entire borough, and constables are elected on a ward basis. You have to be elected in your ward and elected in the borough as high constable at the same time for it to work. So I figured it might be worth a shot. But if it's a position that's available, I figure somebody ought to run for it.
Right?
Getting there. Look at that.
Yeah, it's just a waste.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised I have all the pieces to sort of able to find them. It takes some digging, but it's happening.
That's a cool set. That is a very cool set.
I want to be a constable now.
Dave, I think you would be a good constable. I'd vote for Dave and Val for constables too. No, then Val would have to interact with people.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening, Wendy.
I want to govern the elections.
I bet you do.
I will say another constable story is that while the constables are a party position, when I'm doing my poll duty, I figure I should be as nonpartisan as possible.
Well, yeah.
And I figure it's a testament to how well I did my job, because when I was up for re-election, the other party's poll watcher didn't realize what party I was until she looked at the primary ballot and realized I was not on it for their party. And I figure that's it lets me know I did the job right.
Right.
You're too upstanding of a citizen, sir.
I love it. No such thing as being too upstanding.
Corrupted more by Valhalla.
Why do I got to do the corrupting?
Well, I have a question. Why isn't Valhalla a mod on your channel? He's a mod on like every other person's channel.
I don't think he's asked that I'm aware of.
Well, people just offer it, really. I was told I had to, but
well, there
not
for a
by
little
him.
while. Everybody had to. There for a little while. It was part of the YouTube terms of service.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah, you signed up for a channel and you got Valhalla as a moderator.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think I was a mod first before Valhalla, though, on your channel, David.
Were you?
Yeah.
Really? Well, maybe.
Yeah.
When you came in, when you came in Valhalla into the fold, was Wendy already here?
Yeah.
I believe
We didn't know
so.
each other yet, though. So
I think that interview that she did was kind of right before, or right as we were kind of getting together or whatever.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I've been around already for a while. I
Yeah.
think
No.
Jamie.
Wendy, when Valhalla started like chit chatting a bit, was after your interview or right around the same time.
Correct.
So you were already.
He sent me a really nice DM. He's like, you did a really good job, Mrs. Valhalla, and I liked your interview. It was really sweet. I was like, oh my god.
She printed it off and framed it.
It's right here. Okay. So we had a couple of questions come in. So wait, somebody had one before Julia. Sorry, Julia. Ooh, Valhalla. Oh.
All right, so here's the breakdown, y'all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, we need a base.
That looks horrible.
You're really clumsy right now.
They're not.
Do you want to?
So here's the 3 different variations of rows. We have this guy, which is cool. We got 4 of those. We got 4 of this one, which is cool, right? Where's the other one? And 4 of this one.
Nice. Are those all individual Lego sets or Lego? Those look like shoulders from the Star Wars like figures. That's what they look like.
Shoulders from the Star Wars figures.
You know, they have. You know how the Lego has like the 7-inch tall figures from different things. They have Legos, or they have like robots and stuff. Looks like the shoulder pads from those.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out what they reused.
And then it's got
I like the baby's breath.
Baby's breath. Yeah, got 4 of those on there too.
Nice.
It's a fun little set, and I've done most of the flowers now. So, I just got to find a.
You need to get a
flower
vase.
A vase, if you will. Yes.
That's right.
The vase.
Oh, I know. Gwendolyn said, I like the story of Mrs. Torrance X meeting Torrance.
Oh, yes, that's a good one.
Do tell.
All right. So I had met the lady who was going to be Mrs. Torrance. And she had let me know when I met her that she was in the process of a divorce. And she was still living in the same house with her soon-to-be ex, who had already moved his girlfriend into the house with him.
That's awesome.
So anyway, I wanted to call and set up a time to meet up with her in. This was probably like our 3rd or 4th date. And she'd given me the house number. And so I went ahead and called up, and her ex answers the phone. I said, "Hi, this is Torn. Can I speak to, the future Mrs. Torn?" No, not, I just used her name. And he said, "This is her husband." And I said, "Yes, I know. May I speak to her?"
That's awesome.
That's pretty good.
She said he was like pissed for a week over that.
Oh man, you moved your lady in. What do you think your ex lady or future ex lady is going to do?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So
love it.
When I first got divorced, I went to a school function, and I had just moved out into my new home, and my ex brought this guy around, and she was like showing a ring and stuff, and I shook his hand. I don't remember his name. Obviously, that didn't work out. But I was like, she was like all like cocky. I was like, good luck, guy. And I think he was gone within like a week.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah, he was like disappeared. Never heard from him again.
You're all nicest sex she ever had. Okay, Julia543 says, would it to Torin, would it be enforcing the vehicle code if you were to do something about them throwing a drink at the car?
Probably not, but I don't think it probably would have met a sufficient level of a breach of the peace for just throwing the thing. It probably would have been closer to littering or something motor vehicle related enough. And again, I didn't have like anything other than my badge with me and my ID. So I didn't, I mean, I wouldn't really be able to effectuate an arrest. And again,
So
like I said, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you're allowed to arrest if you see a felon or felony being committed?
Yes.
Okay. That seems like the last person you would want to arrest as a constable. Just sort of hanging out.
This dangerous felon.
You're like, maybe I'll just, observe and report a little bit.
Yep. All right. So I just trying to make sure I'm.
That's okay. Mustang McCracken, yes, he is. Both, he's a criminal defense attorney and he does family law. David.
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I do family law, criminal defense, and a lot of civil litigation. Actually, recently I've been shifting more away from family law and more into like commercial and business litigation, employment law, and things like that, which I find more entertaining than family law. Family law is just like, it's exhausting, but I've been doing it for 13 years.
I don't think I could do that.
No, family law would be tough.
I just sit here and look at these people, and I talk to opposing counsel. And I'm like, you realize both of our clients are idiots, right? And they're going to spend thousands of dollars being idiots, arguing with each other. Let's see if we can get them to the, to a good spot. And if opposing counsel comes back, it's like, well, your client's obviously insane. That's why. I'm like, okay, well then we know, that's sort of the course that this case needs to take, because it's just going to be like hard going at it litigation. But I always try at the end of the day to make everybody come together to some extent, because especially if there's kids involved, whether they're young kids or old kids, you guys are getting divorced, but you're still going to be in each other's lives. And the faster you guys can resolve your disputes, the easier it's in everybody, especially the kids. Yes. So that's my whole approach to it. But yes, it's very exhausting because you're dealing with people at their absolute worst.
It came with this little heart.
Oh my gosh.
I think it was supposed to be like a Valentine gift because it's got like a. Well, that doesn't make sense. Does it? It's April. It's got like a to and from tag up there. You can't see, but it's got lines.
Yeah, you're supposed to give it to your special lady.
Well, I think she gave it to me. Yeah, she gave it to me to build. Now I want to build it and give it to her.
Torin, what trial has
I'm going to take a bio break. I'll be back.
I'm sorry, what? What
trial
has
frustrated you the most?
Trying to think here. I mean, there have been trials that have been hard for me to listen to, but then again, I don't like listening to overly contentious stuff. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I haven't really followed any of the Hale stuff in general, just because it's been painful for me to listen to. Trying to think of any of them that stood out more than the others. I mean, a lot of them have been frustrating in different ways. I know Rittenhouse was frustrating as far as the prosecutor, but I think in general, prosecutors are very frustrating to listen to because there's never anything that you can do that was the right thing to do, regardless if anybody else would look at it as the right thing.
That's the best way to say it. That's the exact right way to say it. That's exactly how they look at it.
So,
did you watch the Apple River case at all? The Apple River stabbing?
That was the stabbing. I didn't actually hear the verdict on that, but I did hear a little about the background of the case. I'm assuming he was convicted.
Yes.
Yes,
he
I
was.
think of the lesser charge, though, not the.
Yeah, it was first degree.
It was reckless
or reckless homicide. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It was a weird charge. Wisconsin has some weird cases.
Yeah.
But so more importantly, though, when you're watching these trial streams, who are you watching on? Which channel are you watching?
In general, I prefer Rekieta's if he is watching it, but he doesn't do a lot of them. I like Rob. I really liked Rob's recap of the Taking Care of Maya trial, and I also liked
MLS. You love MLS, right? Trial coverage on MLS.
It's his favorite. He was just going to say that.
But there's a lot of stuff that, I mean, there is getting to be really a lot of trial coverage, and sometimes I have a hard time keeping up with a lot of it. So I apologize for that.
Well, I did too, and that's kind of why I was like backing off of streaming after the Jennifer Crumley trial. You know, there were so many other trials coming up, and it was taking up so much time. I just had to be like, all right, I'm done. That's why I was like, quote, retired from YouTube. But because it's so much to try to keep up on, you can't do it all. You can't watch it all. You can't stay on top of everything. You know, you stream about one case, and people have questions about 20 other cases.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm making right now, but it's some sort of weird bird thing. I don't know. Working on this.
Are we able to view a Pennsylvania trial stream? Jung asks.
Are you asking? I'm assuming she's asking
she's
Torin.
asking
Do you know if
Torin.
they stream the trials, Torin?
I don't know how many if they do video or not. I know the I think of Dennis Miller, whatever the food case that Amos Miller that Barnes was covering. I know that one was not done publicly.
I
But
can't think of a
I'm not.
Pennsylvania case.
Yeah, I can't think of one that was done either. And I'm looking here, and I've got something that I had a piece in wrong. That's why it wasn't fitting. So
There a trial
yeah,
you're
I'm-
looking forward to watching in the future?
None of them have really kind of like stood out as I've got to watch it right away, because I mean, there's the OnlyFans. If it does come to a trial, I think I want to watch the one that is in Massachusetts with, that Turtle Boy has been covering and getting in trouble over.
Karen Reed is starting. It's starting in 2 weeks, I think, right? It's supposed to take
Yeah,
like 2
that
months.
would definitely be one I want to catch.
You should. If I'm gonna make a recommendation. You should watch it on the Broken Bakers channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a Dane. He's a Danish layman. He's a professional juror in Denmark.
Okay.
And his channel is called The Broken Baker, and he's been covering that for about a year now. He's been covering that case, and I was covering the Turtle Boy a little bit, his whole situation, but Baker's got Karen Reed down. He knows all the facts. He's done a recreation of the supposed hitting of John with the car via Lego. He did a recreation with Lego, so you should check him out definitely.
And I think I just finished this bag off, but I have more pieces. Let's see. Than normal.
Oh, yeah. They might go to the next one.
Yeah, I've been setting them off to the side, so if I run short, that's where I'll check first.
Love it.
So I'm now
He's
opening.
such
bag
an
six.
engineer. Oh my God, he's such an engineer.
I know, I love it.
My wife says that in her family, it's been very matriarchal, and in her family, the men are the pampered, weak ones. Tend to pass away earlier than their wives because they're not all that robust and whatnot, and they're not that intelligent. So the women get together, they plan things and whatnot. The guys go off and to the side. So she says, I don't register as that type of male because when I get something, I read the instructions first.
I love that. Love it. Cheers.
I need to get another beer. This is
Yeah,
going to be a
Baker also
2-beer stream.
draws. Baker
Oh
also
yeah,
does
he's got
yeah.
a sketch. He's got a whiteboard that he draws out.
He also does he does his like watercolors, not like a professional, but like little kid watercolors. Very cute. He's a good drawer. A good drawer. I don't know.
Good drawer.
He's a good drawler.
Good
You got to put the
drawer.
L in there. You got to
Drawler.
get the L. Drawler. Good drawer.
Oh, he's.
But yeah, you should definitely check out the Broken Baker if you want to watch the Karen Reed trial. He's going to be covering it all.
Yeah, I streamed the Karen Reed stuff with Baker. I don't know if you mentioned that or not.
I jumped on. No, I didn't.
You didn't. You didn't. You should have.
I was on there on Friday. I was on his channel. We were covering the hearings.
I was supposed to be, but I didn't wake up in time.
Apparently, so he sent me a link because you weren't there.
That's exactly what happened.
Justin's all instructions. What are those?
What are those?
We need a legal expertise, and Valhalla's not here, so I guess we'll go to Dave.
I guess we'll bring on the lawyer. God.
Yeah. 20th Century Fox says the trial starts Tuesday, actually.
Tuesday?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I've been sort of listening to some of the pre-trial stuff. I don't know, like motions or.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a couple weeks.
I will be streaming Zachariah Anderson on Tuesday and Wednesday. But after that, I'll be watching intent.
Yeah, when I'm at work, I listen to YouTube streams while I'm doing stuff because it helps me focus on what I need to do creativity-wise, which I'm assuming is like an attention deficit type thing. So one of the streams, the types of streams I tended to listen to were like Reddit readings for like, entitled people. Am I the asshole?
I love those. I want to do a stream like that with Amy.
I want to watch that. I haven't heard of that before.
Jessica Reloaded was doing that for a long time.
Yeah. Like a year ago, I texted Jamie and I'm like, we should do Am I the Butthole stream.
She had to change the name of them. If I remember right, YouTube came down on her for using asshole in the title.
Somebody already did it. I don't want to. Yeah.
Well, I figure we're past 2. I figure we're past 2 hours, so I can say it freely. But yeah, it's like, am I the butthole, or
you can say asshole, man. It's
I'm saying that's the way those channels label it.
Yeah.
But the problem I've had is that I have a good enough memory, and I'd say probably at least 60% of the content I'm listening to these days is repeats, and it gets frustrating after a while. So I've been, and I do listen to the LawTube stuff, but I'm also thinking that I need to start listening to more audiobooks, catch up with the reading I've been wanting to do. Because unfortunately, when I read a physical book, I cannot stop reading it. I will read it straight through. I will be late for work. I will not sleep. I will not do stuff I need to do. So I've had to switch over to audiobooks to be able to have something that I can stop or do other stuff with while I'm listening.
See, you're talking about all these problems or these issues, but I'm hearing a lot of myself in you. And I just don't see a problem with any of it. Yeah, when you get a good book, you don't put it down. If you have to be late for court or whatever, fine. It is what it is.
So be it. The reading takes precedent.
I watched every episode of Scrubs on repeat, all the way through the whole show while I was studying for the bar. I don't understand the issue. That's how
I loved that show.
I love that show.
Oh no.
I remember sitting and taking the bar exam and being asked a question, and immediately my mind went to an episode of Scrubs. Oh yeah, JD said this thing to Turk, and this is the answer to that question. It's like, of course, it's a homestead exemption, or whatever. I have no idea what the question was, but see, that's just normal to me.
I don't know that case, Pam Graham. George Kelly, I don't know that one.
Sean's covering that one, and I'm not sure exactly what it's about. But
is that the guy that was found dead? That was
That's right. That's right.
drugs.
So he lived
Across the
on the Mexican border, and they found a migrant in his backyard shot to death. And they were like, "Hey, you did this," and he was like, "I don't think I did that." And now they're putting him on for murder.
Wow.
It's like, I don't think I did that.
Discord. John wants to know if you want to do Discord.
I do Discord, but not a whole lot of it because I just find I don't have a lot of time for it, unfortunately. I'm on Ian's Discord. I'm on the one that used to be Rob's, and let's see. I just found apparently I missed a couple of steps, and that's probably where my extra pieces were.
That'll do it every time, buddy. Every time.
Okay.
Not all of them, but
I'm supposed to ask this. Did you eat my mango body butter?
That's from a movie.
What?
Oh, I don't know. I thought somebody knew what it meant.
I
Sorry.
think it's from a movie.
Sorry, Julia. I don't know that one.
Please save this for when you can.
What movie is
movie
that from? It's from a movie.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Scrubs. It's the best episode of Scrubs ever. It's when they do a sort of an homage to the Wizard of Oz. And so it starts off with Toto, and JD's sitting in the bathtub, and he's just moved in with Elliot, and he's got this, and she's got mango body butter, and he's like washing with it, and then he eats it, and then he's called into the hospital. That's when you meet Julian for the first time. Julian is the manatee that lives under the hospital in the water because he falls in.
Poor Julia.
Yeah,
Thanks, Julia.
I could talk through almost every episode of Scrubs.
It's been a long time since I've watched it.
Yeah, me too.
my TV superpower is I can identify any original Star Trek episode within 30 seconds of seeing it, no matter where it is in the episode they start.
Oh, that's pretty impressive.
What?
Which is really annoying because I'm not all that interested in it.
Turns out I'm not a big Star Wars fan. But
Star Wars or Star Trek?
My bad.
Star Trek.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I just did move 100, so I'm officially a third of the way through.
Yay! Are you interested in the Brian Kohlberger case, being from Idaho and all? But we have to say Kronberger because that's how David says it.
I have been kind of paying attention, a bit of it through Andrea Burkhart's coverage. I haven't been catching a lot of it live, just kind of following her tweets on it. And it's, from what I can tell, it sounds like the prosecution and state has very, very, very shaky evidence, but they're trying to kind of ignore all of that. And it's one of those things where he may be guilty, but it feels an awful lot like the prosecution is just going to try and get a conviction regardless of how good their facts are or not.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Well, that seems to be par for the course lately, huh?
Yeah. And like Gosney says, the prosecution's supposed to go for the truth, not for victory, but
justice over conviction, but that's unfortunately not what we see all too often.
Yep.
Yeah, Andrea Burkhardt is great.
Yep.
She's awesome.
Alrighty.
So what do you like watching on TV, Torin?
I don't watch a lot of TV. My wife and roommate both watch more than I do. But let's see. I'm sorry. Trying to see what I'm dealing with here. But
are you identifying the same person, your wife and your roommate, as the same person, or?
No, I think they're two separate people.
They're two separate people. My wife is.
Do they know about each
my
other?
wife? Yes.
Okay. That's important.
The roommate in question has been a friend of mine for like 30 plus years. I knew her in Idaho, and my wife met her when I was helping the roommate move across country from Idaho to Virginia. And unfortunately, the roommate in question is now on 100% Social Security disability because she, over the course of her life, she's broken her neck. Unfortunately, no paralysis, but a lot of pain from that. She's also had like cancer a couple of times. And she got married to her last husband about like 10 years ago. And about four or 5 years ago, it's been a bit more than that, but about 5 years back, she had to get divorced because he seemed to be going crazy and she just couldn't live with him anymore. And while she's on 100% disability, she really can't afford to like live in most places on that. And I talked to my wife about it, and we agreed that we would be able to have her move in as our roommate. She was our roommate for a while before she got married this last time. And so she's also the one who taught me like silversmithing and enameling. And she's just a good friend of both my wife and I. And we figured it was something we could do to make it to where her life was not miserable and she could afford to live without having to like pay rent. And because she's got a lot of medical expenses, and
sure.
It's just kind of a chance for us to like be decent to a friend of ours.
We love that.
So
yeah. We we have one of those. My buddy that comes into chat every once in a while, Mr. James, the guy that started the whole Happy Birthday Valhalla thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking dick. He he lived with us for like summers, right? Because he was a school teacher in Chicago. But we lived where he went to college, and like his whole friend group was out there. So he'd go to school all year long and then come live in our spare room in all summer long. And he was the one that got ordained and actually married me and Mrs. Valhalla.
Cute.
The other thing is it's kind of like paying it back because the medieval household that I'm a part of, where like the lady was that taught me the braiding stuff. When I moved out here to Pennsylvania for the blacksmithing apprenticeship, a couple in that group were putting me up essentially rent free until I could get on my feet, and it was about like 5 or 6 months until I could get myself going out here, and it's kind of like a chance to like repay that or pay it forward, or however you would want to categorize that.
That's sweet.
So
Toila Carissa, Salvador was here earlier. I don't know if you know this about him, but his bedtime is like 8 p.m.
Oh yeah. We tried to make him stay up late one time. It was not successful. He was a hot mess.
Yes,
he was a hot mess. Poor Sal.
Yeah, he's been around. I've seen him a lot lately, actually. And
I
he streams.
I think he was streaming today.
I think he streams every day. Seems like it. For sure, he streams with EU, and sometimes he streams by himself, I think.
We were gonna have him on maybe for one of the barely interesting streams. But we start those at 10 p.m. Eastern, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm
not making that one."
But the thing is that it's only 8 p.m. Eastern for him. But that's like he's going to bed.
Yeah,
it's not 8 p.m. Eastern. It's just
I mean, if he gets up at 3, I get it. You know, like
Okay.
if you get up at 3 a.m., I get going to bed at 8.
I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, I go to my room at 8 because I have a house full of people that are here, and so I need my alone time. But I'm probably not asleep at 8. I mean, I know I'm not asleep at 8.
So, do you have Torin? Do you have your own personal space? Is this what you're at? This is your a space away from the women?
Actually, where I'm filming is the master bedroom in the house. And
right now.
My wife has actually been very, very considerate. She had to work a late shift at the high school she's a custodian at. And I was talking to her about how I would like move the camera setup to the garage or the shop for this interview. And she said, no, do it where you're at because, you might have to show braiding stuff. And that's where most of the braiding stuff is. And she said she'll sack out on the couch tonight, which I thought was extremely considerate of her.
Thank you, Mrs. Torin. We appreciate it.
Torin, you're the best. All the misses around here are the best misses. You all married
Well, I
up.
called my wife for that name, by the way. The name of that whatever it was.
What'd she say?
Cream pie thing. She said she's sleeping. I'm like, all right. Well, I'll text your friend because she's the one that told us about it. All right.
That's not the right answer to that.
I'm sleeping. All right, I'll text your friend. No worries.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's a good husband move.
Well, it's not a long-term husband move.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah. If you want to be husband number 2 and not the last one, sure.
I guess I should turn my ring light back on me, huh?
Yeah, you're still streaming even though you're done building.
Oh.
This is MLS. We love it.
All right, so I'm almost done. I've got a few more odds and ends.
Well, it's a good thing this isn't a race, because if it was, I'd definitely have lost.
Oh, there's no races.
We have no races. Wink.
That's such a cool
That's really
set.
cute.
I feel like I had that one when I was a kid.
I feel like everyone should have had this one when they were a kid. It was so. I mean, I had it. I always remember this as a kid.
Wait, they had really cool headset or headdress hats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have had that set as a kid. I definitely had the Indian sets.
Yeah.
That's such a cool piece. Cultural appropriation, she says.
No, it's cultural appreciation. This is cultural celebration. That's what it is.
He's
Did
celebrating.
you have Jung wants to know if you had this hobby as a child or a hobby as a child. Torn.
Did I have a hobby in childhood?
Mhm.
I enjoyed a lot of reading. That was a lot of what I spent my time doing as a kid. I played D&D a little bit, but I don't think I had a lot of stuff that you would categorize as actual hobbies. I did like trying to do computer gaming, and since the statute of limitations is well past it, I also liked war dialing bulletin board systems in other states using MCI long distance codes.
Outstanding.
You know, they just extended the statute of limitations.
Right.
The company in question has been out of business for like 25 years.
So speaking of like criminal things and you being a constable and all, have you noticed any sort of shenanigans with the legal system, or I guess watching YouTube and all that as well? I mean, have you noticed any substantial issues
Locally in Pennsylvania? There have been some stuff that's like constable related, where there's been like a crazy constable doing stuff they're not supposed to, but not systemically that I could tell. And there was something with the accounting wise where the state police was supposed to use money for something, and I can't remember what it was, that they just wound up using for their own equipment budget that was in the news, but wasn't really came to any resolution that I was aware of. And I can hear Mrs. Torin coming up the steps, so you might hear her voice soon. Hello, dear. No problem. I've been extolling your virtues, and the people here have been,
Thanks for amazing, Mrs. Torin. Speaking of Mrs. Torin, Gwendolyn says, ask Torin what he got for his wife before they got married. His love.
Oh, I think that was actually after we got married, but it was within a year or two. I got her a divorce lawyer.
Yeah, within a year.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What?
Wait,
yeah, she's coming around here.
Tell us.
Okay, so what happened is that she she was in the divorce process.
Is
And
it
she told
something
her
like
ex-
dowry insurance? Is that what that
Well,
is?
she told her ex that he could have the house if he would just refinance it in his name. And it had been like a year or two, about a year and a half since the divorce was. After 2 years, he still had not refinanced the house. And so when we were trying to, get force a sale on that, most of the people we were talking to were saying, well, it should have been handled in the divorce, except for the fact that they bought the house together 15 years before they got married. And so I figured that the person who would be able to understand and deal with that would be a divorce lawyer. So I hired my wife a divorce lawyer. So
Outstanding.
Love it.
And of course, he was the one who handled the sale, and he sold the house for probably a good $50,000 to $75,000 less than it was worth, because it sold in less than 24 hours.
Wow.
And they had 3 offers.
He wasn't messing around.
Well, he was trying to, I think, screw her over, and was screwing himself over, because that was the type of personality he had. Didn't matter how bad he messed him. He made himself miserable if he made somebody else miserable in the process.
Yeah,
so
piece of shit.
Yeah.
Jung says,
Good
David,
times.
Wendy, and Val, come up with Torrance next election catchphrase.
Election catchphrase. Vote for me because I'm all you got.
I don't really need an election catchphrase. My wife is an excellent cook, and she brings me dinner when I do the election day stuff. And since it would be rude to just feed me, she feeds the entire election crew.
She's bribing the election crew with lasagna.
That's exactly what's happening.
I love it.
I love it.
That's a smart woman. Smart woman. She knows what's good.
Yeah, she does.
I'm missing a few pieces that I think are actually inside the house. I'm gonna go grab those, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Vote for
Otherwise,
me
this
on
is pretty good.
torin3. That's cute. Oh,
That's
David,
pretty
that's
good,
cute.
Julia.
I like
That's
that one,
pretty good.
Julia.
Vote for me. I'm torin3.
Soaring with Torin.
Thorn with Torin. Ooh, yeah.
I actually went ahead and got business cards for my channel made up, because I was going to a convention in Virginia, and that was to. Oh, I forgot to mention, I also did a braid for science fiction and fantasy author Larry Correa, and figured he recently wrote a nonfiction book called "In Defense of the Second Amendment," where he goes over a lot of the gun control arguments and just eviscerates them. So.
All gun laws are unconstitutional.
Yep, pretty much.
Every single one.
But he also goes over, well, these are the arguments, and they don't work for X, Y, and Z reasons. But yeah, he's a good author in general. I recently listened to his the audiobook for his latest epic fantasy novel. The series is Saga of the Forgotten Warrior, and the first book in that is Son of the Black Sword. And if you like epic fantasy, I highly recommend it.
Hell yeah. What's it called?
The series is Saga of the Forgotten Warrior. It's a 5-book, well, potentially a 6-book series. And it takes place in a world that is essentially like India, as in subcontinent culture. There used to be, there are humans in the world, and at one point in time, there was like a reign of demons that landed, and they were fought into the ocean. So the demons live and control the ocean. Humans live on the land, and the people that fought the demons in the ocean were supposed to have their descendants save them when the demons came out of the ocean again. And they were the kings, but they were so tyrannical that the people overthrew them, got rid of the kings, and instead established a rule of law, where the law is controls everything. The judges are the highest caste. It's a caste system. They have enforcers of the law. They have protectors. They have a merchant caste. They have a warrior caste, and they have like an administrator caste. And the story starts off where you're dealing with a character named Ashok Vidal, who is kind of like a medieval Judge Dredd. He's got essentially a sentient sword that has the memories of everybody who's wielded it, and they're required to accept dual challenges from anybody who challenges them. And it starts off where he's fighting one of the sea demons and kills it. There's magic in this world, but the only source for magic is essentially the bodies of dead demons and the black metal that makes up like these swords they're called ancestor blades because they have the memories of the ancestors. And it progresses in ways you do not expect. And there is a potential world-ending crisis coming up. And it's just a really well-told story. The characters are well-developed. Their motivations are believable. And I just highly recommend it if you like epic fantasy.
I'm going to have to check it out. We've got there's a pretty cool bookstore in the area that it's a pretty cool place. Maybe I'll take you guys there sometime. Maybe I'll stream it. It's a pretty awesome store.
Hey, Charlene, Fine Art. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I was having a sad moment remembering my kitty who passed and found your bright spot. MLS, so sorry to hear about your channel. Already subscribed. Thank you. And we're so sorry for your loss.
Very much so. And hopefully she's up in kitty heaven playing with chasing all the bugs and playing with all the yarn balls.
Yeah. Love it. And thank you for the super chat, Elise.
Absolutely. Appreciate you.
We're always happy to be the bright spot in somebody's evening.
Hey, if I'm the bright spot in somebody's day or evening, I will take it every time.
You are always a bright spot in my day when I get to see you.
Oh, thanks, Wendy.
Love you, babes.
Oh, shit.
Torin, so do you like movies then, since TV's not really your thing? Do you have favorite movies?
I'm sorry, I meant to say when we're talking about the TV, I do tend to watch like stuff on like Netflix and other streaming services. So there are some series I watch, but a lot of them I tend to get distracted. But I do like movies as well. There was a anime series. I did recently watch the entire run of the Overlord anime. I'm not really big into the isekai genre, but it was a really well told version of that, where it's not so much the standard, but how people in a world deal when an overpowered NPC shows up in their world. And I really liked how that one turned out. Let me phrase it. I enjoyed the well-crafted story. Do not watch it or do not show it to kids. It's not so much adult stuff as it is very dark themes, but it's a really well told story of the genre.
What's up, Nick?
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, I was just saying hi to Nick. My bad.
Oh, okay. Hey, Nick, nice to see you on. Welcome.
He was on
earlier.
He was on with me last night. He came on my stream last night.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm missing 2 shields. That's the only thing I can't find, but I did find the other Indian lady in my house. She was in the audience for the
Lizzie
Borden trial. Yeah. I'm like, I know I've seen her somewhere.
Their shields were like kite shields, right? They were the big teardrop, upside down teardrop shapes.
Yeah, I can't find them. I'm missing those too. Hey, but it's not bad for like not knowing where anything was. Just sort of like spontaneous, like, I have a book. Let's build something.
For a 30-year-old set, you'd be able to find everything but 2 pieces. You're doing up pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You did deserve it, Nick.
You did, Nick. You did. He was a beast last night. So we were all
asleep early last night. Who did you stream with?
On my channel.
No, I missed it.
No, he was on. He sent me a link. I was so exhausted last night. Like my eyes are heavy.
What time did you start?
Like 12:30.
Yeah, I just got back from Ghostbusters, where I was like trying to stay awake in the theater. I was like driving home, and it was like, oh my god, my bed. I'm so looking forward to my bed. I lay down and I hear doo-doo-doo-doo. it's Valhalla with a link. I'm like, I'm not coming on.
So we were all sitting in Rekida's chat last night waiting for him to start. And like 30 minutes after he was supposed to start, he jumps on. He was like, hey, something came up. Can't stream tonight. Later, y'all. And I was like, well, F this. I'm going to start a stream. And I threw my link in Rekida's chat. And like a bunch of people came over here.
Nice.
Nick Starov jumped on. And then Wilhelm from Cellulite Podcast jumped on. And we were
He
having a
lives
good
in the
time.
neighborhood where my wife lived when she first came to this country.
Yeah. I love Will. I love that dude to death. He's amazing. He's good.
Is that Malcolm Wilhelm?
No.
Oh, because I've seen that guy in chat. But I
No,
don't
it's
know.
Cellulite Podcast is what his channel is.
You know, I don't know anything.
Yeah, he's I think he's buddies with Drex, like in real life. Like I think they've been friends for a long time. I could be wrong.
Have you ever been to Detroit?
I have not been to Detroit. I have driven relatively close to it twice when I was driving from Idaho to Pennsylvania.
That's already too much for me.
Detroit is awesome. Valhalla's going to
No,
get
it's
up here.
not.
He's going to come up here in August when Nick comes, and we're going to go sailing.
You said you sail to Detroit?
August. Nick's coming up to August.
There's a lake by Detroit. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so ignorant. I don't
There's
know.
there's a lake there.
There's like
There's a
5
big
lakes
one.
that kind of surround Michigan and New York. And,
like the Great Lakes?
Those are the
Yeah,
ones,
like the
Wendy.
Great Lakes. Oh, you've heard of
Those
them.
are
You've
the
heard of them.
ones.
I didn't know Detroit was there. I didn't know about Detroit. I always thought Detroit was like urban and like.
Well, it is. That's why it's
It is.
horrible.
Well, actually, Detroit's not even on a Great Lake. It's on a fat spot in the river called Lake St. Clair, but it's really just a fat spot in the river that connects Lake Huron to Lake Erie.
All right.
Yeah. There's a lot of lakes. A lot of lakes.
Yeah, a lot of
some Great
lakes.
Lakes.
There's
or
more lakes than Minnesota, the
Ew.
land of 1,000 lakes, whatever it's called.
I feel like this is going to be like a springtime Easter decoration.
I
going
think I
forward.
got that one for one of the kids
Definitely
and put it in
happened.
their Easter basket this year. I mean, the
Yeah.
Easter bunny did. Mm-hmm.
I got Lego ornaments. I ordered a Lego, and it came with Lego ornaments to hang on the tree.
Did you get
But
the
they
big
look-
heart?
No, they're 3 round ones. One's
Oh, okay.
green, yellow, and red, or something like that. But they're so cool looking. They're actually out all the time. They look kind of Star Warsy. I feel like it's so they're in my Star Wars room as some sort of like Star Wars thing.
Really
They
like
go over to
Will?
Chicago.
Was that your first experience with Will? Half Irish? Will's a good dude. I like him. Where the hell did I meet him?
I think the last thing I remember last night was receiving David's text about Ghostbusters. Or I passed out hella early.
Detroit is north of Canada, by the way. When you sing that song, what is that Foreigner song? Is South Detroit? That's Windsor, Ontario. That's Canada.
Born and raised in South Detroit.
Get it, Valhalla.
But remember, he took them.
Train going anywhere.
He didn't care where he was going as long as he was leaving Detroit.
Just a small town girl.
Living in a lonely world.
Is it Foreigner? Is that the band? Foreigner?
No, it's Journey. How dare you?
Journey.
God bless it.
Is there a difference, really?
Yes.
Oh my God, David.
Like, is there a difference between the Beatles and the Stones?
Yeah, that
Yes.
one I don't care about. I don't care about
the
that.
Stones are awesome. The Beatles are not. Not a Beatles fan, y'all. Sorry.
I mean, but you get 80s music involved, and then I got something to say about it.
We only do 80s Billy Idol.
Oh,
Lauren, favorite music. I know you don't like Western, and you don't like BTS or
no, he
BS
said he
or
doesn't
whatever.
know it. He didn't say he didn't like
BTS,
BTS.
BTK, Bind, Torture, Kill.
Maybe he doesn't
All right,
like
so Torin, you have to pick. You can only listen to one type of music. You're on an island, all that sort of stuff. What do you go with?
Trying to think for a second here. Probably I guess I'd probably just go for generalized rock.
He was going to say the Beatles, but I shit on him. So now,
No, actually, if I was going to go for a specific group, it might be the Moody Blues. My dad, the Moody Blues. My dad loved them when I was growing up, so I listened to them a lot.
My dad listened to Tom T. Hall. He was awesome. Do you know Tom T. Hall? Anyone?
No.
I've heard the name, but I couldn't.
Snake. I like beer. There's a song all about loving beer, and like he died and went to heaven, and it was rivers of beer. And
It's Valhalla Stream.
I know,
Damn
right?
right.
This is his song.
I'm about it.
My dad listened to Placido Domingo and
Selena.
No.
Lefty. Okay, Lefty jumped out
he
of work.
listened to
just
opera.
trash you, Valhalla.
We had to listen to opera music growing up. Opera music and classical music.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No wonder.
All right, so Torin, being an engineer,
right.
if I was to decree upon you the authority to enact one law, policy, thing, whatever, that you particularly engineered that's going to better society for the best, like with like the one thing that you can do, what is it that you're engineering? What is it that you're doing? What is it that you're implementing?
Just off the top of my head, I would say remove judicial and prosecutorial immunity.
Ooh, I like that.
I like that
a lot.
Imagine a world where there's consequences for your actions.
Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
I like that answer.
I do. That was a really good answer, actually.
I like Torin.
Foo Fighters, really?
Yeah.
You don't like Foo Fighters?
I like Nirvana. I like Dave Grohl on a drum set, not a guitar, not singing. Get him on a drum set. I'm good.
His first singer kind of went the way of the dodo, so he didn't really have much of a choice.
Look at Lefty knows he knows the three tenors.
Torin,
Who
what was your
are
first
you?
concert you went to?
I'm sorry, what?
What was your first concert that you went to? Music concert.
Van Halen in Boise, Idaho in like 1986, I think.
Who was it? I'm sorry.
Van Halen.
The real Van Halen. 1986 Van Halen.
I grew up with the 90s Van Halen.
These are not fitting the way it shows on the
Where's
on
Megan
the
Fox?
diagram.
She needs to see that an engineer is even having problems with the Lego.
Poor Megan.
Yes, really he is.
Well-
Look at Valhalla's built 2 sets tonight.
I felt 2 sets tonight.
I'm having the problem with this one here. There's like a little gap that it's showing, and I can't get that the parts, if they snap on, actually line up correctly, and then other parts don't fit after that.
You should be able to slide it. Given that piece, the shape underneath, you should be able to snap it in and then slide it. I'm pretty sure.
It's a standard bottom here, and so it'll only go. So it's like it needs to be over just a little bit more, but it won't actually do it. And if I move it over to the next spot, it doesn't. The rest of it looks even further off than it's supposed to be. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do it as best I can, and just realize that it's going to look a bit weird.
Probably the best.
Yep.
All right, so I have 2 builds as well.
Oh shit.
I have the Wild West scene with the white man fighting themselves and leaving the Indians in peace. Yep. So these are my 2 sets.
That's a pretty awesome set.
Both from like 93, 94, something like that. So I was like 13, 14 when I got these.
But let's see. All right, so you see how let's see, where is it? Okay, this one here, the little thing fits up. There's no like gaps there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This is the.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the best I can get it. And as you can see, there's a gap between the parts, and they just won't fit to where they fit flush.
Oh, okay.
That's weird.
So it's not a big thing, and where it finally sits, I don't think it's going to cause a.
Our
Yeah,
engineers found a faulty Lego set.
Yeah, it'll fit. I mean, it's not going to it's
break
an
anything.
edge. It's an edge piece. Nothing's going to be able to bump up against it where it won't fit once it's in place. So I'm not going to stress over it. But it's annoying my sense of justice and rightness with design.
Pam says, "Take out your knife and shave it off."
Legos are pretty tough. They're pretty hard. I can't imagine a cutting through a Lego would be all that easy.
You have to burn it.
Right.
Yeah, one of the things I found out when I was getting into 3D printing is that you really can't 3D print Lego pieces. You can't get the tolerances good enough.
So, were you telling me this before, or have I had this conversation somewhere else?
He mentioned it earlier, I think. Well, he mentioned it with his company. That his company that made the stamped plastic couldn't even get the tolerances that Lego requires.
Okay.
That's what he mentioned earlier. I can remember that. I still don't know the name of the artwork that he does.
Kumihimo.
Kumihimo, that's right. Me and names. I just don't get the names.
You're pretty bad with names.
It's oh no, that's I was gonna it's scrolling at the bottom.
Yeah.
Kumihimo.
Yeah. It's been there for 4 hours and 14 minutes almost.
Yeah.
Almost the entire time.
Oh.
This bag is almost done.
Nice. What step are you on?
117.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry it's taken so long. I apologize.
You're good. But we are on track for roughly like an 11 and a half hour stream. And I don't think I was prepared for that at all.
We could do a two-parter. we could bring it back to
continuation.
I like that idea.
I think that would be beautiful.
I'm
the longest stream we've ever had was 6 hours
with Joe from Good
and
Logic.
we barely made it.
Poor Joe.
I'm okay with either option. I'm actually really in good shape right now. I went to bed late last night. I stayed up through the end of Valhalla's stream, and then I went ahead and slept in late, and I took my second modafinil dose right before the start of this stream. All right. Yeah. It's supposed to fit like this. And to get it to fit on, it has to go like this because this is supposed to be flush with that.
Right.
Though I suppose I could take this last one off and just move it over. That would potentially work. It's not ideal, but it would at least fit the aesthetic. There we go. It doesn't match the thing, but the top looks right.
It looks good enough, right? That's what we need.
Good enough.
Good enough for government work.
Good enough. I gotta get ready for Dollywood. Good enough.
Good enough for government work.
Is that how you say that?
That's how
All
I
right,
say
I've got a request to pull up this the Werner's mural from Flint. Let me download this again. Oh, here, I'll just pull it up this way. Present screen. Here we go. All right, that's Flint, Michigan. There's the Werner's mural.
Wait, where's all the needles?
Yeah, it's not Jamie's Flint. There you go. 4 years in wood. Yep. So it must have been the Civil War if it came from 1866. So the dentist put these chemicals in a wooden barrel and then went off to the Civil War and came back 4 years later. And he had Werner's. And so.
Yikes. Why are they leprechauns?
They're like little, I don't know.
Those are definitely leprechauns, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys ever seen a Werner's bottle? You guys never? You don't know what Werner's is at all?
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
That is so good. I have some. Oh.
Is it an alcohol? Werner's?
No, it's a seltzer. I mean, it's ginger ale.
Ginger ale.
Oh, you talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
It's probably called Schweppes or something in another state. You know how like Hellman's is best foods in California. You all
No,
have
it's
Hellman's.
not. It's Burners. Is Burners. Is Burners.
Oh, it is. All right. Michigan is beautiful, Wanda says. Okay, we'll take your word for it.
Michigan is beautiful. It's just got a lot of issues.
I've never been there, so I can't say.
Is he?
I'll go visit. You know, I love to
know what
travel.
he
I'll
is.
go anywhere once. Well, not anywhere.
I found my problem.
Yay!
I was off like a half. I was off a half step.
Okay, here's the Burners logo.
That's definitely a leprechaun, bro.
I don't know what he is.
He's a leprechaun.
Yeah, it looks like a Scottish leprechaun. Doesn't even look Irish. It looks Scottish.
Oh, that's fitting way better.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
The problem was these three along here. I originally put flush, and they were supposed to be the half step off. So now everything lines up the way it's supposed to.
You guys tell me.
At least
Tell me-
Charlene Fine Art for $4.99 says, I painted several murals in a middle school in Lansing, Michigan. I do not know if they're still there, but I hope so. That's awesome.
That's really cool.
That's
I hope
super
they're
cool.
still there too. Sorry.
Does
Torn,
this
you're-
version of the Burners mascot look like he just unalived someone?
Ew, that's frightening. And who has green eyes? Like 1% of the population has green eyes. That guy's
Green eyes are pretty cool, though.
He's got green
They're
eyes and like
amazing.
blood
They're
all over
super
his
rare.
face.
And do you know mostly only
And the
men have
beard.
green eyes? Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not.
My eyes are the most beautiful brown you have ever seen. Just letting you know.
It's because you're so full of shit. I used to get so loud.
So
my mom
no one
has-
on the panel has ever tasted Verners?
No, we're not from Michigan.
All right, I'm
We
bringing
don't-
Verners down the dolly.
Torin says he has. Torin has.
Yep. Yep. Where the thing I do near Pittsburgh, they have Verners at the local grocery stores.
Oh, all right. I never even heard of it. Like Schweitzers or something like that.
Oh, Made Right chips and Jiffy Mix are also from Michigan.
I never heard of those either. What are these
Never heard
things?
of Jiffy Mix?
Jiffy Mix, the trail mix with like the Chex cereal and pretzels and.
No, it's ready-made like cakes and breads and muffins and stuff.
Never heard. I've heard of Jiffy.
Oh.
Biscuit mix.
Yeah. I think I have like the cornbread muffins in the pantry.
Yep, that's Jiffy.
Oh,
We
I
went to
know.
their
In the little
factory.
box. The ones
Yep.
in the little.
Yep.
Yes, I used
Yeah,
to be
we've been to
really
their
poor when I
factory.
was young. I definitely know those. They were like 59 cents a box.
Oh yeah, they're super cheap. And
Oh yeah. My older kids know
Good.
that brand.
High quality, made from Michigan. I've been to their factory.
Yeah, the
My
cornbread.
fingers touch that flour.
actually, you know what? So this area of Tennessee, there's a brand of flour called Lily flour that is like one of the best in the world for baking, I guess, because it's like a very soft flour. We need to send some back with Baker if we can make that happen. I don't know if you can get it through customs or not, but we need to. No?
Don't talk about it on stream.
Well, there you go. That's true. That's
My
true.
sister has green eyes, and we're half Mexican and half Caucasian. My mom has blue eyes, the most beautiful.
Wait,
blue
half
eyes.
what?
Your mom has blue eyes?
My mom's white. My mom's British, actually. I'm half white and half
That's
Mexican.
not Caucasian. That's British. That's Anglican.
What? I mean,
Of
people,
Semitic descent.
she's half white. I mean, she's white.
Caucasians come from the Caucasus region and Egypt.
Just
And
ask
Turkey.
Kamala Harris.
Well, she's got
She's-
blonde hair and blue eyes. Well, she did when she was young. She still actually has blonde hair because she colors it, and blue eyes. So my sister has green eyes, like beautiful big green eyes, and I have hazel. They're like yellow. They have a yellow.
So Torrin, what is the most if I'm going to go to Pennsylvania and I want to like taste the most Pennsylvania thing, what am I going to taste? What am I going to eat or drink?
The most actual Pennsylvania, as opposed to like big city Pennsylvania, is probably scrapple and something else for breakfast.
Scrapple.
What is scrapple?
Scrapple is unique. I've never had it. I've only heard about it.
Scrapple is essentially everything that's left over in a pig that would normally be made into like some sort of sausage or hot dog, but it's combined with cornmeal and pepper.
That sounds like something I would like.
Don't they put fruit in it sometimes?
No, they kind of like fry it up with as a patty type thing.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
It sounds like stuff. I call it stuff. When I just have a bunch of leftover things in the fridge, I put it in a one big pan and I cook it up, and we call it stuff, and that's what's for dinner.
That's good. That's good.
Scrapple is amazing, Wanda says.
I've never had it. It sounds kind of scary.
The other gray meat.
I kind of want to try it.
The other gray meat. That's funny. Yeah. Did you lose one?
Yep. 4x.
Happens every time.
Dropped on the floor.
Oh.
Everyone loses a piece.
I have a hardwood floor, but I think it might have slipped under cabinet. And of course, you can tell I'm a constable because I've got leg irons.
At the end of the bed. He
did say he was in the master bedroom.
He did, yeah.
Okay. That boy. That's
right.
boy.
Get it.
I'm going to run with it since it's still the bedroom.
I need beer and a bio break. I'll be back momentarily.
Right. And also my
oh snap!
Oh,
it's the Batman utility belt, y'all.
Hell
yeah, that's ridiculous.
No fire.
Now David really wants to be constable.
I do want to be a constable.
David, someone in chat earlier said, David, the defense attorney and constabling do not go together.
I'm gonna cut off my camera for just a little bit while I search real quick here. I'll leave the audio on.
Oh, we can hear you rustling around.
Yep. Because there's a limited range of where it could have gone, so I just need to crawl around on the floor.
So logical.
Scrapple is so Eastern PA. I'm gonna have to try it now.
Yeah.
I haven't butchered a pig in a few years. I'll have to do that first.
You know what I tried for the first time a few weekends ago was lamb. Rack of lamb. I've never tried lamb before.
How'd you like it?
I loved it.
It's good, isn't it?
I really liked it. I was shocked. Yeah.
Found it.
All right.
There you go.
It was
I once had a piece missing that didn't actually exist in the set. Thankfully, I had a piece in the.
That was on camera, right? Like, didn't that happen on stream?
That was when Valhalla and I were going dual.
Yeah,
we were building the same
that's
set.
right. Yeah, I was in Florida that night.
Mm-hmm. I had to go run and grab a piece out of the bin.
That's right. I remember that.
How do you feel about duck? You eat duck, Torin?
Tried it.
Do I read? Do I eat duck or read it?
Yeah. Have you ever had it? Eaten it?
My wife calls it the bacon of the bird world. So yes, I have had duck.
Oh, what is that?
This is a beater sword for the braiding stand. I did a little bit of CNC engraving on it.
Nice.
That's really pretty.
Sorry. There we go.
Have you spoken with potentially criminal Sean?
A little bit in chat when he was on another streamer's thing.
I think usually we get along quite a bit.
Yep, and he's actually close enough that when I go to that thing in Western PA, I could probably drop by and say, meet him for a drink or something like that.
Because he has a sword too. He has a wooden sword from this Japanese training thing that he was doing.
Okay. I also have actual swords too.
I'm sure he does too. He just doesn't show those on YouTube.
Yep. Understandable. All right. And there we go. All right. So that move is now done.
Or you're getting distracted. Keep building.
I'm building. Sorry. All right.
It easily happens.
That's the challenge of this stream is building a Lego while you answer questions.
Yep.
Because it's not the easiest thing to do.
Nope. And I am on move 121.
121 of 300. Oh, you're getting there.
Yep.
David, I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
So if we do this as a two-parter, when were you thinking of doing the second half?
Oh, I have no idea. We'd have to get Valhalla and Wendy back up here because we got to
Okay.
coordinate with all of them.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know what we have coming up. I couldn't do next weekend because I have a prior commitment.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that I need where I'm going to store this and where I would do it relative to how long I'd need to store it. Because obviously I'm not going to work on it off stream because that defeats
the purpose.
Yeah.
Have you played Euchre before?
No, I have not. I don't tend to play a lot of card games. I suck at them for some reason. So realizing I suck at them, I don't tend to play them a lot, unfortunately. I don't know if there's just something with my brain that doesn't deal well with the probabilities, but whenever I've played them, I always lose horribly. Even the computer versions, I do horribly. So it's not specifically not dealing with people well. It's just.
Well, it's not necessarily about winning. It's about having fun and playing the game.
I also don't have fun playing it. So.
Okay, there you go.
So
Valhalla says Euchre is awesome, and Stray says you're doing great, Torin.
Thank you. I'm actually having a lot of fun doing this. The conversation's great. The mental challenge is nice. I do like challenging my brain and working on that neuroplasticity, keep things going. Because if you start stagnating, things start going downhill. So I actually do things like I play like the Microsoft Sudoku games, their daily challenges, because it makes my brain work in a way that I don't normally do.
I saw a guy. I saw a stream the other day. I don't know if it's a stream or just a YouTuber. He plays Sudoku live on stream, and he had the world's hardest Sudoku. And it started with the only thing that was in there was a 2.
Ouch.
And he was like, "Oh my God! Well, we're gonna try to figure it out." And so I fast forwarded. He was 6 hours in, and he was like, "Well, he's still figuring it out. He only had maybe 3/4 of it done." I hate Sudoku, by the way. It frustrates me to no end. But I fast forward 6 hours in, and he's still playing the thing. And then I ended up turning it off. I don't remember where he ended up with it or how long it took. But there's some interesting things out there you can find on YouTube.
Yep.
But I don't know how you would do it with only one number.
The thing is that if you only have one number, the way I would, unless there's some, my understanding of how it works is you can create Sudoku boards. And if you only have one, I don't see any reason you couldn't do it any way you wanted to do it as long as it was self-consistent. So that was why that wasn't making much sense to me, unfortunately. But
well, I don't play the game, but it was supposed to be like the world's toughest Sudoku. But isn't it like it has to be? You have to get digits. Is it 0 through 9 or 1 through 9 in all rows?
Yeah, 1 through 9 in all rows.
And then in the cubes as well.
Yeah, in the 3x3 cubes.
Yeah. So he started off with the 2 and 1 thing. Maybe yeah. Again, I don't know what the actual issue was, but it was supposed to be the hardest one. 6 hours in, he was still doing it.
Yep. There's a kind of a version of that for jigsaw puzzles I've heard of called the Purple Horror. It's a 3,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, and it's one unvarying shade of purple.
No, it would be horrible.
Yep. And when you're done, you just got a straight purple thing. So it's, I mean, I can see for the challenge.
Anticlimactic.
I'm sorry, what?
It'd be anticlimactic. You can't. I mean, what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah. Still looking for a couple of pieces here for this particular move. And there's a lot of little ones, so it's kind of hard to pick them out. But I'm getting close for the ones listed for here. Hope I didn't like drop one. There it is that I didn't see. All right, so 2 of those, and I need 5 of these. Trying to think if there's any other stories that I should bring up that I haven't talked about. Oh, one that probably you guys would like that I haven't done yet that involves my wife as well. My wife was the one who actually proposed to me, and I figured that oh, good, we've got people back, and I thought that since she had proposed, that I should probably introduce her to my folks, but I didn't want to tell them that she had actually proposed yet, and I was introducing her as my girlfriend. So I dial up my folks, and my mom answers the phone, and I say, "Mom, I'd like you to meet my wife. What's your last name?"
Nice.
And the one of the roommates I was living with at the time just about fell on the floor laughing.
That's awesome.
I'd known her through the medieval stuff, and I knew her first name, but we hadn't really ever mentioned her last name.
Oh, that's funny.
As somebody else had said, it didn't really matter what her first name was because I knew what her last name was going to be. I mean, knew what her last name was because yeah. So
nice. So how did she propose?
You should probably try to know the first name, though. I'll say that much.
I did know her. I did know her first name well in advance.
That's a plus. That's a plus for marriage.
So
do you
when
take
I was
this person to be your wife? Yeah, I think so. I don't know who she is, but I do.
When I would do Civil War reenacting, again, a lot of us have different period names and stuff. I went on a date with this one girl, woman, whatever. We were young. We were like 21.
How long have you been LARPing?
You've been doing this your whole life?
I started when I was 16. I haven't done it since I was like 24. I haven't done it since I was like 24 or so. But anyways,
why you think I said
I didn't know her real name. I didn't know her real name. Like we went on a couple of dates. I never learned her real name. Oh, by the way, I never told you my reenacting name.
Nope. I didn't forget.
I said, think of a pie company.
Yep.
Jasper Frisbee.
I don't know what that is.
I have no.
Frisbee
I've never heard
Pie
of that.
Company. That's where the whole Frisbees come from.
You know my buck's name is Jasper, right? My big goat.
I know.
Yeah,
every time you say it,
this
I think
goat
of
right
name.
here. This
I
one?
know. Every time you say it, I think Jasper Frisbee.
Yeah,
from Kentucky. From I can't remember where in Kentucky, but Jasper Frisbee.
Those are probably already in Michigan. Hers potato chips, living on bologna. Sheets food, Yingling.
No, Sheets is not anywhere in Michigan. We had to take a special trip to Sheets to grab that crap food that you guys love so much.
Sounds like a character in damn it. What's the vampire love story?
Twilight.
Thank you.
Twilight.
Sounds like Jasper's from Twilight.
Frisbee from Twilight.
I got tricked into reading those
Real
books.
life role playing games.
Wait, what?
I could. Ellie said she used to do real life role playing games with armor and weapons. I could see that.
That's LARPing, Ellie.
I don't even know her in real life, but I could see that.
That is the shit. I love.
I play role playing games in real life too, but it's called lawyering.
What's Dungeons and Dragons then?
It's tabletop.
That's in your mind. It's collective imagination.
You're not dressed up and trying to stab.
Oh, they don't dress up.
Well, sometimes you can, and that makes the game much more interesting. But it's more.
I always wanted. Then you get banned from Netflix if you dress up for your D&D. There's an episode of Community where they do D&D and they banned it because Chang, the Chinese Spanish teacher, dresses up as a dark elf, and they're like, "Oh, that's blackface," so you got to ban it.
That was another good show. I like that show.
I never watched that one.
That's a great show, Valhalla. You should watch that from start to finish.
It's
I don't watch a lot of shows, y'all. I don't watch that much TV.
Instead of YouTube, forget YouTube for a bit.
Says the retired streamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not monetized anymore. That's got it. I'm not taking any of your YouTube advice ever, bro.
Wednesday at 10:45 p.m. is going to be my last stream.
Yeah. Sure.
On that channel.
By the way, go sub everyone and give me some watch hours so I can get monetized again for my last stream on Wednesday at 10:45.
One of the few women playing the game. My character was made Royal Dark Druid. Oh my god, yes. Okay, I have a lot of nerd friends. I believe you. If you've LARPed, you definitely have a lot of nerd friends, and I'm here for it.
I follow a few ladies on Facebook that like to do the role playing stuff in costumes.
That's not on YouTube. That's on OnlyFans.
I've been to that category on the hub. I know what you're talking about.
Yep. Speaking of sexy time, I got Steve Gosney's. My book finally I shouldn't say finally. It wasn't like he didn't send it, but it finally got delivered. I got the first copy of his hardback, the smutty one.
I bought the Brewster, the one-eyed wonder dog, for my cousin.
Brucey, the one-eyed wonder dog.
Yeah, Brucey.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
I bought it for my cousin's kid who lives in Chicago area for Christmas. I never sent it. Then I finally packaged it up, and I put a label on it with the address, and then it sat in my car for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, you know what? I'm taking this damn thing to the post office. Went to the post office, wrong address. They can't find the address. So now it's been sitting on my front, by my front door for another 2 weeks while I figure.
Might as well just save it for when you get grandkids.
Rare Aussie, are you leaving? Is that what that means? Good night, buddy. Thanks for
good night, Rare Aussie.
It's like 3 in the afternoon for you, right? 4. Appreciate it. Where did this one? Right?
Yes.
Did Rob talk about Lawyers and Dragons? Rob did not talk about Lawyers and Dragons, but I see that they play it. I don't know if they're still doing it. They haven't done it in a while, I don't think.
No, I think Hogue Law was hosting that, and then when he had his stroke, I think they stopped doing it.
No, they've done it since. But
I think they took a break anyway, and I could be wrong.
It was Hogue's channel, but I think it was it Prototopics was the actual DM.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It always popped up. It was like Sunday mornings, I thought, right? Or Sundays?
I was not awake Sunday mornings. I have no idea.
You weren't awake this
Saturday
mornings. I texted you at like 7 a.m. and you didn't respond until noon.
Well, you in your text said, I understand that you guys won't wake up until noon, but here's this information that I want to say.
Yeah, I texted you and Wendy, and I said, I know you guys, neither one of you wake up until noon Eastern.
Well, in her defense, that's like 7 a.m. in California. Something like that. Yeah. In my defense, I don't like mornings, and I drank a lot last night, so I was not waking up. I did F&L. Got boozed out of F&L and was like, okay, I got to go, y'all. And then like 2 hours later, got not a good word, convinced to start a stream at like 1 a.m.
Who convinced you?
Levy, mostly. It was mostly Levy. He said, and I quote, "You should start a stream," and that was enough for me. That worked.
Yeah, all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, Valhalla's live," and I'm getting a link. I'm not going on. My head literally had just hit the pillow. I plugged in my phone, I set it down, and I laid down. And I hear the text. I'm like, "Who's texting me?" And of course it's you. Here's a link. You want on?
Oh, I was sending links out like crazy.
I don't even think I responded to you. I was just like,
No, probably not.
I set it down. And
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have responded to me. So, Torin, I will say that there is an affinity for Asian. I don't know, lore, I guess, with you, right? You're surrounded by this mystique of old Japanese braids and sword fighting novels that I'm gonna go buy with awesome magic swords. Where did this all start, man? Where did the I like samurai come from, or Mongols, or
probably started with discovering anime when I was like a teenager. Also, probably watching the TV series. I think it was called The Ninja or whatever. It had like Lee Van Cleef in it, teaching a young kid how to be a ninja. Stuff like that, like action adventure movies with samurai and stuff like that. It's mainly where I ran across it growing up as a teenager, and that's kind of where it went from there.
Did you ever watch American Ninja?
I believe I did, but it didn't stand out in my mind.
The movie?
I do remember the movie American Ninja.
Ooh,
it was like one of those 80s action adventure stuff.
Wendy's got the Death Penalty Desires book. Again,
Wendy's gonna read a chapter slowly and sultry for us.
I totally will. Look,
not a whole chapter.
Mine's number 1 out of 25.
Yeah.
And I signed by Steve. And check this out.
He sent out 25 books that all said 1 of 25, by the way.
That's so mean. Check this out, though. Wait. So Steve had, I don't remember what stream he was on or if it was his own stream. Might have been his own stream. And he was talking about his book or something, and I made a suggestion in the chat, and he's like, "Oh, Wendy H, I think I know you from the Lego stream." And of course, in my head, I'm going, "Of course you do, duh."
Of course you do.
Anyway,
we were on it for hours together.
I know, right? And then he goes, "Wait, what are you saying?" So I wrote what I meant to say because he didn't understand it, and I said something about a woman doesn't fall in love with a guy randomly; like he has to have a family behind him. Like a good woman wants a man that has a good family. That's like a big deal. So he said, "Oh, I hadn't thought of that." So he said he added it into his book at the last minute. And so he did it. He actually wrote my name in his dedication to his book, in his book. Nice. And I'm actually the first one. Look. So here, a big thank you to the early supporters is right here. And then he says, Wendy H, who gave me some tips and inspired a chapter.
He's amazing, ain't he?
Nice.
I cried. How cool is that? And I haven't read it yet. I took it to the spa the other day, but I was too. They don't let you take your phone in the spa anymore because people take photos or whatever. And so I'm like,
what kind of spa are you going to?
Right.
I go to a very nice spa that gives me massages and facials, and they have a pool, and they have a sauna, and they have hot tubs, and they have steams.
You know what? Giving facials is one of the things I look for when I go to the spa. That's
definitely.
You can't tell it.
Lauren, have you ever read any of Godsney's books?
I have not. I've seen him promote them, so I'm aware of them, but I have not gotten any of them yet.
In American Toy, some of them are. Oh, look at Valhalla.
Valhalla, which one have you read?
I've read most of this one, all of this one.
I have that one.
This one's a great book, by the way. If you guys, if I was going to recommend I've only read this one all the way cover to cover, but this is a absolutely great book. Y'all need to read Prepare. I think every young man in the world could use
nice
the reading of that book. And this one I have not even attempted to read, if I'm being completely flat out honest.
Speaking of writing and people who want to write books, I know Steve's a machine in that regard, but
he's
in general,
unhuman.
just in general, there's a podcast that I like to listen to that's done by the author I mentioned, Larry Correia, and a fellow author that he's co-written a book with called Steve Diamond, and it's called The Writer Dojo. And they go into a lot of the professional writer, how to do things, how to contact publishing places, whether you want to do independent or traditional publishing, a lot of different things that it's just, in general, I think it's really useful for anybody who would consider, writing either professionally or semi-professionally. So
it's one of his versions of his manuscript before it was published. One of his drafts.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Torin, who was this guy?
The podcast is called The Writer Dojo, and the two authors that host it are Larry Correia and Steve Diamond.
Steve Diamond.
He's a horror writer. His first book was called Residue, and it's about a guy who finds out that he can read the psychic residue of a murder and see what happened, and he gets involved with some weird things that happen. There's going to be 3 books in the series. The second one is out, and the third one I think is in the process of being finished. So,
do you have a? That's the second author that you've mentioned tonight that is unfinished with their series that you're reading.
The authors in question are ones that will actually finish their work. Larry Correia has written like 28 novels in like 14 years. He tends to write 2 novels a year, so he's got a pretty good track record for that.
Can we get that man in touch with George R.R. Martin, please?
George R.R. Martin.
Of God.
George R.R. Martin hates Larry Correia's guts because Larry Correia was the one who called out the Hugo issue with the Sad Puppies campaign, where they pointed out that the Hugo award has a very, very, very small voting base, and most of it is people that are involved in the publishing industry. And what they, for like the last decade, what they've been doing is essentially all voting their friends in for it. And he said essentially, wow, I mean, you could, publicize this, get a bunch of people to, read the stuff, nominate stuff like that. And it was such an overreaction. He had a smear campaign put out against him to the point where people were calling friends of Larry Correia's wife were calling her and asking her if she needed help to get out. I mean, it was really nasty. And Larry and George had a discussion back and forth where finally George R.R. Martin said, well, even though this, looks like it was like an international award for like the best in science fiction, this is actually just WorldCon's personal award. And if you're not a long-term WorldCon member, get out of it. And they changed the rules. And like this last year, they had WorldCon in China, and some of the con team that was in charge of like handling the nominations basically excluded a bunch of books that were nominated just because they thought that China would have a problem with it. And the Chinese government actually didn't ask them to do that, but
they didn't have to, though. They didn't have to. The corruption is strong enough in China that everybody understood the assignment, and but they catered to it accordingly to make money.
Yeah, but it's like these are the people who said that our award is pure and we're not going to accept anybody else's view on it. And when basically it wound up being in China because China just bought a whole bunch of memberships and then nominated that as a location for WorldCon.
They're sneaky.
But yeah, I mean, when stuff like this came out, Larry was just like laughing hysterically because it's like, this is what I told you guys a decade ago was going to happen. And you said, "Oh no, we're good. We're going to change the rules so you guys can't get involved ever again." And nope, it happened pretty much the way Larry said it was going to happen. So
that's how super lawyer works. If you ever see an attorney that says that he's a super lawyer, understand that it's a popularity contest. You pay for it, and you get your friends to all vote for you, and then you become, super lawyer. It's worth nothing. It's meaningless. But
I think disregard.
I'm trying to disregard.
I'm not touching anything.
Oh, that was Wendy.
It wasn't me.
Go for it, Dave.
No, I'm good. I was trying to find that chat from earlier.
I tried to star everything that I've already unstarred a lot of stuff, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
Y'all.
When you were talking earlier about being successful in China, that brought up something else to mind, but it wasn't quite appropriate yet. A lot of the stuff related to Larry's Sad Puppies campaign was documented on a fan site called File 770, which has won like 20 Hugo Awards because it's basically the only one that would ever get nominated because he was in the in crowd. And he was talking about how his site was so much more popular than Larry's fan site, which was Monster Hunter Nation. And he showed the I forget it's not Alexa, but it's some sort of web traffic analysis thing showing how valuable your site is and how popular it is in the search engines. And the thing that the host of that, or the head of that fan site actually did to show that, he actually posted a screenshot that showed that 94% of his traffic came from China for an English language fan website. So essentially he was paying for his rent.
Yeah.
It's kind of a sign of shame.
Well, it should be.
Do you think streaming farms should be fine? You think they should be considered fraud or
streaming farms?
Yeah, they have like farms where people you turn on a bunch of phones and you stream a bunch of stuff where you essentially you stream a bunch of stuff.
What would be the point? Just like as a revenue
Let me
source?
pull up the story. Yeah, it's an interesting story. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
We were going to talk about it on Laid Back Law. We never got to it, but I still thought it was an interesting story. So
I still keep getting comments in on my videos that have a word in it. I forget what it is off the top of my head, but it pops up when you search for it. You find out that it's some sort of company that's trying to get you viewers and engagement. And so when I see them, I pretty much just hide the comment. I don't delete it because I don't want them to think that I'm fighting them, so they're going to like try and do it even more. But it's like I don't want to get that associated with my channel.
No, I don't think they. We all get.
Okay, so the allegation is. Here, I can kind of show you the story. So the allegation is that musicians are using it to get them higher in the hits or whatever. I don't know here.
I guess it would boost your algorithm, right? If you've
boost your algorithm. So
if you've got 150 bots all streaming your stuff and hitting like and commenting or whatever, I guess it would move you up in the algorithm and get more outreach.
So the question is this fraud? Should this be tolerated? Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen. I forget now that I don't share my screen automatically. Give me a second. Let me go back. There we go. So what she's alleging is
to push their tracks to the top of the charts and earn more money. Streaming farms use bots to artificially play music on platforms like Spotify or Apple Music to drastically inflate the numbers of streams a song gets. In March, a man in Denmark was...
So that's I don't want to play too much of it, but that's the story. So apparently musicians are using it, but
okay.
Should that be
I don't know, man. I think the music industry has been one of those like deviously controlled industries where if an individual like an indie musician has the ability to plug in a bunch of phones and get their music to the top of the charts, or like Tom McDonald, for example. Like if he's able to use these streaming things and get to the top of the charts and fight against the complex of the music industry, I'm okay with it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it. Music's music.
That was my
right?
thought.
Music's music. Either it's good or it's bad. Either people enjoy it or it will be forgotten. One of the two options. There's no third option. There's no like, hey, I'm gonna buy my record into a platinum selling CD that also people will enjoy. Right?
Yeah, right. So is someone like Tom McDonald, who is independent, 100% independent. He's not part of the music industry. He produces his own stuff. If he feels like he needs to hire these farms, not saying he does, but if he
and I have
does,
no idea if he does, by the way. I'm not accusing him
but
of
I'm
doing
just
this.
using a insert random small artist name here.
Yes.
If this artist does this, in order to get sort of somewhat of a level playing field with the influence that the music industry has, is that good? Is that bad? I think it's fine for him to do.
I think it's okay. Again, I've said it before. Baseball players, I don't care if they take steroids. Juice them to the gills. Let them dudes hit half-mile home runs. I'm okay with it.
As long as they're all doing it.
Well,
we're all able to do it.
Sure, right. If they're all able to do it, you're a consenting adult. I don't care what you put in your body. I don't care what performance-enhancing drug you use. I sure don't care how many phones you plug in to get your name out there.
But what about for records? You know, like record setting. Like, how would you? That would be like comparing apples and oranges.
You can't plug in a phone and make people buy your record.
No, but I mean for the athletes, the juicing athletes.
Oh, who cares? If they're all juiced to the gills, let them all be juiced to the gills.
But I mean,
Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle.
Go back in history and give all those other guys the juice, so the historical records.
Okay.
What's his name? Who beat it in the 90s?
Barry Bonds. Yeah, Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa. I was a Cubs fan.
Did you hear about the A's? They're not going to have a city for like 3 years. The Oakland A's. They
Really?
left. Oakland. Yeah, they left Oakland.
Well,
They're
who
gonna
isn't living Oakland? Oh my God!
They left. Anyway, they're going to be in Sacramento all next year. I heard, or all this coming season, and then nobody knows where they're going to be for the next 2 years until they can find a home.
Come to Detroit. We'll have a good team finally.
Ugh.
Actually, the Tigers didn't do so bad. The Lions haven't been doing so bad. The Red Wings.
I think they want to move to Vegas, but I don't think Vegas is. I don't think that's going to happen now. Maybe.
Everybody's moving to Vegas. Everybody's moving to Vegas, though. The Raiders went to Vegas. The Golden Knights are the new hockey all-star team, right? They're Vegas is moving, shaking, doing the damn thing, boogieing.
They might be going to Vegas. I heard they might be, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did get a contract, but I don't think they got.
Have you been to Vegas?
I have been to Vegas a few times. I've flown through there. I've driven through it. I haven't spent a lot of time in Vegas. I bought a sword from sword maker Jim Hersulis, who lives near Vegas, and I had a weird experience while I was waiting for the time to meet up to pick up the sword. And had I think 2 different people approach me trying to get me to finance their gambling, and that was kind of disturbing.
You sure they weren't ladies of a certain?
I was
It
going to
was
say
guys.
Oh,
I bet you though they weren't going to gamble it. They're smart. They're going to take your money and run.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I know a fella who the last time he was in Vegas tried to pay for a hooker. Didn't have cash, so they went together to the store so he could buy her a television. But the local security flagged it for something was up and wouldn't let him purchase the TV. And then so he dropped her off and went home or back to the hotel.
His wife was like, "Why were you trying to buy a TV at Walmart in Las Vegas?"
It wasn't Mary, the checkout clerk. It was like, hang on a second, sir. And security came over and wouldn't let him purchase it.
Because they probably
we've
knew
seen that woman before.
Yeah, they
and
knew
you
her.
weren't her husband.
How does Walmart have the ability to deny you sale of a TV because they suspect you of using it for prostitution purposes?
I don't know, but they did. So they sent them out, and then.
Or she was a known booster. Maybe she was a known booster, and
that
they
could
just
be.
didn't want. Yeah.
My
But,
guess
yeah.
is that she'd done it before, and they didn't want to like sell a TV and then have to return it for cash or something.
Oh, that's probably it. She probably buys shit, gets it returned later for the cash. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That
But
makes
they were
sense.
like, nope. Yeah. But I've never been to Vegas. I have no desire to go, but I do want to see the eye now. Now I want to go.
I have no desire to go to Vegas.
I haven't been there
whatsoever.
for like 10 years, but last time I was there, it was super fun, super glamorous. I loved it. Super wild.
Glamorous.
If
I was
you're a
gonna
party
go-
girl or a party boy, it's fun. Wow.
Oh, yeah,
Nice.
touring.
Looking good.
Looking good.
Starting to look like something.
If we were to do a two-parter series, when would we do the second part? Torin was asking that when you two were gone.
I was
Okay.
listening. I heard.
Yeah, I heard him too.
You're busy this next Saturday.
Yeah.
What's the date? Let me look at my calendar because I'm so
Let's look at our
full
calendar.
up
Break
with
out your
social
paper
events.
calendar.
Yeah.
The 27th, we were talking about something, but I don't know what.
We were talking about Lego Law, but I haven't heard back from him yet. So
Okay.
no, not Lego Law, Legalized. You see, your new name's gonna fuck me up, bro.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I knew who you met.
Okay.
It looks like I'm available on the 27th.
So
Well,
we'd
and
have to store it for 2 weeks, Torin.
Okay. I mean, I can do that. I just wanted to figure where would be a good spot for me to do that. And okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out where I was in this process and what it was.
No worries.
I was looking for a part, and it's like, wait a minute, I've already put that part on.
Jude, are you still in chat?
I haven't seen him for a while. Aw.
It's like a
cute.
voodoo doll or something. I don't know.
The fuck? That's like some South American scary
He's
shit.
got like a Christmas sweater on or something.
No, it's like a
Oh, it's
braided.
an ornament.
Yeah. It looks like something straight out of like the Aztec myth books.
Yeah, I think it is Aztec.
I don't know.
It's got all
Wendy
these
says it
random
don't.
pieces.
Wendy said it doesn't look like my ancestors.
No,
I
it
don't know
does
shit about
not.
that.
Does not. Helen Gall, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Valhalla, did you see that?
I did. Thank you so much, Helen. You're amazing. Y'all, if you are a new member to my channel, Valhalla Awaits, you get awesome, fun emojis. Check these bad boys out, y'all.
They're pretty darn cool.
There's a
I
bunch
don't
of
get
them in there.
emojis. I don't have memberships.
Not yet.
I don't
I
even get
miss
super
my
chats.
emojis.
I know. You talk about what happened to your channel. So can I be mean about it? Yeah, I can be mean about it. Okay. All right. So
Hold
this
on. I gotta
asshole-
go pee. I gotta go pee.
This asshole named Jeremy Hales, who has a channel called What the Hales, came on a Lego Law Life and Libation. Didn't bring Legos with him to build. But anyways, I posted a video using part of his stream, but I clipped it. I muted him and I edited it and I put text over top, really transforming the question, because what I saw was a man using a anti-harassment order to harass the person that he was supposedly scared of. Well, he didn't like that and copyright struck it. So then I posted another video of the same incident, but entirely from not his recording. And he didn't like that and he struck it. And then about 2 weeks later, I got a hold of a audio recording from the sheriff, Levy County Sheriff, when he was talking to Jeremy, which is similar to Jeremy's recording of his own conversation with Levy County, except Jeremy made his, the sheriff made his. Also, my video had an additional 1 minute and 10 seconds that Jeremy's didn't have. And it ended earlier than Jeremy's did. But anyways, I posted that out there, and he claimed that it came from his stream or his video, which it couldn't have because it contains an extra 1 minute and 10 seconds that's nowhere on his channel. But he still copyright struck it. Now, YouTube has a 3 strikes and you're out policy. I tried to contest all 3 of them. YouTube said, well, we don't know. You claim it, he claims it. You guys will just have to sort it out amongst yourself, but we're still keeping your 3 strikes. And my channel's getting pulled on the 15th. So there you go.
Just hit move 154, so I'm over halfway done.
Nice. Let's take a look at it. Oh, there you go. Wendy got it before I did. Very cool.
Nice. Very cool.
That is very cool. I like that a lot.
I do too.
That is the Imperial, not the Imperial Palace. It's a different palace.
It's not the Imperial Palace. It just says it's a medieval Japanese castle. All right, so there was some like little gate things in there.
Cute.
Little bars.
Love it.
Very cool.
That's going to be a spectacular finished piece.
I'm going to keep going as long as we're on the stream, so I'm opening bag 8.
All right, sounds good. This is that What the Hails Do. Yes, it was What the Hails Do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically.
No, not the guy on the panel. Torin is not the What the Hails Do.
Not our panel, not this current panel, no.
I have been catching like Jeff's coverage of that somewhat, but the Lynette person is extremely painful for me to listen to mentally.
Oh, she
is. I have known people like her when I was younger, and it's very annoying for me. So,
well, the other thing though is that Jeremy's no saint on this story either, and that's what I was trying to point out.
Yeah,
and Elephant, yes. To be fair, Dave is a lawyer, and lawyers are a-holes. Yes, but it's not illegal to be an asshole.
Correct.
So,
and I've heard some of the stuff from the Ohio hearing, and where it's been like John and Jeremy arguing back and forth, and it sounds like both of them are not handling things
stable.
Well. So
unstable people do unstable things and create havoc for the rest of us. But as long as people are making money off of them, they're going to continue to wreak havoc.
Yeah, and I don't have to ask him to use his. That's not how fair use works. When he goes on his live stream and tries to educate people on the law, and he's just plain wrong, that's another issue.
Yeah. And when I talk about legal stuff, I try and put a very clear proviso that I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a law degree. I am merely talking about stuff from my lay perspective, which may be entirely wrong. If you have anything that you actually need a legal answer on, talk to a lawyer, because a lot of stuff is very fact specific. And even if a general principle is done relating to sound, your specific situation may make it completely null. Because speaking of Pennsylvania and law stuff, there is part of the statutes about carrying concealed that if you have, it says if any person with a license from any other state, whether there's reciprocity with PA or not, transports a firearm in a vehicle, they're exempt from the normal requirements, because Pennsylvania is weird.
What do you mean by that?
You can open carry in Pennsylvania, but only on foot. You cannot transport a firearm in a vehicle unless you are going to and from a gun store, to and from a range, or to and from a business you actually own. Other than that, you're not allowed to carry it in a car. You're not allowed to carry it on a bike. You're not allowed to carry it.
Well, carry it is different than, okay. So you could put it in the case and say the trunk, right?
No. You cannot have a firearm in a vehicle well, let me phrase that. Sorry. They do talk about like if you have the firearm and the ammunition separate and stored, yes, you can do it there, but if you have it's mostly a rifle. If it's a pistol, I'm trying to remember exactly, but you can't transport a pistol to and from any place in a vehicle unless it's those exemptions. Like if you buy one in a store, you can take it home. You can take it to a range. You can take it to a gun store to be worked on. And like I said, to and from a business you own. But you cannot.
And we're not talking about concealed weapons permits that are reciprocity.
Right. But I mean, it's Pennsylvania has what they call a license to carry firearms, which is essentially a concealed weapons permit. It allows you to carry concealed and to transport in a vehicle. If you don't have one, and if you have one at your home and you're carrying it on foot, if you can't walk to and from there, you are in violation. Pennsylvania is very weird about that. I mean, and the way the law is written, if you're on horseback, you can't do it. I don't think it's actually been litigated, but piggyback is also out. But I mean, they've had things where like bicycles, and if you're going someplace and you stop and get gas, people have been cited for violations for that. But they say that if you have a license to carry concealed from another state, any person is exempt from that limitation where they can't do that. However, there was a case that went to a superior court, so it's precedence bearing, where the court determined that any person specifically excluded Pennsylvania residents. So if you're a Pennsylvania resident, you don't have a license to carry in Pennsylvania, but you have, like, say, a Utah concealed carry permit, they have specifically excluded that from allowing for vehicle transport. Not for carrying concealed, but for vehicle transport. If you are a Pennsylvania resident. So if you look at the statute, it looks like you're covered, but the way the case law is, no, you're not. And if you're not a lawyer, just looking at that or commenting on that, and again, this is just as a layperson, but it's something that when it came up, a firearms lawyer that I have used, that I like his philosophy of do no harm for his clients, had commented. So, but anyway, it's something that he had commented on. So I feel reasonably confident in being able to at least talk about it a little bit. But again, if you're in a situation where you need to do something, talk to a lawyer first, not me. It's just an example of how looking at the statute without knowing the case law can really screw you over.
I am, Brad.
Yeah.
Hi, Laura.
All right. So Torin said he was going to keep building until we ended the stream, but it's going on 5 hours.
It's over 5 hours.
It's over 5 hours.
It's over 5 hours and 16 minutes, which I am okay with. But if we're going to do a part 2, we should probably cut it in half at some point, right?
Okay. Well, I am about at the halfway point according to the moves. So
I thought you were past 150.
I'm at 154 out of 299. Yeah, I'm about the halfway. Yeah. A little bit.
It's a little over halfway, and we're a little over 5 hours, so we'll call it good.
We'll call it good. I like it.
Thanks, everybody in chat, for hanging out. Thanks to everybody who decided to go over and give me a sub and give me a few watch hours so I can get monetized.
Please, just keep it on while you're sleeping. You can turn the volume all the way down.
There you go.
Do you have playlists set up yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. And I've got more, actually. So I posted Megan's. I posted Rob's. If you guys missed Megan Fox or Rob's, I've got episode 1 and 2. I've got some clips up. You guys can go check those out and enjoy. Fall asleep listening to our Lego streams, because why not? What else you got to fall asleep to?
Well, let's be honest. These are a little entertaining. A little bit.
So I've been told.
We got
Lauren, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in 2 weeks right back here. Wendy, as always, thanks for emceeing for us.
You're amazing,
Always my
babe.
pleasure. I'm happy
You're
to be
amazing.
here. You're all amazing.
It's
Torin,
only
it was
7
a
p.m.
pleasure
where
to
she's
meet
at,
you.
so she's fine.
It's 11:18.
11:18. It's
She's
2
gonna melt.
2 a.m. here.
And I didn't get my nap today either. We'll see Torin again soon, though. Very
That's right. All right. Take care, all.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, chat.
Good night, everybody. Sweet dreams.
I'm gonna buy Legos again because like this was so fun.
No one told me this was a race.
It's not a race.
No. Oh yeah. Now yeah.
You were really intently looking at something.
I dropped the piece and I can't find it.
It got interesting. Being interviewed and trying to do Lego at the same time, harder than it seems.
But I hadn't built Legos since I was a youngin, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. Okay. No big deal.
It's a great guest to have on too. In the beginning, he was kind of like, as we all were in the beginning, how should we act and stuff like that. Now he's such a fun guy to be around.
I'm actually enjoying a little bit of wine while we do this because it felt inappropriate to not have libations.
I had a great freaking time. I chose a Lego set that was like, don't do the flowers, guys. Don't do the flowers.
And then he said something about like a tramp stamp or something, and the girls were like, "Hey, where is that? What's this all about? I'll show you mine if you show me yours." And I'm like, "Whoa, this is not that type of stream."